All right, we're officially streaming to the King Kayfabers, James.
Good morning, King Kayfabers. Welcome to the Thursday stream.
And I will go into the back channels to get the proper link to send to the King Kayfabers and to send to us so that we could watch the chat. As
and I'll do
good wisdoms.
give you guys a little preview. We do not have an interview guest this week, which means you're getting 6 straight videos here from us. And one of the ones that I've been preparing for quite some time is a penciler. And I've got to figure out a title for this, but it's basically comic books that are being shot straight from pencil. You know, pencilers so good they don't need inkers. Something along those lines is the direction. But it's real interesting because it goes back all the way to the 70s. I've got stuff from 70s, 80s, 90s. I've got stuff from top hot artist types. It's just really a weird history of, like, I don't know if this is something that companies, and some of this will go in the video, but were these experiments aimed at, maybe we don't need inkers. Maybe we'll save a couple of bucks if we can figure out how to just have the penciler art get reproduced. But it's quite a collection of stuff. I'm sure I missed some too, so I think it'll yield some interesting comments as to other noteworthy comics out there that are just pencils. And it's funny, it kind of goes hand in hand with our X-Men issue this week. So we're going to look at a Scott Williams X-Men, not a Jim Lee X-Men, but a really fun issue there too. And going to go all the way back to the very beginning of superhero comics. Probably one of the oldest superhero comics we've looked at.
In total, yeah. We did action.
Yeah,
action
that would
one.
be... did we do Batman? Did we do Detective 27?
We did.
Yeah, so got a comic we'll be looking at from our own backyards here in Appalachia. Right? And that's Hellboy Crooked Man, which, boy, was that a fun one to get into. You know that Corbin did a Hellboy before that. They sequentially number those inside, like in the inside covers. And I think that's in the 30s, Crooked Man. Mm-hmm. He did one in the 20s, and it's Macoma. It's a 2-issue, 2-parter. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun stuff this week in terms of actual comics reading.
Dark Horse sent me the library editions.
Oh, yeah?
Some time ago, man. And so I got it all. Like, I got 5 or 6 of those library editions, and it's in volume 4, Crooked Man. But there is other Corbin in there that comes a little later.
He does way more Hellboy than I realized. Like, I've slowly been unearthing some of them here and there.
Yeah.
And I've got at least 4 different stories, some multi-parters.
Yeah, check this out, man. Like, he's got a couple, like, Crooked Man's the very first thing, but there's some other Corbins in there.
Ron, I thought about looking at some kind of cannabis underground comics for the day, and the problem is by the time we release them to the public, it's not 420 anymore. We needed to plan that in the past.
Nah, I don't ever want to be a part of that dumb shit.
I'm going to buy that dope comic that Charles Burns did the cover of.
Yeah, you should. That's a good comic. But yeah, that weed shit is corny, man. Jimmy's twisted my arm for that.
It'd be fun to look at Mignola one-shots too, like Chapel of Moloch. Any of that stuff. Everybody out there, I assume, is a Mignola fan. Maybe I shouldn't assume that, but I do. And
we can't take that for granted.
Yeah, you're right.
Because there were people out there who were like, I just don't get the Hernandez brothers.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And I'm like, you know what?
Ban.
We can't even. Yeah, right. Like, we can't. You're just that. We have nothing in common. Like, it's spiritual. It's political. It's like, if you don't like the Hernandez bros, like, I gotta filter everything you say through that opinion.
This is weird how these are printed, because this Macoma story is printed much, much later than Crooked Man in this collection.
Well, it's probably, like, the time that the stuff was made or something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I believe it was published years before Crooked Man.
Oh, I see.
I think it was their first collaboration. Now I got to go back home and check the archives. You guys sit tight for an hour and a half. I'll be back. But yeah, is everybody stoked that... Well, everybody who's a Mignola fan, stoked that he's working on a new project. I thought that was pretty exciting. That if I were doing comic news, that would be my comic news. He does caution us that it's going to be a while before we see it. So I'm checking out. I have the original issues for Crooked Man, but Ed has the library collections of these Hellboys. I always like to see how the different reproductions look, different paper, and looks nice. Nice oversize on these library editions. I think the color bleeds less too. It looks a little bit lighter, definitely more vibrant. Boy, Hellboy Red is red on this coated paper. Pretty cool. Oh, welcome, Jordan from Dublin. I almost wore my Ireland sweatshirt today because it's so green around here. Spring has sprung in Pittsburgh. We don't have Gilbert Hernandez scheduled for a shoot interview, but would love to talk to him for sure. I talked to him on a panel at SPX several years ago, and I mean, you know, it's Gilbert Hernandez. You could talk to that guy for weeks and probably not pull out all of the knowledge that's in his brain. And Chaykin, I'd love to have Chaykin back. Maybe we'll get him back to talk some of his Hey Comics. Could have some fun stories, I'm sure, going through those things. Man, these guys who have been doing it for 40 years plus, it's wild stuff. I also wouldn't mind looking at some of the earlier Chaykin from like heavy metal era. I've bumped into that recently while looking for, while going through that Corbin interview in heavy metal. And man, it must have been when Chaykin was most in his Illustrator period, because it's like painted, wild art.
Oh, yeah.
Man, talk about range. That's a guy, if you showed some of his, like a career overview, it'd look like three different artists. I thought about American Flag as a Red Room cover.
Yeah, so that issue 1, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man.
So interesting to think of like what these great, iconic creator-owned books are through the years.
Yeah,
and they don't all lend themselves to a Red Room cover.
Yeah, like Cerebus,
like Bone.
Like, how do you do Cerebus?
Yeah,
I think Bone does. Like I could see how to like just trace off those exact proportions and just put.
My original plan, because I went down the road on a Bone cover.
Yeah,
and it was going to be a Bone Black Hole mashup. So it would have been like the Bone logo and the Bone figure, and it would have been dissected like the frog in the very opening of Black Hole. Yeah, there's probably something there, because they kind of look scared and they're in the dark. There's probably something there, but
it would be chibi fucking murderers, man.
Oh man, the Bone is a Red Room killer.
Yeah.
That'd be a freaky mask. That would be a really terrifying mask. These library editions are pretty nice. It's funny to see them on coated paper like this. It's a very different expression.
Are they on a more matte paper? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting. I just assume that all those kind of comics. I think that
it's not newsprint, but it's uncoded.
With the Corbin stuff especially, like my thoughts are like, it's just like when you read like a book that you buy, an H.P. Lovecraft book that you can buy at Barnes & Noble today, compared to, like, imagine seeing it in the pulps when it was like, you had no real context or information about this author, and it's on this shitty old looking magazine, and it's yellow, and ink is unreadable sometimes. Like, there's too much gloss. Like, if you take so much gloss out of this, I could take this comic, I would letter it without any Ames guide. I would take this kind of stuff out. If I put any color, it would be by hand and it would be very spare, and I could make it look like an object of mystery, you know, because like the Corbin artwork does all the work for you to like create this like ominous spell like comic, you know, like it could just be this like a journal of a time period or something. But like when you put the polish onto it, it becomes the Hollywood version.
Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one to talk about.
Yeah. There's a cool story that Mignola writes in that library edition about constructing that comic and how like just some freaky shit that happened while putting that comic together.
We'll see, man. You talk about like trying to pre-order stuff and then the comic shop not getting it. That happened to me with Stray Bullets back in the day. And I remember being furious at that comic book shop. Because it's like, I'm coming in here asking for this and you're not ordering it.
Right. Yeah, like these guys, they just like go through the motions.
I guess so.
They just do what they do, you know? Like, that's why I just do not, I cannot sympathize very much with a lot of when you hear about a store goes out of business. Like it's a big heartbreaker when it's a well-established store that is really fucking trying. But I know a lot of these shop owners and stuff, and like you can't just do the same thing for a million years and think that you're just going to coast. If you do not adapt to current market conditions and stuff, you're fucked. And that's how the market works in all cases. So
I say it probably every single week that we record, how much like the stuff from 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago is just the same shit that we continue to talk about.
Right.
And in that Wizard, the 95 wrap-up issue, what you just said is essentially in there. When they're talking about comic shops having to adapt and having to order from different distributors and all these different things. And it's like, it's literally the conversation. It's 28 years ago.
Yeah. There's always complaining. So like everybody was complaining about Diamond for years, for a decade, and then when these other distributors popped up, like what did the people say to us, man? When at that round table, they're like, "Well, the devil, they said."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like so, they were complaining about the other ones. It's just like there's no fucking like nobody's gonna help you make all the money in the world that you want to make. You gotta like take some ownership and handle your fucking business, man. And don't cry. Like if we're showing off a book, like we got our own businesses we're running, and if my book is $50 on Amazon, I'm telling people, you got to worry about how you make money, but I got to pay bills and keep a roof over my fucking head. I'm not out here doing largesse for you. I expect no largesse from you for me. Handle your shit.
And here's an interesting one. Savage Dragon 252. It's all like comic strip homages.
Oh right, yeah. I don't got that one. I stopped.
I do have it.
Collected a little early.
I don't buy the Dragon every issue, but once in a while, like something will pop, or I'll see it, or I'll be in a store when there's actually one on the shelf. Because a lot of stores don't. That's not a shelf book for a lot of stores. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that is one that I happen to have, so that would be cool. But there's also that Madman issue. Like, it's an Image Madman series. Like, yeah, I can't remember the number, but it's the Image series of Madman. But he does one issue where it's like all different styles and all these different characters and not just strips. Yeah, it is wild. Like, that's one we should look at some point.
Let me tell you something, man.
I have that issue too.
I was going through my shit and putting some things in a little bit of an order. I got the issue before that. I got the issue after that. I cannot find that issue.
I have it. I'm pretty sure.
I cannot find that issue.
I'll have to pull it just to make sure, and then we can put it on the list as a
absolutely, man. But I was so fucking mad.
Man, he goes all over.
I was carrying it around, like if it's not in there, because I had it on my pull list, and if I have the subsequent issues, like I had that issue, I was carrying it around, and like it just got misplaced or something.
Yeah, my inventory is insane. Like in my head, there's stuff I know I have, and then I'll go to pull it, and it's not there, and it's like, oh, I either never had it. I carried it around at a store and didn't end up bringing it home.
Right.
I misplaced it. Who knows? I sold it.
It's just, like, at this point, it's just... I toy with the idea of putting stuff in order, but it's just, like, I could get probably 15 pages of comics done.
Yeah.
In the time that it would take me.
It takes a long time to put comics in order.
Like, what? Like, it's all in such...
It'd take me an hour to do a long box, probably.
What's that?
It'd probably take me an hour to order a long box.
And then you would, like, order those...
Yeah, and then you order the next one, and then you've got to combo them.
Right. And then combo 3, and then just like build the thing that way.
Yeah, it's not
then,
a fun process.
But then, so what do you do? Like, do you leave, say, a space of 20 books or something in each box,
right?
To allow for more.
I do try to keep my comics in order because the majority of them are in order.
Yeah.
I now have like 4 shorts that are out of the main archive that are also in order, because you put them in order and then you fold them in.
Right.
But it's just too much. It's hard to stay on top of it, and the boxes fill up, and then it's like, okay, every 4th box now you're adding a short box.
I see.
Not fun, but again, like if I don't do that, like I'm never gonna, there are books that I'm just never gonna see again. Right. But I've been pulling out the undergrounds, which is fun. I'd like to get more undergrounds. They're so bizarre.
Yeah, totally.
All right, man. I'm ready whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Hit it.
You locked?
No. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is... Welcome to YouTube... Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book... No, hold up. How do we say that shit? Let me try that again. You can keep recording it. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rogg.
We got a fun one that we're doing today, man, that was inspired by the comments on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. But before we check it out, I've got to let you guys know we have a Patreon, and our King Kayfabers are watching us stream these videos before anybody else, man. It completely mitigates that kayfabe effect. We also deliver those videos to the people on our Patreon well ahead of schedule. The videos are also brought to you by the books that we make, and 2023 going to be a very big year for Cartoonist Kayfabe. We're doing the omnibus edition of Hip Hop Family Tree toward the end of the year, man. Put in your pre-orders right now for that. Let your store know that you're interested in this book so that we know how many of these things to print. Red Room is beginning in May. There's the cover to Crypto Killers 1. Here's the cover to Crypto Killers 2. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. There are 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks out there right now. 3 volumes X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG. Jimmy has Street Angel Princess of Poverty forthcoming in July. Gives you plenty of time to put in your pre-orders, man, but don't sleep on it. Make sure you do that ASAP. This is a companion piece to Street Angel Deadliest Scroll Alive trade paperback, which recently just got a reprint. You have both of these books. You have all of Jimmy's Street Angel comics to date. He's also the creator of Hulk Grand Design, which is in a beautiful Treasury Edition format, and the artist behind Plain Jane's. Without further ado, man, we recently did Jim Lee's career best, ? Looked at X-Men 275, and somebody in the comments really inspired our minds and was like, you guys should take a look at 273 when Jim Lee was padding his schedule a little bit to draw that double-sized issue. They got a bunch of artists to fill in on this issue, all inked by Scott Williams.
Ed, I haven't looked at this issue probably since I bought it back in 1989. Absolutely one of the funnest comics I've looked at. I don't know since when. It was a delight going through this thing, and it makes me think so many things about Scott Williams. One, Jim Lee's a little bit of a criminal for bogarting Scott Williams. It is incredible to see Williams on all these different guys. It really shows off how unique his style is and how it looks with everybody. And the one weird note is, doesn't ink the cover. Kevin Nowlan on the cover.
Yeah.
And kind of a different approach to Jim Lee. You see that pared down Kevin Nowlan style, a little bit stiff, a little bit clean. I wonder if Kevin Nowlan colored that cover because of this kind of like yellow and light blue as secondary colors on the leg.
He uses this grayish blue color. Like that's a piece of the Kevin Nowlan palette.
It feels a little Nolan-y in those colors, but it's kind of cool to see what Jim Lee looks like whenever you remove Scott Williams and you put a very stylistic inker on top of him.
Totally.
This is an inker's delight, this issue.
So the conversation of this issue will be, let's pull out the artists, and I was going to say the game was going to be, let's guess who drew what, but when you take a look at the credits, it looks like everybody's in order. Like, so it's a stack of pages per guy, but I think and it's very clear to us who drew what, and Rick Leonardi is the de facto. I don't know who drew this, so it's probably him. I think the conversation that we can do can be pull out the tropes of the individual style that makes it identifiable to us as the artist. It's a thing. It's a thing that reminds me, like, there have been a couple of times where we've had a little posse over at your crib, and your wife will be there, man, and she would say the sort of the same thing all the time. Where when we're looking at something, and we all kind of lean on the same piece, and she's like, I don't understand what you guys see.
It's her least favorite game.
I don't see what you guys see. And there's a lot of people out there, man, who are, casual fans. And they might take some interest in this piece, man. Off the bat, I look at this face, no doubt that's Whilce Portacio.
Yeah, and there'll be some real Whilce-like faces in the next pages. But on this one, the anatomy, like the muscles, I was talking off camera, his leg muscles on these guys. The strongest characters in Marvel Comics history are Whilce Portacio's legs, and this hand and finger is something I associate with the Whilce Portacio. He was one of my favorite dudes at this time.
Me too. This kind of hair, and he has a more hairy hatch, is the way that I describe it, than what Jim Lee does. Scott Williams inks everybody. Mm-hmm. So Scott Williams is inking Whilce Portacio, Klaus Janson. That's an interesting
That is
combo.
one of the weirdest mashups I can imagine.
John Byrne, Rick Leonardi, Mark Silvestri, Michael Golden, Larry Stroman, and Jim Lee.
And here's the face that I'm talking about.
Yes.
That is a distinct, like, musculature and shadows for a Whilce Portacio face.
High cheekbones,
Yep.
black underlighting on that big ass cheek. He sets the cheekbones up pretty high. This is a view that Whilce Portacio will draw.
Yeah, it's like a belly button or a chest. I'm trying to look at, like, perspective-wise, I think they're on a different plane. But this is a sort of a low angle. So you get the heroic part where you're looking up to Cable's face, even though you're not, like, ground level.
The other thing that is a hallmark of the Whilce Portacio artwork is when he does the energy stuff like this, it's way closer. Like, Jim Lee's will be separated a little bit more, a little closer to Kirby Crackle, but Whilce gets very tight with that side of the pencil, and what Scott Williams does is very faithful to a lot of his pencils.
The classic art, I associate Art Adams with this kind of shot. The busts of all the team. We looked at an Art Adams X-Men annual recently, and there were quite a few panels with this setup.
Yeah, it's funny because that feels so Art Adams-ish to me. Like a couple of these guys right there.
Totally.
So, see, this is one where I'm like, I don't know who this is, but it's Clowes. It's got to be Clowes.
Yeah, it is Clowes, which is amazing. If you've looked at Clowes, you can see little bits of it in here, but it is interpreted in a way that I've never seen Clowes interpreted.
Totally.
He usually inks himself. One exception is that Daredevil Father and Sons, which is inked by Sienkiewicz. So that's kind of an interesting book. If you're an art collector, that's a fun one to see Clowes pencils and Sienkiewicz inks on top.
And I have a couple, at least one issue of Punisher War Journal where Clowes inks Jim Lee.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah.
That'd be really interesting. I'd like to see that.
We'll take a look at that one.
But you can see, like, the nose is a Clowes nose, so there's little Clousisms that you can see through this, but pretty wild to see Scott Williams on top of this style.
Totally.
Different eras.
It's often the compositions can tell the piece also. Like, the Image guys would never draw a composition like this as like a top-down view at this level with not much background and things. Also, there's a crazy tangent with fucking Gene's head over top of the crotch. Never overlap stuff on top of people's crotches.
Cable looks really funny on the stair coming down the stairs. It feels like they're trying to do some of the Clowes isms with, like, the double lighting on a face like that,
and the zips like that. He's a textured artist, and it looks like Scott Williams is taking a lot of liberties.
Yeah, I'm sure.
With, like, the side profile. It looks like he's Art Adamsing up Clowes, man.
And I like seeing some of this stuff, like the shading on the face is something, again, I wouldn't see on Klaus Janson, at least not that way of handling it. So it's kind of cool to see these artists that look different.
These are the most Klaus panels right here. This one right here, it almost looks like it's ripped from a Miller breakdown fucking Daredevil issue. And that's a Klaus body and stuff right there. But then when you get to this page, unmistakably John Byrne.
This one really excited me because this is Byrne probably right around Next Men starting up, give or take a little bit of time. But that's about the time period for John Byrne. And of course, Byrne and X-Men we associate forever, usually with Terry Austin inks, which is a guy who's a nib inker.
Yeah.
Which is loosely in the family of a Scott Williams nib inker. But boy, does this look different.
Yeah, the John Byrne face, he's fully codified his face. He's the proprietor of same face syndrome.
Does not do eyes halfway. Like normally that's the thing we all learn when you're drawing a head. His eyes are up higher. It's almost 2/3 from the eyes down.
Yeah. So you could just look at a face and tell if it's a John Byrne.
This jowl kind of like under the mouth shadow, that's a big Byrne-ism for me.
Scott Williams adding lots of business in the shading stuff on the blue highlights. But what's interesting is, like, looking at these ticks, you could feel the burn in those.
Yeah, you can see a little bit like in the abs, especially around the rib cage and Colossus there. I feel like I think these guys were big fans of Byrne, especially the X-Men Byrne. So I think he's trying to put some of the Byrneisms in, but it's through his own filter.
Yeah, definitely doing the Austin thing with the technology in the background. Another Byrne page for sure. It's so funny, like the more classic guys, the guys who were around during like prime Jim Shooter era, they will have those mid shots and things like, you know, these are basic, you know, Bronze Age compositions.
You mentioned compositions on Klaus Janson, and you're right. It's really telling to see the compositions. It's probably the most different thing between like a Jim Lee versus a John Byrne.
And we'll be able to give examples probably in this exact issue.
But what an interesting page for that exact reason. You know, like it's so basic. It's almost a 6-panel grid, even though it's three panels. So interesting.
Another Byrne, but man, there looks like some Barry Windsor Smith in that Storm face.
Yeah, I wish that this would be one of those, like, imagine an artist edition where you got the pencils and the inks.
Totally.
Oh, it'd be a thing to behold.
I think they had to get this issue in quick, man.
Fairly minimal, too, which I think is another one of those interesting to see, like, how a Byrne does pages quickly.
Yeah.
And he was known to do 3 pages a day.
Yeah.
And we've got 3 pages. This is a day of work for him. But you see, like, this, not a lot on the page like this.
Right.
It doesn't look bad, but it's not turn the page and you see what I mean. There's the contrast of how much you could put on a couple pages.
So when I was going through this, I was like, could this be Michael Golden? Because I'm looking at like these eyes and things, but it feels off.
Well, and the reason it's not is once you see Michael Golden, it's unmistakable.
Unmistakable. Yeah, but this is the Rick Leonardi stuff. Yeah. And he's a guy, like, we've seen his X-Men. He would do the fill-ins, man. He was one of the L-Boys, one of the recognized L-Boys from Todd McFarlane. He did the Genosha issues that were like before Extinction Agenda, like sort of post Silvestri, pre Jim Lee, I think.
Leonardi is not an artist I ever regularly read.
Yeah, he was.
I don't know what his regular deal would have been, like Cloak and Dagger or something.
But that's
like
not
that?
regular, you know. Like it was a couple miniseries and stuff. He would be the reliable fill-in guy, as far as I know.
But guys revered him. Like Eric Larson in his letters pages in Dragon always spoke super highly of him. And I have nothing bad to say. It's just not an artist that was on the racks regularly when I was buying. He did Spider-Man 2099 would probably be the regular gig for him.
Yeah.
And I didn't buy that book, so
did he do this page also, you think?
Is Silvestri after him? I think this is Silvestri because there are these ticks. Like, here's an interesting one too. Is Scott Williams like doing a Silvestri versus Dan Green?
Right.
Because you know, like Dan Green is who I saw with Silvestri my entire until he gets to Image.
Leonardi was Dan Green also.
Yeah. This made me think like you could have had a regular inker as the person who unifies the look of a book.
Right. Okay.
But I like seeing him do sort of a cross between Silvestri, Dan Green on some of these pages.
Yeah, this is definitely Mark Silvestri compositions. Like, I recognize these exact kind of page layouts.
Really small ankles he would do on his X-Men.
Right.
I used to copy that and think it looked so cool.
The Mark Silvestri Naked Lady stuff. Go listen to the Rob Liefeld shoot interview when we're looking at Deadpool 98, New Mutants 98. When he's talking about that stuff, that's a classic Silvestriism right there.
Silvestri would, Williams would ink some of Silvestri, I think, around Cyberforce miniseries era.
Yeah.
I love this stuff so much more. Like, Silvestri, I guess, leaned into the cross-hatching a lot more and stuff once he gets to Image.
And he admitted it.
And it bums me out, because this, to me, Silvestri's one of my favorite dudes around this time period.
Everybody's. And it's all for the same stuff, man, that Rob Liefeld was talking about, man. Like, he drew the best. He made these chicks heroic. You know, he made Storm cool.
Love this move. The face, the profile face, and then turning the head in the same panel.
Yeah, that's something he definitely would never do in the Image era.
Yeah. And here we go. Michael Golden looking unmistakably Michael Golden.
Man, when we see some of these pages, I feel like he colored them also.
Oh, that's interesting. It does look like Michael Golden coloring.
Because there's the idea of, if you notice, man, like all the fleshes are fully colored on everybody, but he's allowing for like lighting.
His Gambit looks cool, and I mean his Wolverine. I think we're on record of talking good Michael Golden Wolverine, but that Gambit looks really good to me.
There's a precision, there's a tightness. Like, this is still Scott Williams is over top of it, but still holds on to a bunch of the precision. These big expressive faces.
Yeah,
very much Michael Golden.
You get 3 of these close-ups, and they're all dynamite. Love them all. Although I think Gambit's odd flash should have been red.
That's fair. This image is a famous image to me. I think it was used in other merchandise, and it could have been as simple as like some of those weird trading cards where they take images from the comics. But like this image right here is burnt into my brain for reasons other than this comic.
Man, I love this close-up too. All that tech in the background.
And then on
Good
this
stuff.
page, are we getting to Jim Lee? Or no, or like we got to get to Larry Stroman at some point.
Larry Stroman's in the end. This is Jim Lee.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely Jim Lee.
Jim Lee coming in with a 9-panel grid too. Man, he doesn't look like he's shortcutting these pages. There's a lot of marks on these pages.
You know what though, man? Because it's some sort of astral plane shit, you don't have to tape down your guide, your page, and do perspective.
True.
So like that saves you up a lot of time.
It's funny to see Jim Lee pages in this context because like they aren't my favorite pages in here. You know, like, to think of like how he's celebrated at this moment, and it's like, all right.
I'll tell you, my favorite panel really is the composition right here, dude. The sort of reversed silhouette.
Yeah, an object in the extreme foreground.
Yeah, yeah, I'm into it.
You know what though? The colorist just mutilates the idea of depth in that panel by coloring the foreground background exactly the same.
Yeah,
exactly the same.
Real dumb.
That's too bad. And here's your Larry Stroman.
Yes.
And some distinctions for him, and these aren't the most Larry Stroman-esque pages.
This is a Stroman face if I ever seen one. He kind of pushes those proportions into pointy angular. The circle template, like using lots of lines for this.
Yeah, this is your Havoc edition right here.
Right.
Yeah, I think this kind of like weird inset shape panel is one that I would associate with him. I think that's a very Stroman-esque face on Storm.
Yeah, he'll do this thing where he'll kind of angular up everybody's eyebrows. Like if we would have saw his eyebrows, they would be at an angle. But like this is the piece right here that totally lets me know that that's Larry Stroman.
Interesting to think like this low angle shot on a face, exactly what we described with Will's Portatio. A little different execution, but the same point of view. If you were setting up a camera to capture that angle, about the same position.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder if they're pulling from somebody. If that's a common shot that someone has like a Neil Adams or somebody.
I think Jim Lee. The other thing, you can't see it here, but if Stroman would have finished this whole head, he starts the back neck muscle further up on the skull than most people. Like, if I had my tracing paper, he's like thick necks, super, super thick.
I like the energy treatment by Williams on some of those lines and stuff.
Yeah, these are the most
rough.
organic because it looks brushy.
Yeah,
which is interesting. You wouldn't think Williams would be that. And when you see the X Factor issues that Stroman does, it's a lot of tech pen that will be those kind of lines.
Al Milgram, I think, on those.
What a fun issue to look through, man.
Very fun.
Yeah, so you have 5-6 different pencilers all getting pulled together with the Scott Williams treatment.
You know, you're a genius if you're Scott Williams and you get hitched to Jim Lee. You know, you're going to go on and sell 8 million X-Men. You're going to sell gangbusters virtually forever. But man, his inking was sharp. Like, I would have loved to have seen more of it on different types of artists than just Jim Lee, because I think it looks good on pretty much every page of this. And I don't want to say bored, but I don't find his inking on Jim Lee the most exciting.
Yeah.
Especially as time goes on. So I kind of wish we would have seen him do, pair up with some different guys.
Yeah, he has to do a little more heavy lifting with a Clowes or with a John Byrne, because those guys, not the tightest pencilers, so he has to make some decisions, and we get to see some of those decisions. It could make for some pretty sharp drawing.
I would have loved to have seen him on a Michael Turner, because Turner, my first thing was pencils, and they looked really cool. And then when he started being inked, it was a little bit different. It seemed like he had to kind of find his way. Someone like a Gene Colan comes to mind, where it's like, oh, they're shading, they're doing values in pencil, and now how do you translate that to black or white? And I feel like Scott Williams, it would have been fun to see him do some of those translations. Would like to see him do Gene Colan. Imagine what... I don't know that would have worked, but I would have loved to have seen it.
Now you said Michael Turner, the Fathom guy?
Oh, no, not Michael Turner.
Okay. Dwayne
Turner.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. There it is, man.
Cool issue.
Inspired by the Cartoonist Kayfabe audience, man. Put something in the comments if there are more issues of this kind of thing out there. I know there are. I know we have them. There are definitely those, what is it, L hands as inker. It's like, all hands on deck as ink for Marvel. I forget what, but it's like something hands.
It made me think of the Superman book where John Buscema and Gil Kane, their last comic, inked by Kevin Nowlan. Mm-hmm. And so, it's like half the book is one of the guys, half the book's the other guy, and Nowlan kind of ties it together.
Right.
Like Al Williamson's a guy that I would picture like, oh yeah, you could probably give him 5 pencilers and end up with a book that looked pretty good. So yeah, if there's more of these out there that the Kayfabers can think of, put it in the comments, because this is an interesting experiment from an assembly line comic.
Yeah, and some other examples we have are there's the Spider-Man issue that we did where it's McFarlane and a bunch of pencilers, including Rob Liefeld, who did a page or two. That was a fun episode to go through, try to pick apart who did what. These art is so distinct that there's not much of a game to play, but definitely really fun to see on display here, certainly with that Scott Williams treatment.
I'm also curious, put this in the comments too, do you guys pick up on these stylistic differences in pencilers? Like when you look through here and you turn the page, do you go, oh yeah, clearly this is a different artist? Or is it all kind of the same?
Right. Yeah. There's the makers, this is where we see the dividing line, the makers get it. I remember as a kid that Les Daniels Marvel Abrams book, there's a letter and a piece of fan mail. And it's just like a page where they talk about the fandom of Marvel. And the Les Daniels is commenting like a caption to go along with this fan letter from this little boy who writes in. And Les Daniels says something like a long enough, a deep enough comics fan could not only could tell who drew a book, but sometimes can tell who penciled it and inked it. And at that time, it was only the most clear artists. Like I knew what a McFarlane looked like, but a lot of it was kind of I couldn't. And I remember I wonder if I'll ever get to that point because I'm not there. I know I'm not there. I can't look at something and say, okay, this guy drew this or that guy drew that, unless it's like Art Adams or Rob Liefeld or like those are extremely distinct. But we're there now.
Yeah, and worth noting, this is a post-Jim Shooter era, and it's like the Marvel house style is starting to fall off.
Yeah.
It's what I think enables the image guys to rise to prominence. But the whole idea of house style is it all looks kind of the same. So if you're late or you're, want more money or whatever, and we don't want you here anymore, we can plug in the next guy. And guess what? Spider-Man keeps rolling down the tracks without too much of an interruption.
Here's what I will say from that period. It's not that the house style falls off for even a decade after this. The house style morphs and it becomes Jim Lee.
That's fair.
Is the house style for some years.
Which is really weird.
And then like the Joe Madureira kind of big eyes, Bobby Brown jaw, fucking mouths becomes the flourish, and then it falls off. It's like you got those two guys, and then maybe I fall off certainly. Yeah. So like maybe there's like that Brian Hitch, Dave Finch type style that you see everybody kind of Steve Epting like trying to. It gets
pretty weird, but by I don't know mid 2000s maybe somewhere around there, it's just like free for all.
Yeah.
You know what it is? I think when Quesada comes on, he starts bringing in like some indie guys. Even if they don't stick, it's like you get a couple issues by Ma Food. You get a couple, like it becomes like, yeah, it's just wide open.
Totally.
Cool, man.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers get first dibs on the comics that we talk about because they're mitigating the kayfabe effect by getting these videos before anybody else. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you have out there.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, coming in July from Image Comics. Pre-order it now wherever you buy books. This collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, also from Image and back in print after being out of print for almost a year. So pick up both those books. You'll have all the Street Angel comics. Hulk Grand Design is now available in a beautiful oversized fluorescent green volume. Pick that one up while supplies last, because who knows when it's out of print when you'll see it again. And The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, is available everywhere. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I am serializing my latest comics every Tuesday.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you in 2023, collecting the 4 volumes of existing Hip Hop Family Tree books, but also going to include 140 pages of additional artwork and extra material. There are 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks out there, and we are putting together the final Red Room miniseries, Red Room Crypto Killers. This is the cover to issue 1, Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit, name of the game. This is the cover to issue 2. This is going to be a fun one, man, because this is panel 1. Panel 2 is as soon as you turn the cover. I can't wait to see what that one looks like in a tactile form.
You should have an endorsement deal with a knife maker.
I know, right? There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there, and a WYSIWYG if you look good, long, and hard enough. But Jimmy, what are some other ways the Kayfabers can support the channel?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
Great ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics. Saw WYSIWYG on my library app. I was looking at books on there last night and scrolling through their graphic novels, and WYSIWYG was available on there.
Nice, man.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
I haven't done any graphic novels from the library on there. I have no idea what they look like. I should grab WYSIWYG and see what it looks like on screen.
Oh, it's digital.
Yeah. I've been getting books that way, and man, it's the future, I guess. But it's weird to think of, like, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong in putting a comic book in that format.
Right. Guys, we're going to be taking a look at Human Torch number 5.
So here's what these are. Use them or don't use them. This is the Alex Ross depiction, and I can put a post-it note in here if you want to show a couple of those panels.
Depiction now I think about it.
You know what? I can also just hand it to you because that's the main piece.
Yeah.
And then I brought this as something we ought to look at some point. This is all 36 to 41. This is exactly when this is, but just kind of like, this is what superhero comics were like then.
All right.
Because it's weird to think of this as being like, here's some language that's going to become the norm. Yeah, these were the 2 I pulled off this morning. Woke up early and I was just thinking about kayfabe.
Yeah, listen, we put all effort into this one day a week.
This superhero book, probably something that's there's some stuff in there worth looking at sometime. I don't know if you've seen it. It's neat.
No, I don't know it at all.
Lou Fine,
If you could lock me in there, Jimmy.
Ogden Whitney, Fletcher Hanks, Kirby. Like, it's a really good collection.
Go do it again, because I think it was capturing some of my shadows. That lag is such a bitch, man. Thank you so much. And as per the title, like this is one of those videos like that I know will yield a fun conversation.
This is the beginning of the Marvel Universe.
Would that be it, or would it be the first comic crossover? The first crossover?
I think it's like MCU Ground Zero or something.
Okay,
the launch of MCU, or MCU begins here.
That's good.
Because that's when the universe, the crossover is what makes the universe, right?
Right.
Wow.
That's Alex Schomburg, man.
Yeah.
This
stuff's so distinct.
We're going to talk some Schomburg. Does that look dark? Yeah, a little bit. It's so weird, man. It is changing.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
If you want to do a different video and I record this, I can bump levels, like, with one filter.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And like, if worst comes to worst,
I don't think it looks bad there.
no, it's good. It's fine. I was looking at this shit as my, like, white, and it was just darker gray. But what I realized I can do, and I figured this out with the animation, is just, like, literally with the iPhone. Like, after the video is done, I could take a look and basically re-render. Like, I could lighten it just with the straight up iPhone.
Man, that's good.
Yeah.
I always do it in editing, but it'd be slick to do it in that first render.
Yeah. Good to go. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Birth of the MCU is the subject of today's video, but you got to let you guys know we have a Patreon out there where you can support the channel, keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. The King Kayfabers mitigate the kayfabe effect because they have access to the videos before anybody else, and they're watching us record these videos in real time if they are up early enough, man. The vids are brought to you by the books that we make in 2023. Big year for Cartoonist Kayfabe. Off the bat, man, I want to let you guys know that there is a Hip Hop Family Tree omnibus collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there in one big ass hardcover book, 504 pages. It's going to be 140 pages of all new material. This is going to be this like very sexy gold foil, man, like right in front of Grandmaster Flash there. There are 2 trade paperbacks of my Red Room series out there. We're working on the last mini-series right now, Red Room Crypto Killers. This is the cover for issue number 1. This is the cover for issue number 2. Going to start coming out on a monthly basis in May. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there right now. And WYSIWYG. Jimmy has forthcoming Street Angel Princess of Poverty, which is collecting his earlier Street Angel works that are before Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. You have this trade paperback. You need this one to complete your stuff. Yeah, if you don't have either, go put in those pre-orders right now at your shop or at whatever mechanism is most convenient for you. Jimmy's also the author of Hulk Grand Design and the artist behind the Plain Jane's shoujo graphic novel that came out from Little Brown. Without further ado, Jimmy, let's take a look at Human Torch number 5. This is a reprint from 1999 that you could find this in the quarter bins, man, and I think it's worth having for historic value, and it is precisely the reason I scooped it up. Very famous comic because this is the first major crossover that's like an issue length, man. There's a piece in the back from Roy Thomas, who's, deep scholar of superhero comics, talking about there were interactions between Namor and the Human Torch prior to this, but they would be, 1 page, 2 page, maybe a little schmoz, but nothing major. This is Balls to the Wall 64 pager that is a comic book of legend because it was drawn in started on a Wednesday and finished on a Monday with, they said, about 6 writers, about a dozen artists. Dudes literally hanging out in the bathtub with a drawing board to do a couple of pages here and there. We start off with fantastic, what's the word? Inimitable? How you say that word? You can't imitate Alex Schomburg.
Very distinct style. And the distinction? It's his color palette. It's that red, green, yellow is so often used in his colors.
Totally.
In his covers.
Your LB Coles, those guys would use that stuff, but the precision and detail is something that you would not get from comic book men of these days. We're looking at a comic from 1941. The comic strip has been established for 40 years at this point, 45, 50 years. And that was the sexy place to be if you were going to marry words and pictures up. The comic book is more proletarian, man. It's cheaper. It's people who couldn't hack it in the more prestigious platforms. I'm going through major comic strip binges these days, man. I got a rotating cast of books that I read every week from the old strips, and starting in 1931, a Lil Abner comic from the start is so much more readable and elegant, for lack of a better word, than the comics that we have here. But these comics absolutely have their place, and I was just thinking in context while reading it because it is such a crazy divorced reading experience and anything that you're familiar with. This is it's proletarian art. It's outsider art. These guys couldn't make it in the more prestigious comic strips, but they're still making stuff, and there's a lot of fascinating stuff that happens if you allow yourself to open up to the context of the situation.
Yeah, and there's a lot of weirdness around this stuff. I brought this, and I don't know that we need to look through it, but it's a collection of comics from this time period, late 30s, early 40s, and it kind of illustrates exactly what you're describing, Ed, in that, it's a different form, and they're trying to figure that part out. And then the other part of this that's different is what those strip artists is getting paid is probably about 10 issues worth of what a comic book artist is getting paid.
Right.
And, time is money, so these guys are dashing out these comics as fast as they freaking can because they're getting paid nothing.
Right.
This is post-Depression era. They are often very young and kind of unskilled not in league with these high-end comic strip guys, and combine that with like we're doing 8 pages instead of 4 panels. It's a really different form that is just finding its like language.
Yeah.
By the way, I read the wrong thing.
That's fine.
I read Marvel Mystery Comics 8, 9, and 10, which is 1940, and much rougher art than what I'm seeing here, even though it's Bill Everett and Carlos Burgos are still credited with that.
Yeah, like, let me tell you something crazy about this issue. Because of, like, those weird mail laws, rules, circulation issues, I think there are 2 Human Torch number 5s. So, I could see how it could be you could mismanage that. But guess what? It ain't much of a reading experience. Don't matter that much. But it is a very famous crossover between Submariner and Human Torch. I had to do my little call out to it in X-Men Grand Design, the first volume. They call Namor a mutant, and so he was established as, like, the first mutant in the Marvel Universe, so I had to have this piece. In my comic, it doesn't fare as well. The citizens of New York do not fare as well in my comic as they do in this Human Torch comic, because you'll read this caption that, like, don't worry, everybody was forewarned, and they got to underground bunkers and all that stuff. And I just think, like, especially with some of the issues that we've dealt with in the past couple of years as a community, there are people who listen, there are people who don't listen. There was that guy who, like, lived on the bottom of Mount St. Helens who was, like, Gabby Hayes, like, I'm not moving anywhere. This is my land.
Doesn't live there anymore.
He done melted. Maybe his shadow's stuck there or something. But there's also that great Alex Ross image from that from his pitch, or is it issue 1 of
this is issue 1. It may have been in the pitch, though, because if you're going to pitch this, where else are you coming from?
There it is,
like, this would have been like your money shot. He did that great. Like, I always thought his Human Torch, that's how you sell that proposal.
Steeped in the Burgos tradition, man, where you have the red android outfit with flames abounding. Check this out, Jimmy. It's so funny how do you get these characters over, and, like, there is some editorial stuff that's even rough. And I don't know how you get Bill Everett to agree to this, but I think he was in the war, so maybe he didn't have much say or something. There are 4 horsemen of destruction, and their names are written in blood: Hitler, Mussolini, Death, and Submariner. So, like, why would you want your main character, your bread and butter, to be associated with those guys, but you're creating the ultimate superhero, like, heel baby face match, so you have to make them as bad as, like, the worst dudes.
It's weird, too, that Namor is such a villain and yet is one of the lead characters of Marvel, of Timely, back then.
As a kid, I was very sympathetic to Wile E. Coyote, and I just wanted him to get Roadrunner one time, so, like, there is that little id part of a child's brain that's like, I just want the bad guy to win one time and to kick some ass.
Also, how sinewy must Roadrunner have been? It'd be the worst bird to eat.
And also, how sad was freaking Marvel that, like, Human Torch is their A-list superhero?
Well, the whole part of the reason I thought this is noteworthy is to illustrate, like, Marvel's not Marvel. You know what I mean? Like, they're just like everybody else at this time, and it's kind of what goes on a decade or 2 later that Marvel starts to become Marvel. In terms of, like, this is, although Bill Everett, is a step above.
Glaring omission in this comic is that Captain America exists, but he doesn't show up at all. There's, like, Angel, some other Patriot, and Little Toro. It's funny that the little boy is naked, like, topless at the dinner table. You see this a couple of times. This becomes a trope. This is Mars, the god of war, kind of looming over, and they're talking about, like, take a good look, because this is the last time you're going to see America in its peaceful state. You got humble villages, you got factories, and it's funny in a post-depression era context, because this just means employment, but to you and I, that's just pollution and disgust, and there's a water system that's being fucking messed with, and frolicking on the beach. But, like, the the god of war is like looming over. You'll see another example of that.
That's incredible to think of. This is your snapshot of America circa 1940.
Yeah, and like what are the perceived values of the day?
Pretty wild.
I feel like almost every issue of this old Golden Age shit I read, Submariner is always like turning always turning heel. Like he's a good guy, and then he always revisits his hometown. Look at his hometown, dude. Like Atlantis is just like a corn silo and like a farm.
Yeah, that's funny. It's really like they built a dam over it, like in Deliverance or something,
Exactly.
and they just flooded his old place.
Yeah, he's got like a first-hand view of some of the war stuff that's going on, but then when he realizes what's underneath the ocean, he's like, oh man, I gotta go check on my people.
This is a beautiful reproduction, by the way.
Yeah.
Because like some of the stuff that I was looking at has been recolored, like for modern times or whatever, and talk about a disservice. This is a great reprint.
Going to check in to make sure that his mom is all good, but a lot of the Atlanteans, they didn't fare so well, so he's going to wage war. And it's like the golden helmet, like Submariner's taking it extra far, and he's like, you know, there are established guys who I consider dictators on the terrestrial plane, man. There's this Hitler boob and this Mussolini douchebag. I want to be the dictator of all these guys, man. And these are the other generals and stuff who are like, yes, you are our leader.
Boy, great lettering throughout, too. I love like all the, it's coming out of a speaker. How do we draw that?
Yeah, it feels very much like the Siegel-Schuster type lettering that would be very close to drafting lettering. Kind of elongated, very, very clear.
Great silhouette. Makes you wonder too, like who these different artists' hands are. Wow, this is almost that ad that would be in the back of the comics of like 145 soldiers for 99 cents. I ordered those once. They're this big. They were terrible.
Yeah.
They were the worst thing I ever mail ordered.
Mail Order Mysteries, one of our early show and tell videos. Get your hands on that. There's a reporter character that must be a recurring Marvel character. One of the noteworthy things of this issue is that it's one big giant story told in like 4 or 5 parts. Most Marvel comics, like if you got to issue a Namor, it'll have a Namor story or two. It'll have a Human Torch story. It might have this like Casey, whatever the fuck his name is, who's a reporter off doing, investigative journalism.
Wonder if that was the seed for Marvels, being shot from a reporter point of view.
Yeah.
It's a really good gimmick.
They all seem to have it, like the Detective Comics would have that kind of thing.
Yeah, instead of reporter, they should call him expositor or something,
Look at all this. So this issue has to be turned around quick, but you're also tasked with having to draw like really, really, really hard stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing the story of everybody collaborating, working in bathtubs with lap boards and stuff.
They said that they would only leave the house for food and liquor.
Yeah. They didn't have to tell us the liquor part. We've got the proof here.
When you look at the Golden Age comics, Warren Bernard comes over the crib and will crack open some old CGC Golden Age books. The yellow does not fade at all. If anything, it gets brighter over time. So this is pretty accurate, man.
Makes you wonder what's in that ink back then.
Right.
I love that the notes that the guy's getting is lettered perfectly. It could be a caption.
Right. This, I was like, what the hell? He's like tweaking his own nipples, and they're like, look, he thinks he's Mussolini. And you could see those old videos of Mussolini standing in front of people. Mussolini is the creator of the Run DMC B-boy stance. Like he's just like so showy when he crosses those arms and is like looking and mugging for everybody, like just so on his high, and that's what they're trying to do right there.
Dude, there's your life of Captain America decades later.
I mean, that's a pause moment if I ever seen one, man. He's sitting there tweaking his nipples. It's Patrick Bateman in the mirror, fucking some hookers and like little wet
Psyching
naked
himself
boys
up.
behind. Yeah.
All the water is like motion device. Good stuff. They do make the most out of this. Cool to see like your 9-panel grids and things too. Early standardization of comic book page layouts.
There is no getting these guys over as superheroes in any way either. So like Namor's this boob fucking villain, right? That's like a failed dictator.
Yeah, triangle for a head.
With Mussolini and Hitler. So like, how does that make you feel about him? And there is at least 2 times in this issue that Human Torch gets shot with a squirt gun, and loses all superheroic momentum.
Squirt gun.
A squirt gun. Like, if I didn't pass it up yet, like, we will come to it again.
Feels like that should be worked into the ads. You should be able to buy that squirt gun.
There's our dictators and our Russian Confederates.
How many comic books has Hitler been in?
Totally. And just like think of the times, like you just could not do that anymore, man. What didn't they try to do, like Captain America versus the Taliban, that John Cassidy joint? Was that the conceit of that thing?
Yeah, I think it was written by the First Blood author.
No. It was
Where did he send Captain America to Afghanistan?
Like I think he did do one, but the one that I'm thinking of is not that. I don't exactly know that one. Did John Cassidy draw that for him?
I don't know about that.
And look at this. Remember Khazar, or is it Ron Friends called it? Khazar?
Khazar.
It becomes a biblical story, Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
And Khazar decides to build an ark to get all wildlife on that thing to survive this
is
cataclysmic
amazing.
Fight.
Do you think this is like the Khazar artist? This is his role in this comic, in the comic jam?
It could be, because that's what a lot of this stuff was at this time.
And that is getting your guy over. Like, if I'm going to do this crossover, guess who's making a special appearance?
Totally. Simon and Kirby are working on Captain America pages. They're not tied with these guys. Like, Bill Everett is, like, establishing, his wing with Submariner. Carl Burgos was tasked with the Human Torch stuff. It kind of wasn't thought of to have these other people involved, other creative hands, really, like, until the war broke out, and then you get the real fucking triangle-headed, like, this might be a Bill Everett Submariner, but there will definitely be ones where that triangle, that yield sign head is distinct. That's not him.
It's so interesting when you turn a page, like, this is a completely different, it feels like a different hand.
Absolutely.
than the previous spread. And then you say Bill Everett, and it's like, yeah, there's some really good draftsmanship here. I could see that being Bill Everett. He's a guy I think of as being really good. So if the page is outstanding, that's who I'm going to give credit to.
Sure.
May not always be true. But if you're just trying to guess, and also, like, the studios at this time, they pass pages. So, like, one dude's a background guy, one guy's an inker, one guy's this and that. There's probably several hands on every one of these pages.
You can't be a successful dictator if you don't have your, like, Gaddafi type outfit.
Hugo Boss has to design your outfit for you, circa World War II.
Look at his feminine ass eyelashes, man.
Yeah, the combo of, like, the sculpted cheekbone and the super eyebrow. Mm-hmm. A monocle might go a long way on Namor.
You got the impending death. I wonder if the Lev Gleason books are out at this point. I feel like that comes later.
No, they're out. They're
41?
Late 30s, yeah. They
Crime
pop
Does
up.
Not Pay?
Mm-hmm.
Where there's, like, the spectral horror host kind of fella.
Oh, you know what? No, I was thinking of going into the 50s that they were in the 40s, so I don't know if they were out.
Right.
Although, probably be close. Yeah, this is great. See, that feels to me like this is probably an Everett. Bill Everett page.
There's all these aquatic... Okay, yeah, we're getting into it, man. We're going to unleash these octopi on Berlin. These are not sharks. These are soldiers who have shark camouflage. So we're going to have to see that pay off when they hit land and take off their shark suits.
Wow. And Torch is, like, hanging out with him, like he's trying to talk sense into him.
I forget how that. Like I did. Yeah, he's a prisoner or something.
I love how.
Or no, like, you know what? He is going along with them.
How outlandish this is! It's like they figured out we're going to do this crossover. Everything's going in here. Kitchen sinks, like the whole thing is in this one.
This whale
That's great.
is
That's
really
amazing.
a tank.
I used to draw whales when I was a kid because I think their size, and you read, like, how big they were. And I remember one time drawing a whale with the dining room set in its mouth to illustrate, like, it's so big, it's it's this size.
Totally.
I should have put a cannon in it. That looks cooler than a dining room set.
This is little Toro. He's in an underground hospital, and they're like, we need to send him up top. Like, he's gonna die in here. He's not catching the right oxygen.
Great panel. Look at all of the comic stuff that's going on in that panel.
Maybe they got Fletcher Hanks to do that one.
Maybe.
Look, Napoleon's in it. Everybody makes cameos.
See, this is a weird Torch. That doesn't look like the Torch.
That's Toro.
Oh, gotcha.
That's the little boy. Yeah. All right, man. So we set up all of our our soldiers and weapons and stuff like that, man. Now it's time to unleash them across the world. There are whale boats. Look, all spouting water as they show up.
That's amazing. You get the 2/3 splashes on both these pages. Works out as a centerfold in this reprint. Who knows what the original was like? But man, and another 2/3 page splash. Like, they really are filling pages.
Jimmy, the sharks are showing up, and here they are right there.
Right.
It looks like canoes on their back.
That's really
And you
cool.
see them off into perspective.
The Navy SEALs have those little subs that are
Right.
just like one-person kind of delivery vehicles. This is what I'm going to picture them like now when I read about them.
We're 34 pages in, by the way.
And Noah's Ark makes another appearance. Boy, and it's a lot of big panels now. We're not seeing 9-panel grids anymore.
Yeah, it looks like it's not long for this world also, by the way.
I don't think it's built for the rapids.
That rushing water is just so hard to draw.
Yeah, it's a real shorthand that they're using too. It feels like little kid drawings.
It's a little kid story. It's a little kid drawing. These guys, some of these guys, they might not have even graduated high school. Like, zero of my grandparents graduated high school.
You probably have teenagers working on this. There's almost certainly teenager hands on this book. Great silhouette, man.
Look at death over these European villages.
Fantastic. What a panel. Death and Hitler together. But man, like these silhouettes in front of that fire, beautiful.
So lurid.
How are they coloring that?
I know, right? Because you see the brushstrokes, and we don't know if that's some kayfabe like for this edition or what. But I saw some brushstrokes in some earlier stuff also.
There's some in like the blues and stuff there that look authentic.
They do.
Like I said, they do a good job on this reprint.
Look at a yellow brick road. They're attacking Oz now. Is that a Munchkin village? Is it right there?
Unbelievable.
Just pages of war. Lots and lots of war. Look at that little hand.
It does feel like this is a foundation for superhero stuff, weirdly, the way we know it. Like, you know, you can see the 80s kind of Secret War stuff, the Crisis on Infinite Earths, like referencing back to this in some ways. This really does seem like it opens the door to possibilities.
This is a famous page that's in that Marvel Abrams book for the celebrating the 50th anniversary of Marvel Comics. This is such a funny one. Toro, let me take you to a New York hospital. It would be much safer with all these bombs falling. And Toro is looking over. See that kid with the fingers in the V sign? Want me to go while kids like him see it through? What kind of mug do you think I am? And the little baby in a crib is saying, VVV is for victory, Ray.
Man, propaganda for everybody.
Does that look like the Action Comics 1 baby crib?
It does. It does. It also looks like that kid's in jail.
It does. And he's very muscular.
Yes.
Peter Dinklage would play him
Wow.
in the Human Torch versus Namor movie.
Amazing.
There's your Ares, Mars, God of War, just looming over. This is something that like comics have lost, and
Yeah.
this feels very much steeped in pulp. You know, could be like pulp magazine covers would have this kind of thing where it's like this is an idea that, you know, it's not a literal thing that's happening in the comic. It's a almost like an editorial illustration type of idea just put into a panel. Like there's no other major examples except like those death things and stuff, but it's like a fully designed character. It calls so much attention to itself.
Yeah, I like it. Also, that one's probably drawn that page about 4 o'clock Saturday morning after they've done a couple liquor store runs. This kind of water spout thing, I see videos of this now from, you know, like everybody's got a camera pointed at everything.
yeah.
So when you see these storms roll in, like you'll see those like cyclones picking up water out of oceans. It kind of looks like that.
The new one that I'm freaked out about is these guys are filming like a torrential downpour, a little bit of a flood, and something like the water being in a place where it's not usually at. It dissolves like a salt mine that's underneath the ground, so it creates fucking sinkholes that just swallow up trees and things because all the rushing water just pulls whatever's there down. Didn't know about any of that kind of thing, but see videos of that and just these hillbillies like, oh, here it goes. Yeah, I got it. Oh, here it comes. And you just see everything get sucked up in there. All right, we're unleashing our squids on our octopi on Berlin. The swastika, hateful emblem of the hateful regime, looks like a faded rag as Submariner's hordes enter Berlin. So it's Submariner is villain, but he's taking care of the bad guys.
You know what? He's flipped. Human Torch. This is the team up portion of a crossover, right? First we fight then we're gonna team up.
Yeah, but like he's still in world takeover mode.
I love the octopus as the as like a creature for this kind of thing. Like, what a great alien looking kind of force in here. You'll see like early paintings of sharks and things where it's like that's not at all right, but also it's amazing.
Totally.
And these octopus have some of that quality.
There's some good stuff at the Pittsburgh Carnegie Museum that I love to look at. And here's your idea of like Hitler watching over Germany and in despair. Like, what are we going to do? So much hard shit to draw, man. Jesus. Whole battleships,
super long
tanks.
shots. I feel like this is probably one of the big influences on Mobius.
One of the they do this stuff and it does make me think and wonder, like, the depth is all wrong on this stuff, and how do you make it right? Like, I think it has to do with like accurate perspectives and things, abiding by a vanishing point properly.
But I bet you if you like set this up, even if it were real, like if you arrange tanks, if you had your unlimited budget and shoot a photo, like you're just not going to get this kind of like weird dynamic that you're getting in this made up compositions and made up perspectives. Because every once in a while, like I'll see that stuff where it's like, no, I'm going to do this right. And then it's the worst drawing.
Here's how we have to establish that this is Italy that just got fucked up, man. Mussolini's proud fleet, hopelessly mired in the mud. We have from the battleship Mamma Mia being shouted a couple times, and then you have this fella right here saying, this is like being caught in a barrel of spaghetti. What a disgrace.
Jeez.
Maybe that was, a metaphor back in the day. We're still not in America yet, Jimmy.
Does it come to America?
It does, man, because we got to take it to the streets, man. This is the New Yorker panel. This is the one that I reference, which is like another image that was in the big Les Daniels Marvel book.
That's
and
a great panel.
And this is the part that describes how the people of New York all got to safety. Because he's a villain, but you can't make him so awful.
Man, what a block of text.
Yeah.
That's an illustrated picture book right there.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if that's a paste up where it's like just too far. Martin Goodman's like, we live here. Like, we sell most of our books here. Like, maybe you don't kill everybody in New York. Maybe you don't scare the kids with an impending flood.
That's another one of those, foreshadowing the 80s of, like, Jim Shooter being like, Dark Phoenix can't kill that planet and then be fine.
Right. Yeah, which is the end of this, by the way. Like, Namor gets, with all that we've seen, Namor will get off scot-free. Lighting the
I like that
torch on the Statue of Liberty.
Once again, that feels like a late night idea.
How about that Statue of Liberty head, dude?
Wow.
There ain't no autograph projectors in 1941, man.
No, and you're not using it in your weekend of drawing 72 pages, even if there was one. You know what there was is the trace thing, where it's like you would have the pointer and you would have your pencil and you could kind of adjust, like if you're going to blow it up or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you trace the drawing,
yeah,
or the image, the reference.
Pantograph.
Yeah.
Yeah, old technology. So here's the deal. It turns out that Namor had a spell cast on him by this vixen right here, this Cleopatra-like Atlantean with these big eyes, man. But he's did his face turn, and he's embarrassed, and he set a lot of things in motion that he and Human Torch, with a little assistance from Toro, they have to fix it all in 2 pages. And Jimmy, they do.
Yes.
Jimmy, they do. The president is granting you freedom to you and your people on condition that they behave. That's all you have to do. It's the word, just behave.
That's amazing. I love that torch face. That's great. It's almost taken the Rob Liefeld, Todd McFarlane Spider-Man idea to the ultimate level. Such a menacing looking character. It's incredible that that's like your early prototype of a superhero.
Right. It feels fanzine-ish, so it's so proto, and then what a great ending, dude. Just a big old question mark.
Mm-hmm.
There it is, dude. The first big crossover in comics history. It's an elemental war, water versus fire. And in this 1999 edition, you got a little piece of verbosity from Roy Thomas, who is, publisher of Alter Ego fanzine for decades and decades and decades. Always kept his foot in the Alter Ego universe. Drops a lot of science about the creation of these characters, their earliest interactions and everything that went into building this issue. For some reason, probably having to do with postal regulations, Goodman decided there should be a second Human Torch number 5. This one with a fall instead of a summer 1941 cover date. And this number 5 was a real humdinger.
Bizarre. Super bizarre. I like this reprint. It's a really nice reprint. We've looked at so many reprints and so many I think are done poorly. This is a really good package.
I think that Chip Kidd was out by then, doing his thing. And this, this is close.
Yeah.
What
year is there?
1999.
That's pretty early for a nice, like keeping the yellow pages and everything. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Really nice.
Like I don't think it would have happened if Chip Kidd didn't sort of allow everybody to realize that's a cool thing.
We live in this golden age of reprints and collections and everything. I feel like this is a really nice piece in the history of like how we've gotten to good reproductions of today. This is kind of a missing link.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Yes, in 1999.
Even the credits pages are pretty tasteful. Good stuff. I'm glad we looked at this. I'm sorry I read the wrong one. It is mentioned in that Roy Thomas afterword, but I'm thrilled to look through it, and it's one that'll be on my list now.
Yeah, so the thing that you read, it was still the interaction between...
It was, yeah, and it was the same creative... Well, I mean, it's Burgos and Everett are credited as the artists.
It's probably nicer looking than this one. Man.
It is not.
No?
No, it's raw stuff. But it's like 20 pages worth about, even though it's kind of like there's a little bit in issue 8 and a little bit in issue 10, but really the crossover is issue 9 of that Marvel Mystery Comics.
Right.
But much, nowhere near the bells and whistles that you have here. Like, they really look like they're going for it here.
For sure, man. You can find this in the dollar bins, man. There's almost never a dollar bin that I dig through that has a big mishmash that does not have this exact issue in there.
Yeah, very cool. Kayfabe affect me on this one.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers get to mitigate that kayfabe effect by watching us record these videos on the live stream. They provide instant feedback that we're watching while putting these videos together, but they get the completed episodes before anybody else also with their support to the channel. But the videos are brought to you predominantly by the books that we make. So Jimmy, please tell the people what you have forthcoming.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release. It'll be out in July from Image Comics. 20th anniversary of Street Angel collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, including one that has not seen print before, plus a lot of bonus art. So pre-order that one now wherever you get books. Also, pick up Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive back in print after almost a year out of print. So if you missed it the first time, you're in luck. I also have Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes, and you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see my latest comics being serialized every Tuesday.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming out in 2023, collecting the 4 volumes of the big Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury editions, as well as 140 pages of additional art and supplemental materials, man, to become a 504-page phone book of fantastic comics. Scoop this up in time for the holidays. Let us know how many of these things we need to print up when we're about to hit that button. It's going to be important information for us to have. There are 2 existing trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now, and this is the cover to Red Room Crypto Killers 1, which is going to be the final miniseries of Red Room, Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. It's going to start in May on a monthly basis. This is the cover for 2. And there are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there right now, and WYSIWYG. Jimmy, tell the people what else is out there, dude.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
I think I could do a quickie. What do we got? We got Black Nylon. We got the big video, and then what was the one other one, Jimmy?
We have Hellboy, Crooked Man. You should do Black Nylon.
Let's do Black Nylon.
Yeah, because then we'll change the setup for the Kevin Nowlan
at the end. Yeah.
I really like that crossover.
Yeah.
I feel like it's that's a pretty fun comic. It's weird to think that it isn't the first crossover, though. You know what I mean? Like, the same characters cross over a year before.
Yeah,
But it's so
like
widely
the
regarded
epic.
as like the big one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the epic one.
Yeah, dude, a couple people piping up about Crooked Man. Yes, absolutely.
What's that?
They're just excited for it. Me too. This is my first time reading it because I was
Me too.
missing one issue and I wanted to get all the issues before I read it. And yeah, fun week for reading comics.
I'm gonna give you this. Let me get that issue, man. It's towards the back. Might be the last story.
It's a nice page to open up.
I know. That's got to be a comic that we do. I feel like we need to do another caricature version, dude, because our audio's so fucked up from that one.
Wish we could. I'm gonna ask Clowes if he's down to do like a caricature or something. It'd be so great to have him like talk through one of these stories.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of info out there on that story, so I don't know that it'd be too weird for him.
Jimmy, lock me in. Give it a sec. Give it a second. Let the shadows go away. Thank you.
This is a pretty good comic. I'm curious to hear what you know about it.
Yeah, it's really fucking cool. It's gonna blow your mind, and it's gonna beg some investigation, like on your own time, also.
Yeah, I'm excited to dig into it, and I feel like we're gonna have a good talk on this one.
Totally.
You guys were looking at Black Nylon at home.
The Black Nylon story that Dan Clowes did in what issue? 8 Ball is
18.
this?
It's the last regular issue of 8 Ball, because after this he goes David Boring, and then Icehaven and Death Ray, which I don't think even... Like, none of those are collected in the complete 8 Ball, so this is kind of like the last standard issue. This is, to me, the Phase 2, although that's not counting
Save it.
Llewellyn.
Yeah, save it.
Yeah, I have quite a bit on this.
Hit it. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Taking a look at some Dan Clowes superhero comics today on Cartoonist Kayfabe. But Patreon patrons get these videos before anybody else at the King Kayfaber level. They're also hanging out with us in the chat room right now as we record these videos. Support Cartoonist Kayfabe, and it keeps these videos coming to you on a regular basis. Predominantly, the vids are brought to you by the books that we make, and 2023 is a big year for us here at Cartoonist Kayfabe. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming out in time for the holidays, collecting all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree and 140 pages of additional material that is not in those first 4 volumes. So we're looking at a 504-page book that is going to be gigantic and fantastic. We are putting so much effort into the presentation and hope that you support that book. There are 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks out there right now, which is my current series I've been working on for the past couple of years. And we're putting together the final mini-series of Red Room. Red Room Crypto Killers 1 is coming out in May on a monthly basis. Each story is completely self-contained. That's the cover for issue number 2. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there and WYSIWYG that you can get your hands on and support my comics making. Jimmy has Street Angel Princess of Poverty forthcoming in July of 2023. This is going to collect the pre-image Street Angel comics that Jimmy put together, man. A couple hundred pages worth of Street Angel comics, and having this Princess of Poverty book along with Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, it's going to give you all his Street Angel comics to date. Jimmy's the author of Hulk Grand Design that has that beautiful Treasury Edition format with that fluorescent green ink. You can't miss it at your local comic shop. And he is the artist behind Plain Jane's, this shoujo young adult graphic novel from Little Brown. Without further ado, man, everybody go crack open your 8 Ball number 18s. Go crack open your softcover and hardcover editions of the complete 8 Ball. Go crack open your caricature trade paperbacks. Go crack open your 20th century 8 Ball. God damn it, Dan Clowes, man, he is selling old rope in many different ways. But we're going to take a look at the OG issue.
Yeah, bottom line is no excuse for everybody watching not to have a version of this story in their collection, right?
Totally. So let's take a look at Black Nylon.
So I get into Dan Clowes around 99, I basically buy all the 8-balls up to that point, which is the middle of David Boring.
Yes.
I consider this sort of the second wave of 8-ball. And if you look at those complete 8-ball collections, this is where the collection stops with issue 18, right. Even though there's a few issues that are technically 8-ball after this. So in a way, this is the second phase of 8-ball in my mind, and it's anchored by these short stories and Ghost World.
Yes.
Basically run through once Velvet Glove finishes up, that's what you get. This issue is a banger because it's 3/4 of its Ghost World's final chapter, Modern Cartoonist, which we looked at in a previous video and is amazing, and now Black Nylon, like his first real stab at a superhero story, I think.
Right. There was a Fightin' American issue of Lloyd Llewellyn that would play with those tropes, but he's getting it deeper here. He's starting to dip his toe into that Ditko water with this one a little bit.
Big time Ditko in this.
Yeah. Black Nylon, like we're getting into Oedipus and Oedipal complexes, but there is some other very, very fascinating psychological stuff that goes into the creation of this story. And I actually would not have known it without the handy dandy Dan Clowes reader, edited by Ken Peril, who does some pretty rigorous some essays and stuff on everything, and Black Nylon gets a nice section of coverage from Ken Peril, because the story, if you are a Wednesday warrior and you're coming to this for a satisfying superhero yarn that has a battle and a nice clean ending or a to be continued, this is going to fucking baffle you. This is going to be a baffling comic. It baffles me. It baffles Ken Peril, who basically is like, don't expect it to be, this is a comic of discovery. This is Dan Clowes blending a lot of genre. This is, Dragnet, like Bad TV is a part of this. The hyperbole of Bad TV, he's marrying that with the Silver Age comics of yore.
I think he's playing with some tech stuff too, because from this story, like the next Clowes we're going to see in 8-ball is David Boring, which is this heavily noir kind of grayscale, and I think it's digital grayscale, and I wonder if he's using some of those techniques here.
Sure, totally. But here is the part that's going to fucking blow your mind, Jimmy. In the early 1950s, this Edward Schneidman guy created this set of flashcards, man, the make-a-picture story method, an assessment tool for psychoanalysts, MAPS he calls it. 22 separate 8.5 by 11 background scenes, bedroom, street, cave, 67 5.5-inch cutouts of characters. And what Clowes did was took the MAPS tools and incorporated as many of them into...
These are in his comics.
Yeah,
like the scroll?
Yeah. Like, incorporated this MAPS stuff into this story to just create some kind of narrative and see, what comes out. So, like, literally even the superhero is kind of the Black Nylon superhero,
That's amazing. I am blown away by this. Wow. It really points to where superheroes and alternative comics were in the 90s. Like you couldn't just do if you were Dan Clowes, you can't just do a superhero comic.
Right.
In 19, I don't know the year of this, 95
Jim and Carrey
or something.
Jim and Carrey might not even publish it. Even if you're Clowes, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, do a porn comic, Dan. We don't do superheroes here at Fantagraphics. That's an amazing piece. Like, I would have no way of knowing that. But it does point to Clowes as like using a lot of methods in building his stories. Like he's done stories that are dream kind of inspired. Velvet Glove Cast in Iron is one of those that he talks about, a lot of dream imagery used there. So he's trying to channel a lot of different methods for making comics, for making these stories. And what a radical, strange one this is.
Totally. And I think it's some of the conceit is that flashcard motif, but also
the psychological testing part. I mean, this whole story is this guy basically he's interacting with his psychiatrist throughout the story.
Right.
Fascinating.
The funny thing too, man, like once you realize that the whole point of those flashcards is to make a story with that, and then to have a psychoanalyst dig into you. So like this is Clowes doing his version. He just he has drawing skills, so he doesn't have to do paste up or rearranging things on a mood board. He'll give you a comic and now dig into his head. And one of the things that as a pop psychologist that I pulled from this, He's mad cutting promos on superhero comic. He's saying, "Yo, motherfuckers, you guys need to grow up."
No doubt about it. The other thing I was going to say is too bad Frederick Wortham is no longer with us. Would love to see his analysis of this story.
Inspiring the next generation of independent cartoonists to be so fucking voluminous in their text, and their text does not read like this Dan Clowes text. That so much of like superhero comics, it would often be explaining what you're showing in the imagery, and at best, the captions might communicate a sense that you couldn't see on the page. So like they would talk smell or feeling or something like this. This gets much deeper. He's building a whole character through these inner dialogues.
Yeah, and I definitely fell in love with his writing. You know, we've looked at a lot of Alan Moore, who I think is also very good at using these captions in a way that adds something to the art, contradicts the art, does something extra. And I think that a lot of Clowes writing, and again, going into David Boring, he does a ton of that.
Pass me the caricature book, man, just to give examples of different paper qualities and how things get treated in the print process. Because on the original version, it's still a coated paper, but it has some absorption to it. So when Jimmy talks dot gain, this is what he's talking about, man. Like, it's the same seps, you know, it's Zipatone screen. So on this paper, the way that it's printed, those dots are a little close together, and here it prints really well.
Now I wonder, do you remember if any of these pages are in the artist edition, the Clowes artist edition?
Good question.
Because I'm curious if this stuff is his early digital stuff, even between like the printing, like where this could be actual screens and this could be screens removed and now digitally added.
Right. Either this or Gynecology is the last Zipatone comic that he did. I think it's this, but maybe not.
Well, like I said, it's possible it's both, you know?
Right.
Because he's pretty famous for reworking his stuff into collections. And like you say, if he gets hold of this and goes, oh, I don't like how that looks,
figure it out.
Wouldn't surprise me if he goes back in and makes some big changes.
Would it be fair to say that our Jack Webb Dragnet character is kind of an unreliable narrator? There are two instances where he talks about stopping to go see the shrink. And on page 1, it's like his decision. Like, oh, yeah, like I'm revealing too much about myself. I'm uncomfortable about it. But on this page, my shrink politely requested I stop seeing her.
Yes. So
that's indicative of your unreliable narrator.
Which I think fits really well in superheroes overall.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think Alan Moore would make his superheroes unreliable narrators. You know, like he's very critical of that genre too. What is the taping down the ears to shave your head? I thought that was an injury, but he doesn't have that, you know, like previously. Is that so the mask fits smoothly? Like, I can't tell what that is. So weird.
Yeah. It's got a new shiny belt that he's stoked to show off, man. And there's like Image Comics promo cut, and I feel like this is like your flash in the pan du jour new superhero, looking at the old paunch, commenting on it, like really cucking out the old superhero, sending him off on his way. That head looks kind of like a dick.
Yes.
While the dude is making time with homeboy's girl.
He is so good at drawing like that unflattering body.
Yeah.
I guess dad bod is what you're seeing there, but it's so well done where like the ass is as wide as the shoulders. Not a flattering look on your superhero.
Such precision in the drawing.
Love the objectification here. We're objectifying the woman, which is common to superhero comics, but we're also objectifying just the superhero. Like, we're not seeing any real like personage there. It's just bodies.
Right.
Very nice page layouts throughout this story too.
Totally.
Goes to visit this lady who he has done a favor for in the past, got her deadbeat husband to pay alimony, and so she owes him one. And then he realizes, you know what, I don't think I actually got him to pay up. And then when he shows up, it's implied that he's at least the father of one of those kids we see in the background.
Right.
Like, he's the deadbeat dad that's not paying the alimony. She yells, I hope you catch AIDS.
Yeah, that's perfectly Clowesian, man. The interaction with the female here, the fact that he built his costume from his mother's like panties and shit, from her like what do you call them shits, man? Her like the leggings or what? Yeah, her pantyhose.
Stockings.
So it's like vague transvestite. Is that a pejorative word? Can you say that word? I forget.
I don't know. I think that's more of your Oedipal.
It is
complex.
the Oedipal stuff. Yeah, I was trying to get to the Oedipal. I don't know if I might have cut a word out. I don't know.
This is amazing to me. He's at home like flexing, you know, almost like prepping, like, okay, I'm gonna go talk to this lady. We're gonna go rekindle this old job that I had with her. But it's also like every ad in a superhero comic for like, build your body up, skinny, you know, don't get the sand kicked in your face anymore.
Totally.
Posing in front of a mirror. Very everybody watching this video has done that.
He gets destroyed.
Hopefully whenever you were younger.
He gets shot up and there's no consequences. He just goes to the doctor's real easy, which is that superhero play of violence that is never taken that seriously. Everybody's always okay. I think it might have been Amazing Spider-Man issue 13 or so, where even on the cover, Ken Peril talks about it. Spidey goes to see a shrink to try to take care of some mental woes and stuff. So there's elements of that in here. The doctor's office piece is a part of that Edward Schneidman background settings. So is this exact cave. Like, this drawing is part of one of those.
He's grabbing a file on his way out, and it's something that he's, you know, trying to piece together some kind of narrative, some kind of answers. Again, like, you know, this feels like we're going to see this investigated further in David Boring, the next story following this. But it also speaks to that idea of like Clowes just piecing the story together, you know, like using that weird psych test that you mentioned from the Dan Clowes reader. Just bizarre, you know. And of course the cave is one of those, like, Sigmund Freud's rolling over in his grave at you're using it wrong.
Right.
You guys are idiots.
That looks like old Bill Boychelle when he had the dreads, man. But I think that's a woman. I'm just talking about the hair.
Yeah, that horrible hag. Going through that cave, man, what a surreal, like, that could be almost a crappy B movie from the 50s or 60s.
Yeah, just paper mache.
A Carnival of Souls or something, some outtake.
Gets shot in the eye, gets shot in the hand, comes back with, and of course, the person behind the weapon is the superhero du jour.
Yeah, the Image Comics stand-in.
Yeah, which through Clowes' lens, like, he has such disdain, he doesn't even, like, look at that shit. Like, that's about as modern as he's comfortable with doing.
It is the essence, though, you know, like a ridiculous costume with that visor and then a gun. You know, it's like 90s superheroes. Let's get violent and give them guns.
But now our guy has a metal hand, fixed eyes. This background is exactly from that Schneidman stuff as he looks off.
Infrared goggles and a mechanical hand that could crush a man's skull like a beer can. Even the use of a beer can is like what you're comparing the skull to feels like that macho superhero language. You know, it's every other commercial you see in a football game on Sunday. You know, it's in that caption.
Such an inspiring comic when I came across it early on, and I certainly have did my fair share of like too much caption, like, but not understanding the essence of what Clowes is trying to communicate, like, in each of these panels. As a whole narrative, it's not about being clean and tidy. Like I said, man, Ken Peril wrote about 10 pages on it in the big Dan Clowes reader that I recommend everybody actually get, man. You know, Black Nylon is printed in total here as well.
Yeah, I'm eager to read that essay because one thing we didn't mention, like, he says he slept through his big meeting. So, like, the page before, he has a meeting with some Hollywood producer, you know, wants to make a movie about his life or whatever, right? He's the superhero character. And through the lens of everything you've contributed here, Ed, or Ken Peril has contributed to this, it makes me think, like, this is cutting that promo on the Arrested Development of a bunch of, like, comic book obsessed adult men.
Right.
You know, like, this guy has missed all this different stuff. He messed up his kid's life, not there for that. Messes up the meeting that maybe would actually contribute to his success because, you know, he's too busy running around in caves with his costume on.
Let's give you the big headlines, man, of 6 interpretive frameworks. 1, Black Nylon plays with the conventions of the superhero genre in order to mock it. Check. 2, Black Nylon plays with detective fiction conventions. Black Nylon reveals the Freudian psychosexual origins of the heterosexual male superhero. 4, Black Nylon implies that superhero stories are homosexual fantasies. They allow male creators and readers an opportunity to identify, consciously or unconsciously, with men who dress flamboyantly and fight other muscled men. See pro wrestling.
I was going to say, like, that's the other so far you could almost check off all those pro wrestling.
5. Black Nylon confronts a reader's fundamental desire to identify with the story's main character. That's something that Clowes excels at, by giving you a main character that that you don't like, or that isn't a good guy.
Well, it's always the loner, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's a bunch of us comic book nerds, at least I can identify as that comic book nerd who's sitting in his room reading this stuff, and yes, I'm identifying with that loner protagonist.
Here's the
And then he knifes you and turns it.
Yeah. He says it too publicly. Like, you know, I am that guy. I'm this dude. 6, the final one in the 6 interpretive frameworks. Black Nylon is, quote unquote, impossible fiction, a story that has no definable relationship to our world or to genre fiction.
I think there is a definable relationship to genre fiction.
Sure.
And weirdly, maybe to the real world, in that, like, there are a lot of alienated people, and even if you don't go through life this alienated, I think all of us can identify with feeling this kind of alienation at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, you know, Clowes identifying with this, of course. It's almost like comedians or something that talk about, like, if they didn't go through some shit in their life,
Right.
they wouldn't be able to get up and sort of turn it around and make something out of it. And I think if you didn't have some of this characteristics in your life experience, it'd be very hard to fake it.
Totally. And as a final piece of Kemperreal dissection, he doesn't go page by page, but he goes scene by scene and gives you some meditations on what he's thinking.
I also think that the that little bit of Hollywood calling Black Nylon to make a movie, Clowes is probably in the thick of Ghost World at this point, movie production.
Right.
Went through a bunch of stuff with Like a Velvet Glove Cast in Iron. You know, there's a follow-up chapter to that after the story ends where he talks about does the Hollywood version of that comic.
Right.
So, you know, movies, I think, were always something that a lot of cartoonists are close to. So, yeah, this is quite a story, and very different than the first time I read it.
Absolutely. Yeah, like when we were kids in the 90s, man, like we're still developing our tastes and understanding with.
One of the King Kayfabers writes Flex Mentallo in the comments, and I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, like that we've done a pretty in-depth video on too. So somebody who's interested in alternative superhero comics, you know, watching this video, go watch our Flex Mentallo for, you know, maybe a slightly different perspective, but still that idea of like superheroes just are not the surface quality.
Totally, man. Super fun conversation. Glad we had it. There's touching Black Nylon and going through the 8 balls, looking through them. I want to do so much more. There's so much more. We need to do gynecology. Maybe put a little post-it on certain things. This is just one of the greatest achievements in, you know, modern comics history is the 8 Ball series by Dan Clowes, and such formative comics for influence generations.
Yeah.
Made R. Crumb mad. Man, made R. Crumb jealous.
Yes.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Support the Patreon as a King Kayfaber. You get all the videos before anybody else. And the King Kayfabers also watch us stream these videos live as we record them. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you have forthcoming.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty coming out in July from Image Comics. You can pre-order that now. Celebrate the 20th anniversary of my Homeless Ninja on a Skateboard, Street Angel. These are all the stories that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Also from Image Comics and available. It's back in print after almost a year out of print. Those 2 books comprise all my Street Angel material, almost 500 pages in total. So you want to have both of those in your collection. Hulk Grand Design, fluorescent green cover, oversized cover, you can't miss it, is out now. And The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, also available in a nice 500-page complete volume. And you can read my latest comics on patreon.com/JimRugg.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus comes out in 2023, collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there right now, plus 140 pages of additional material. We're looking at a 504-page giant big book coming out in time for the holidays. Support the comic and keep these vids going on a regular basis. There are 2 existing volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks out there right now, but we're starting the 3rd series in May. Red Room Crypto Killers 1 going to hit the stands and come out to you on a regular basis. Each story is completely self-contained. That's the cover for issue number 2. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there. And WYSIWYG, Jimmy, Tell the people what else we have going on.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Boom. Jimmy, I'm gonna get a fresh tea also. And I need to take some sips, man. I'm fucking dehydrated as hell.
I went to the eye doctor yesterday.
Yeah.
And had to wear a mask there for, I was there for a while. I was there over an hour. Came out, my throat was like scratchy. I'm like, oh man, before record. But I'm pretty sure that's all it was from, because then it went away. And...
Yeah, I gotta make sure, man. Like, we gotta, like Kennywood opens Saturday. But I gotta not risk COVID until I come back from Japan. I mean, I'd like to not risk it at all, but you know what I'm saying. It would be a bitch to get that shit.
Yeah.
All right, this one further back is you. This one will be me. We're going to do our Wizard 53 video. I got some good supplemental materials for this one. Just going to jump into the chat real quick so I can see what you guys are up to. Yeah, Velvet Glove will have to be like a Sunday video where we dedicate, you know, an hour. So much to talk about. And I think, yeah, grab any water, whatever you need, man. I think we do, whenever we inevitably do Velvet Glove, like, one person will have to go through the comic and the other person will have to go through the trade. Because I know he draws Clay Loudermilk's face different in the trade. Like, there's just a lot of paste ups.
I don't have that trade. I always remember that when I first started getting into it, that first printing of Velvet Glove I loved that cover. It felt so cool to me.
I have a trade. But I don't have that one.
West Coast Day Venger. Yeah, I'm with you, man. This is we are in new Wizard territory for me. I don't know if I even got to 50. Certainly not on a regular basis. So these are out there. It's funny. Like we'll talk about it in the video, but there's so much stuff in here where it's just like I don't remember this at all. You know, and we're starting to get into that territory too, because as a comics reader, like I'm pretty much done with Marvel and DC at this point. Image is just about over for me, and all of this stuff is just. It's different, and it's weird to look back on. I don't know if Clowes is heavily inspired by Dave Lynch or not. He was certainly compared to Dave Lynch a lot, but I don't know, you know. It's always hard to say who influences who. You know, it's possible that those two just had some overlap in terms of what they were ingesting growing up. You know, it's not necessarily that they're influencing one another, although they might be, but it's hard to trace that stuff, you know, like we're a result of so many influences. And as you get older and you're making this stuff, like I think all the time about what's influencing me, and it's like 10,000 things.
Yeah.
It might be 1,000 things a week that I look at and go, oh yeah, this is good, or I like this, or remember this. And I think it's good overall because, in the beginning, everybody has like the two influences that you can just look at their art and be like, oh, you're ripping off Mike Mignola. But as you get further along, it just becomes hopefully so rich with influences, and hopefully you grow as an artist and start looking at more and different things.
If this is as short as I think it's going to be, then shoot this as like we could take more time with this one, and that could be the Sunday vid, because like I just don't see how it's going to be very big. And then I could do Crooked Man, if that's the case. But dude, do you see I have the supplementary materials? Like all this stuff goes with that issue, that Ash comic.
Yeah. I have to look at Ash one of these days.
You know what's real funny? Before we did Kayfabe, whenever I was putting together my wizard collection, it was really easy to do on my comic shop and stuff. And it's a wasteland now. Like you can't get old wizards easy anymore.
Yeah, it's funny.
Like you see, it's got a 99-cent sticker on the Ides bag,
mm-hmm.
and I put together.
I did the same thing.
80% or so.
Yeah.
85%.
Yeah, I don't think I paid more than $1 for any of the wizards I have.
There was a couple that I had to put together, like those early ones. I might have had to pay like a $5, but I wouldn't. I was given 2 copies of Wizard One. Shouts to Punker Mike, hooked me up with one of those. And then I slid the other one to Jason because he was putting together that collection.
Jason Hamlin.
Like I gave it to you, but like if you have it, cool. But I remember saying like just hook Jason up with that since he puts a collection together.
There's a weird theme this week, I feel like, with the Human Torch crossover, and then we have our Battles of the Century with Marvel versus DC here, the Inker compilation in that X-Men issue. It's just like a weird mashup of creator and crossover and universes.
How about this fucking article about superstar artists?
I'm telling you, man, it's a weird issue. I was so on board the last couple of Wizards, and then this one just kind of was like, oh, yeah, don't forget it's Wizard Magazine.
Yeah, at a certain point, we're going to have to, like...
Well, maybe this will be a test drive for Wizards that we're going through in 20 minutes instead of an hour.
Right.
All this stuff. I'm glad you have this extra stuff. Do you have the extra stuff for the next issue? They're talking about a board game. Because mine's got stuff ripped out of it.
That's what's ripped out.
Okay.
If like I remember, I had that issue and it's just a pull-out thing. But I might have it.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see that stuff, but.
Set up your gimmick.
Oh yeah, shit.
Nothing could stop the animal. People were sending that commercial.
That would be a good ISO clip.
I'm not seeing. Okay, I see the one.
This one too.
Get your hand over there. Wow, it's lagged, huh?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I think I'm ready whenever you are.
Let's just see if that goes away fast. Nothing could stop the animal. What the hell's she doing up there, man? Ready?
Yeah. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody, we have a Patreon now for Cartoonist Kayfabe. Different levels give you access to these videos ahead of time, put you ahead of the Kayfabe effect, which is a real thing. We hear about it every week. Also, at the King Kayfaber level, you get access to all of our videos early, and you get to sit in on the recording session, which I appreciate. It's kind of like our brain trust out there. So add your brains to it and join at the King Kayfaber level, and you can watch us talking about comics live every Thursday. Also, our videos are brought to you by the books that we make. We are working cartoonists. You see our bibliography in front of you on the screen right now. Some big books coming out later this year. Ed Piscor has Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, coming out later this year in time for holiday season. Collects all of the Hip Hop Family Tree strips along with 140 pages of extra material. Also starting up very soon, the third season of Red Room, Crypto Killers. This is the main cover for issue number 1. There are several variants, including my homage to Youngblood number 1. Here's the cover for Crypto Killers number 2. Make sure you let your store know that you want this. Pre-order these today so you won't be left out. Ed also has 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree currently available, 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design in an omnibus, and WYSIWYG, if you can still find it on the shelves somewhere. My next big release, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty from Image Comics, will be out this summer. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, also from Image, also available wherever you buy books, back in print after almost a year. So complete your Street Angel collection and put both volumes on your shelf. I also have the Hulk Grand Design, an oversized fluorescent green cover. You cannot miss it while supplies last. And Plain Jane's, the first young adult graphic novel. So, Ed, we are continuing our coverage of Wizard Magazine. This is issue number 53, January 96. It's a big year-end spectacular, so we're going to get some of the biggest stories of the 1995 year. And you're Wizard in better shape than me because you have some of the supplement materials.
Yeah.
Like this Ash mini comic, an exclusive preview to the upcoming event Joe Quesada, Jimmy Palmiotti launch. Vampirilla gallery card. This was the dumbest stuff. Not just them. A bunch of companies did this. But this is your standard trading card size. And they decided they were going to make them bigger. This is the equivalent of doing magazine-size publishing in the comic book world.
Yeah.
Doesn't fit in any of your card holders.
Well, they built new card holders.
Sure they did, of course. This is the other big promo. The Battle of the Century with Marvel and DC Comics. You see kind of the lineup. I almost said a big fight feel, but I don't know if they quite deliver that. But you could vote on these? Was this accurate? Did they actually tally these votes? Because
No.
I would think Marvel would crush the competition with the possible exception of Batman versus Captain America. Wish they would have done it that way. It could have been very, very embarrassing for one or the other.
It would have to be on the independent level, man. Just like go see our Death of Superman comics.
Oh my goodness.
That are out there.
As you guys are finishing up the Deaths of Superman, you may want to revisit the DC Marvel Comics Battles of the Century. It's funny. This is something that I missed. I've never seen a page of one of these comics.
Yeah, I got the first issue, and it is a job fest, man. Even with like reasonably good artists on it, the writers just.
If you can't make the preview art look good,
yeah,
that's saying something. But this cover is really awesome. It's
Yeah.
the Romitas teaming up. So, you know, at this point in 96, you're going back to John Romita Sr., back to the 60s Spider-Man, and John Romita Jr., who recently we had on, talked to about, he's still drawing Spider-Man all these decades later. I mean, between the two of them, they're coming up on 70 years of Spider-Man with the Romita signature somewhere on it.
You can see both of their hands so
Yes.
clearly in this too, man. Like the kind of detailed backgroundscapes of JRJR, the marks that we're familiar with the Al Williamson inked Daredevil comics that John Romita Jr. drew, but that sharp as a needle, thick brush,
beautiful feathering,
of John Romita Sr. all over it, man.
Yeah, it's a really nice pairing, and I mean, father son. Like, this is super cool, right?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
There are issues of Comic Artist magazine, the flip issue, where it's like one side is the Kuberts, the other side is the Ramitas.
Yeah. Very nice stuff. And you open this thing up, and the first thing you notice, the prominent ads, uncomic related.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign for the comics industry at that time. We're going to go through this pretty quick because this is a very uneven issue in my reading experience, and so we're going to save everybody at home by trying to focus on the good and maybe glossing over the stuff that I don't have much to say about.
Yeah.
The typical kind of preview stuff here. A lot of fluff. Any letters stand out to you?
No letters.
Yeah, nothing too exciting to me there either, which is funny. You'd think they would, I don't know, save some good ones for their big anniversary issue.
Well, you know, I mean, what they consider good, you know, maybe
Well, that's fair.
maybe they did, and one of them is like, you know, I wish you guys were more. I liked it better when you were sarcastic and
Yes.
and jerky and all that. Like, why don't you bring some of that back to comics?
Yes, curse you, letter writer, because I feel like it does come back at some point. That's what they were known for, I think, by the end.
When like Joe Madureira came out, and then there were like all the dudes copying him. One of the things that they would copy is like everybody starts to get the Bobby Brown jaw, man. The sort of crackhead jaw swivel thing as part of like dynamic face design, and that's an example. You got two guys right there with the BBJ.
We had, I think his name's Brian Denham, show up in our comments,
Yeah.
who draws the Bad Rock and Violator crossover. Is that what it was?
Yeah, he said that he chose Alan Moore, and maybe he said that word, but I'm sure that
Either way, it's his first comic, and Alan Moore writes it. Makes me very curious to see that issue. You'd think if
It's a
I'm Rob
miniseries.
Liefeld and we get Alan Moore doing one of my characters as a crossover, I feel like I'm signing up for that one.
Well, like we're gonna learn a lot about Rob's schedule and where he's at. It's a very Charles Foster Kane kind of
That's fair.
story.
I like seeing the letter art just in terms of what are the characters that make it in. I didn't recognize these names or in the art section, but like Hellboy, Peanuts, Generation
Lord
X,
Pumpkin from fucking Ultraverse.
and Lady Rawhide. And I guess Zorro maybe far in the background. So bizarre. Wildcats with a Nintendo game. Do you remember that?
I'd never played it, man. Never played it. Cartoon would be out at that point. And then there's like the Marvel Action Hour. See, I was going to those intramural comic classes around this time, and like the Marvel Action Hour, I think it was a syndicated show, so you never knew like what channel it would show up on, but it would be 1/2 hour Iron Man, 1/2 hour Fantastic Four, and they had toys and everything, but it paled in comparison to the X-Men.
Some big notes here. The Crow is getting gotta exploit the Crow, man. We've got a successful movie franchise, and James O'Barr isn't drawing more of them, so let's bring in some other creative teams.
Yeah, very sad and disappointing. And Alex Maleev is no slouch, but just that kind of like goth aesthetic, it's so rooted in the 90s now. Like these are very timely comics that are stuck in that age. And all we wanted, like, we get it. Like the regular comic fan could give a fuck about the creator. And we find that out the second Kirby leaves and anybody buys issue 102 of Fantastic Four or an issue of Spider-Man that isn't by Ditko. We get that. But on the independent level, you would think like, all bets are off. Like these are character-driven fans. I mean, these are creator-driven fans and stuff. Not the case. They were able to milk the Crow license with so much boring fucking Crow comics, man. And it's just like, don't you get it? We just want James O'Barr to make more comics.
That's exactly it. You know, as good as the Crow is, it's O'Barr's art that's unique to me. And always hungry for more of that, but not what we were getting in these additional Crow comics.
Yeah, just very, very boring.
Don Simpson with Megaton Man announcing his presidency.
Yeah, like
Rather, declaring his candidacy for president. So weird.
Yeah.
It's funny to think of like how many characters have done this. I was thinking of Howard the Duck had a 70s version of, Howard the Duck for president.
And that's the thing that like Don Simpson is like from old school. So like he's probably like that's the influence, like nothing more modern or anything like that.
We're going to see, I have a bunch of these Motown comics,
Yeah.
They're an Image imprint, and apparently Marvel was originally going to distro those. It reminds me of Milestone in a way, because I think the plan was they retain them, the rights to them, but then distributed by a bigger company. And then whenever Marvel switches their distro up, they end up going to Image. Nothing much comes of them. I think they do about 7 or 8 total issues are released, but interesting that somebody had that deal in place.
Wasn't Michael Davis a Milestone guy?
That name does sound familiar. I'm not sure. It could be. Yeah, it definitely could be. Wendy Peeney, some updates on ElfQuest, doing a lot of movie work at that point.
Yeah,
and some other work.
It's just never gone down. They always talk about like the movie. It's almost like she should just never mention it ever.
Yes.
until it comes out, because that thing has been in the works, quote unquote, for 40 years at this point.
Yeah, and she says she wrote the screenplay and did the storyboards. I'd be curious to see storyboards. I think that's always interesting when the artist does it.
And I think one of the noteworthy things is, Wendy Peeney is returning to draw the final 3 issues of like one of the miniseries, which had the same kind of deal as the Crow stuff we were just talking about. Like, there's been zillions of fucking ElfQuest books, and she was off doing some other things, but like, she's a strong cartoonist. She is what made ElfQuest. So all that other Barry Blair shit doesn't register with anybody at our level who is deep in the craft, deep in the game, who cares about structure of comics and the creation of comics. It's just serving a need to fans, basically.
And here's your timestamp. This is the corpse from Hellboy is being, I guess, collected and released as an issue. And Mignola kind of says, this is a high point. This is what he's going to be judged against, future Hellboy stories. We've looked at that, I think, maybe a couple times, maybe in an artist edition. A phenomenal comic. So, latest Xeric Foundation recipients announced. I don't even know most of these people. I recognize Jessica Abel, David Yurkovich, Death by Chocolate. I see that now and then in a dollar bin.
Yeah.
The rest of those I don't know that I've ever seen.
I didn't see anything, but Art Babe, when she becomes a Fantagraphics head for 3 issues or something like that. Yurkovich, when I get involved with Top Shelf, he's got it's like a superhero graphic novel that was done, and maybe it's the characters from this all collected or something. But
I don't know.
Yeah,
but I love seeing it. I think the Xeric Foundation, you look at that total list of everything that was handed out from them and all the talent, pretty damn impressive. It's almost Kickstarter before Kickstarter in a way, because there's probably a couple hundred recipients, and many of them went on to big careers.
That was their argument for stopping the Xeric grant. They said that Kickstarter now fills that niche.
I don't have too much in the company updates. This Mallrats, Kitchen Sink does a Mallrats book. I never saw that or heard of that.
I wonder if that because like, it's amazing when you watch that beginning sequence where they have comic artists do title cards for every person in the movie. Like, that's clearly a Jay Lee joint. But they'll get all the dudes from like Gaijin Studios. Like Jason Pearson does one. Adam Hughes does one.
I haven't seen that movie since about when it came out. Kind of curious to revisit that one of these days.
Yeah, it's really fucking sick, man. I mean, Allred shows up, and so like to have those actually like collected in a book is something I always wanted, because you only see those images, pretty low fidelity, for a half a second, and it's really rigorous. I mean, I'm sure they made better money doing that piece of art than they would for a cover for any comic books.
I often talk Caliber Comics and mention them. The Caliber Comics here, they're doing Bendis's AKA Goldfish, an issue of that, as well as the David Mack Kabuki color special of that is listed there. Jeff Smith and Charles Vess are contributing to Negative Burn. That's a pretty good listing for Caliber Comics in terms of present and future talent.
Negative Burn is always worth picking up if you see that in the old bins.
Punisher gets new duds and a new life. The worst Punisher sketch I've ever seen.
I don't think that even exists.
I don't think so either. Although you can see a little bit of ponytail, and in the back, whenever they show like a Punisher upcoming issue, you can see the ponytail.
That's funny.
Flopping behind him. That's
funny. There's so much stuff that's like Marvel's about to do this, but we know for a fact these things don't have. It's actually a little bit disgusting and scary.
There's a ton of stuff listed in this issue that I'm like, I don't know if this came out or not. If it did, I'm curious about it. The maximum press listings are Thunder Agents #1. I don't know if they ever did any Thunder Agents.
No.
And War Child #1 that Liefeld's supposedly drawing. I don't know that comic either, because War Child, that's the Chap Yep,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre. There's quite a few of these kinds of things. The Battlestar Galactica. I don't know if this was actually published. I remember hearing about the promo stuff, but I don't know if it actually was published.
And once again, this is where Wizard will be going, where a big piece of news is that some fucking hack actor is going to be writing a comic. Like, comics is so disrespected, even by the creators of comics, that having some hack actor who fucking is a $20 signature at a comic convention, it's newsworthy. And you even accept to, like, give him a job to, like, write a thing just for potential headline fodder.
Here's something that you never consider. The Battlestar Galactica, Erin Gray, right? She's one of the people who pioneered, like, these TV star, movie star.
She might be Buck Rogers.
Oh, maybe.
I think she's Buck Rogers, yeah.
It's interesting, like, why this stuff ends up connected to comics.
Right, because they might have, like, Rob might have, like, got dinner. Or
that's
like,
what I'm saying.
or
like they're groups that infiltrate, like, the Comic-Con scene.
Yeah.
And, this is what you get from that.
I feel like that should be censored.
Dude, that's a great image.
I feel like that's going to tip our algorithm in and make this an adults-only fucking video.
These casting calls.
Yeah, real dumb.
Caught in a web.
It's trash.
I have nothing to say about this stuff.
Yeah, I was like, did that Andy Mangles guy write this? Or is that a nom de plume for Andy Mangles?
Is it Carl Allstatter's kid brother or something that's got a job here?
Yeah, see, they really pivot into this kind of shit. Now, this is fun.
This is fascinating. It made me want to revisit, what was the movie that we did the review of, Funny Pages?
Right.
Because this is the color separator. This is what that main dude is.
Oh, right.
You know, at Image Comics. And I did not realize exactly what this was. Gregory Wright made a post somewhere. Yeah. We should talk to him at some point. Yeah. Longtime colorist in comics and writer. But he posted about sort of these early days of the digital coloring and what that looked like. Because he was saying, like, I think Joe Chiodo, the Wildstorm colorist,
right,
was a painter. You know, so, like, as this stuff became, like, digital, that painting ability really served him well, as opposed to a lot of the colorists that were doing flat colors before digital happens. And I'm fascinated by it. It's such an interesting transition.
I mean, so here's the thing. Like, nowadays, the colorist is the color separator, as per this. So, like, at this point in time, it wasn't cost effective to the colorists who are used to doing things a certain way. They can't like learn a whole new technology in the midst of doing all this work and things. So they're putting this stuff together with fucking markers and paints and color pencils, and then you give it to a technical person to try to approximate all of the stuff they're seeing on the piece of paper digitally. And the other piece that Greg Wright said was that separations were always a crapshoot. I don't know if he said that publicly or, like, to me after the Eric Larson chat, but you never knew if you got a good guy who could, like, who could translate that material, basically just doing Photoshop, using all the tools of Photoshop to try to get your colors down, because you're the artist and they're the guys that just know computers pretty well. Super 90s font. I've been very, very conscious of 90s font because, like, that's a very important part of, like, my next comics and stuff.
There's quite a few bits of layout in here where I was like, oh yeah, it's 90s design.
And it's so fascinating, the language, because it would be like, on Reddit, there's that, like, ELI5, like, explain it like I'm 5 years old. Things like layers, or imagine you're stacking paper and you're coloring, the far background, but then you could stack a piece of paper on top of it. Like, it's all this very, very basic language to explain what we all actually take for granted. Now look at Ruben Rude's setup. This is a famous photo. Like, this photo would be in back matter of Wildstorm books, or like maybe even some McFarlane shits, because I know Rude will do a little color with him. But seeing all this stuff, it's like, I now know what these things are. That's marker refills for, like, Copics and shit. You get those super expensive markers, and it becomes a whole thing where, like, you could buy fresh tips whenever the tip starts to dull, and then you just you uncap that, put the thing, gravity works, so you hold it upside down and then just hold it against the marker tip, and it just seeps right into the body of that marker. But, like, it's so fucked up, dude, because, like, look at how rigorous this shit is.
Yes.
Print that. Like, scan it in. You know what? I bet you to scan that might be a fucker. And, like, that's why it might be easier to do it in the computer, because to scan that in with all of the fidelity of that. Just doing a black and white image in 2001 for me with the parallel port fucking scanners.
Yeah.
It would be like the weekend to do a couple of pages.
Yeah, I can remember rendering stuff in the computer lab in the late 90s, and it'd be like overnight stuff. And sometimes it didn't work. Power would go out, something like that, and it'd just be like, oh shit, don't wait until the day before your critique.
And don't even get me started on thinking that you have a shape that's completely filled in and then paint bucket blacking and realizing that you don't, and the whole screen is getting painted black in very, very small doses at a time. Like, you go get a full lunch.
It's interesting here. What you're seeing is Ruben Rude did a color mock-up. John Romita Sr. did a color mock-up that he sent in with the cover. And why I say that's interesting is this is that Wild West era of like, what are we getting? Gregory Wright was talking about like, even when he's doing these kind of color guides, he's writing in the old codes because he wants specific colors to be there. So when you see art director John Romita Sr. providing this stuff, it kind of speaks to like where you're at this stage.
Let's talk about the art directing of the photographs, because we're dealing with color separators and there's mad gels being used, man. Like if I was like, I had this when I was a kid, and I would assume that they just, because they're colorists, they just like colored light. Like I would believe that.
We used to do photo shoots in my like in the early 2000s at my job, and we would do color gels like this.
Yeah,
that would have been a decade later.
Right.
Big Rob Liefeld. I don't know, return to comics kind of overview, state of the union at this point, where he's at, a couple years into running his studio in California.
About 28 years old, and it is not a pretty picture. He's frustrated. He doesn't get the drawing time that he wants. He's punching walls and can't shake people's hands.
How wild is that for a detail?
Because his hand is fucking messed up from punching walls out of frustration because dudes are bugging him. He literally says that there are people that he, in his employ, which is just, I think that's like one of the things that, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, makes me gun shy about taking on employees, because I never hear good stories of people's bosses. Everybody hates their boss. Everybody's underpaid. And Rob Liefeld has a lot of dudes under his wing that he's paying. And
75 people on payroll.
And literally saying that, like, there are people here. It's just Caesar, it's Julius Caesar. There are people here who don't like me. People that he's paying.
Yeah.
That talk shit and shit. Like, it's very high school.
It's very strange to think of that he's the boss, and yet he's got these people that it's like, I'm not going to lunch with that guy.
It's dramatic. It's high school stuff, and with that, and there is so much sycophant chatter in here, man, where they're like, oh yeah, like I go to lunch with them every day because like I know how to hang and like,
right.
Like shit like that, man. Where it's like, wow, pretty whack.
Yeah, it's quite an interview.
The numbers are down a lot compared to what they were. If you watch the Image Revolution documentary, there's a part with Marat Michaels talking about going into the studio, and Rob is like sad and has his head hanging, and Marat's like, "Yo, man, what's wrong, dude?" And Rob is like, "We got our first book that sold under 300,000 copies."
That would be tough.
In that same documentary, there is the part where Rob is taking some of his job dudes to the window. And I've been to that office. Like, I've been there, man. I seen it. And he's, like, pointing out to the car lot. And Rob's like, all those cars out there? I bought all those sports cars for you guys and shit like that, Danny
Mickey going in studio and going over some inking with his top inker, I think at the time for sure. Look how much clutter is in that office. It makes me kind of uncomfortable just looking at it. Little sidebar here, Liefeld bearing the hatchet, going back to do the cover for X-Force 50.
Yeah, I have that, but like it doesn't register for me. It doesn't ring a bell. But in 2 issues, I believe, from this, we're going to be getting into Heroes Reborn era.
Right.
So he's mending those fences, and he says even here, like, don't confuse me for Todd McFarlane or Eric Larson. Like, I don't have a problem with Marvel, never did. And I credit Bob Harris for a lot of stuff that happened in my career. He said it on our interview also.
Yeah, makes me think that Bob Harris may be the editor-in-chief when they do the Heroes Reborn. It might be editor-in-chief at this point.
Here's the curious thing, because he's...
I'm not sure of the timing on that, but...
Here's the curious thing, dude, because he is the writer of Avengers, as we'll see in this. Mm-hmm. So is he playing along without the other job guys who are doing those titles, knowing that... Because, like, we'll get there. We'll get there. I don't know that this Extreme Destroyer thing ever happened.
Oh, I think it did.
I
think it did.
I know Sacrifice happened, but I just don't remember this. Now, how about that, man? You buy a 2-page spread ad, you buy a singular page spread ad, you get a 3-4 page article in Wizard? Is that how the game is played?
I don't know, man. I'll tell you this. Street Angel was reviewed in Comics Journal back in the day, and I bought Comics Journal ads. Are they related? I don't know. My day job, we used to do that all the time.
Ain't no regulations on this kind of stuff. No. Ain't no FCC payola shits.
I think this came out. I feel pretty... Because, like, Night Strike is definitely a book. You know, I feel like this probably came out.
Oh, look at that, man. One of the things he's talking about in the article was going back and forth. Am I going to cancel Newman? Newman at the time, I believe, was Todd Knox art. And I loved that aesthetic. It was these very bouncy musculatures, like... And the color complemented them pretty well because he had a very spare line as opposed. He was probably the closest to like a J. Scott Campbell for Extreme Studios.
He was a young dude then too.
Yeah,
Todd Knox.
Won several magazine contests beforehand. Like his name was kind of known. So Rob opted, like, we're going to cancel Newman, but we're going to pivot and call it New Force.
If we talk to Liefeld again, we ought to talk to him about the differences in some of the inkers he worked with.
Yeah.
This spread inked by Sybil, who would be the inker on the Captain America run that he would do, and very different than Mickey's ink, in my opinion.
I don't like it at all. And Joe Weems just posted up
cold
in the comments.
To me.
Yeah, like I think that this Sybil might have been a discovery of Rob Liefeld. I think Mickey was also, but like,
yeah.
Mickey was doing assistant work with T-Bear. But I think Sybil was completely discovered by him and was just going along, like, whatever you say, Rob, like, I will trace whatever you tell me to.
Did this come out, or was this X-Men 2099, or those two books?
X-Men 2099 is earlier than this.
Okay.
And, I don't know.
Humberto Ramos' Marvel debut, I think?
Yeah, I don't know that either, man.
Who, you know, it's interesting because a couple of these guys become cliffhanger. You know, like, they become, like, I'm going to do air quotes for the hot artist because that's going to be something that comes up in later articles in here that's kind of interesting. But one of those new guys, and you do see that American manga kind of stuff. Like this panel in particular to me is just right out of that Ninja High School kind of school. So kind of neat.
Now this is the one that I'm talking about, dude. This like article, Urban Renewal, the rebuilding the House of Ideas. One of the things that's a regular theme in this issue is how Marvel is contracting a lot of their titles, man. Stuff like Black Wolf or Force Works.
It's the subtext of this issue is like the comics industry is really struggling. And so different expressions of that, but a big one is people are cutting back on titles. Publishers are cutting back on titles because like stuff's not selling.
But the core stuff is going to stick. And so now we have Marvel Heroes, Avengers, Captain America, Fantastic Four, and all the plans. Okay, so when X-Men editor-in-chief Bob Harris, so he's not, it's probably still DeFalco maybe. So he's the ex-editor. So maybe he's completely ignorant. This goes to show you the kind of like palace intrigue, conspiracy, cloak and dagger stuff in corporations. If Bob Harris is talking about all the stuff he's going to be doing with the Avengers, and in 2 months you're gone. Same thing with all of these
time frame?
Dude, I'm gonna grab this real quick. I can illustrate it very easily. So we're looking at what, issue 53, right?
Yep.
Issue 55.
Wow.
Lee Liefeld, return. So there it is, man. These guys are all out. So we're hearing a whole lot of vaporware about what's going to happen. And, Mark Waid and Ron Garney, they're getting some props for their Captain America. They have all these plans. sayonara, fellas. And it continues like Iron Man. That'll be a Wills book. I do wonder what happened with Thor, because Thor was part of the Avengers. So I wonder if what happened with that series as Heroes Reborn was happening.
It was some of the strangest stuff when I was doing Hulk Grand Design, was like trying to sort out what that stuff was.
Right.
It's very bizarre.
Yeah, this is good. Flip the page. Who's in, who's out. So like this is the stuff that ain't gonna continue. And I'm actually surprised by the Punisher stuff, because it was such a hot book when we were kids. To the point where it did warrant, Punisher War Journal to exist. And it was one of those books that I lusted after all the time. But it really got very boilerplate. Like, they didn't get good artists. They got very, very average artists after they hot-shotted it to start with, like, Clowes and then Whilce Portacio and
Eric Larson does a little stint on it.
He does. And then Jim Lee with War Journal. But War Journal almost immediately dies. Like after Jim Lee, there's not that many good guys on that. There would be like Michael Golden pinups and shit. That would be kind of cool.
Tex, I think, does a couple of issues.
Those are good.
I don't think he's a regular artist on it.
Yeah. But the Chuck Dixon writing kind of is like what carried it and made it kind of interesting. The Mike Barron writing he stuck on for a long, long time and kept it to the streets, But pretty.
Anyway, preview of what they have planned for these books. Those previews are the stuff that, like, that doesn't interest me too much, because, like, it's all come and gone, and I don't know if any of it's made any marks. Stan Lee interview, this was a big deal. This was a cover feature. Always loved this card of Stan Lee.
Yeah, it's great. That was part of the college... No, never mind. No, the card is a contrivance much later, but that image is from the college tour.
Did you pull anything out of here?
I didn't read it because I know it all. I've heard him say it all 1,000 times. There's not one new thing in here. So it's whatever you've read or heard him say, it's all in here. One of the great pieces, and it's probably in the Free Comic Book Day version of Tom's Stan Lee book. I'll give him a plug on that thing right there. But he does this one page that's so fantastic, where it's like the visual evolution. It's like, say, 9 panels, and it's almost like a Warhol Marilyn Monroe, where the colors keep changing and stuff. And then it's a progressively aging Stan Lee. Loses hair, gets a lot of hair, has a shades, like all that stuff. Saying the same sentence to illustrate that this guy has his rap down. And that's all we're seeing here. It's literally, you could just skip it. Every now and then, I like to see if he mentions that Uncle Martin Goodman's a cousin and stuff. And
his take on that is, oh man, it's in here, and he basically says distant relative.
Right.
Yeah, he's trying to push away from that nepotism. They talk Hollywood too. I wonder, kind of like reading this and thinking of where comics and especially Marvel has gone, how important Stan Lee is in the history of like Marvel making its transition to the movies, because he does make deals. Like, I think he's the liaison whenever like the comics and stuff, the cartoons and stuff are happening. That's kind of the big success here in terms of LA. But I wonder, like, is he the guy? Does he lay groundwork that is then in the 2000s really turned into money?
Here's the thing that it's a question that I've always had about these big companies and stuff, where he says it here. I'm the publisher and I'm the something else. But it's an honorific title.
He does say that.
And so, like, when Dan DiDio is publisher, or like John and Nee or whoever is like a Marvel publisher, it ain't your money. Like, what is that? What does that mean? You're the publisher. You ain't publishing shit. You got a job. You're an employee. Like, what? How is that publisher?
Yeah, I have no idea what their responsibilities are, but he does explain that he's not involved.
Yeah, like Eric Stevenson. Like what does that mean? Like, I
bet it's different from company to company, and even from like whoever the previous publisher was to the current ones. But I don't know what the list would be. I bet it's pretty different between what Eric Stevenson does versus.
I'm sure Stevenson's very hands-on. But like, yeah, the Marvel DC stuff, it's like you're being told what to do. You're a fucking employee. Like, I gotta take you seriously? Are you kidding me?
Greg Capullo's Crash Course. Powerful pages fast. This is my favorite installment so far, the Capullo stuff.
Yeah, I'm on board.
I like all of this. And he kind of goes through and he says, one of the main problems is there's too much sameness in amateur pages. So he's going to give you some tips on things to do to spice up your page layouts. First thing is close-ups. And these are all examples of different close-ups, some extreme close-ups like this eyeball or the gun hammer, stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. It reminded me of like Wally Wood's 22 panels that always work.
Yeah.
It reminds me of like composition stuff that we'll read from Alex Toth. Nothing contradictory here, but I think this is a really good, I agree with all this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he makes fun to look at pages. We looked at a controversial issue not too long ago on the Kayfabe channel that's pretty much spearheaded by him.
If we do another issue of Spawn with him, I'd be curious to like pull these out.
Yeah.
Pull out these things. Because like larger than life is an extreme foreground object. I love that idea.
Let's do it. Because the issue that we would look at is the kids with the cop dad.
Frame up. This is something that you'd see in Will Eisner, like, oh, let's put the camera outside of the window, so we're looking at action through the window, things of that nature. Having your black in the foreground, whether it's silhouette or just like a deep shadow.
This is him. He's like, hey guys, check it out. You can put two shadows over top of each other.
Heads up or down, bird's eye view shot, overhead shot, good for establishing. But anyway, all this stuff makes total sense to me, and it really does remind me of the Wood stuff in that it's like, this is your quick checklist when you're doing your layouts.
How's that for a period of time, baby? Get your
Totally.
little American Online disc for free.
Wizard art, always fun. Didn't recognize any names in here.
Starting to get some more of that computer color
There's
stuff.
some weird stuff in some of these. Like, they're not even related to like a Wizard cover anymore, so it makes me wonder, did the contributions fall off?
Right.
Your odds a little better now if you send something in than if you did at their peak. And some are really pretty developed. Like this Batman is, it feels like, yeah, send that into a convention. Like, go try to get some work. Homemade heroes.
And it's just posing existing figures, so it's not even homemade heroes. I guess some of them are.
I like the Ripclaw versus Wolverine is just a... I had to look because I'm like, Wolverine? Is that a combination? It's Wolverine's head in a bloody bag.
This 8-4, there was an earlier
We've seen this
issue
before.
that had that, and they were spot on, with the exception of maybe one or two people who might have just like pivoted out of comics and had success elsewhere. But they do seem to be pretty solid with their prognostications.
They did well with Charles Adlard as your number one listing here. I feel like if you were going to arrange like, I don't know, successes or payoffs, that guy's probably pulled the most money out of this list. But some of them I don't even know.
But check this out, man. Charles Adler, 20 to 25 pages a week are extremely productive. 15 fully penciled and ink pages are insane. To say that Charles Adler is faster than a speeding bullet is a gross understatement. That's amazing.
Right, but I don't know what that means.
It means he's a fast artist. He makes
he is a fast
quick
artist.
pages.
I don't think he's penciling 25 pages a week in any kind of regularity. Because he's doing one book a month at this point. So what's he do the other 3.5 weeks?
Right.
It's kind of a weird statement. It doesn't say that's what he draws, the rate that he draws. I know it's kind of implied, but I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Next round of dudes are guys that show up on Grendel comics a lot. Always good looking stuff, but I never really read that shit.
Yeah. Gene Ha I ran into at a library conference a couple years ago, maybe a year or two ago.
He's one of those guys, man. Like at this, I didn't see this. There's like a Green Lantern comic that's like his first deal, but that Adventures of Cyclops and Jean Grey or whatever, that was right when I started to find comic shops. Like I got it at Bill and Walt's at Century 3 Mall. And there's art in that just blows my mind. So like that photorealistic thing, there's still that image that they use it a lot in promo and shit of like the Nathan Summers like robot eye down like upshot with the fucking cybernetics on his face and shit. Such a cool drawing.
Yeah. Top 10, right? The Alan Moore
Absolutely.
series is what I think of when I first think of Gene Ha. Ron Garney is listed here, and I had no idea. I thought he was a longtime veteran of making comics, so that was kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, I don't
know, like when he's doing Captain America, I always think of him as like, oh, he's established. I've seen him in these other books, but maybe I didn't. Kevin Law. I don't know what all he's done, but the thing that's coming up is the Punks special manga Punks. I recently picked that one up. It makes me curious, like, what all he's done. But clearly, like, he's talking about bringing manga stuff in to certain elements, like characters' expressions, but then doing, like, American-style figures and things like that. So kind of interesting. Curious what all his career is. Warren Ellis, very early in his writing career. And Humberto Ramos again. So this guy seems to be hitting.
Ramos.
Yeah. There's a couple listings in here. A lot of filler of this sort. Spinning a New Web. This is another one of those. Like, this is a history of Spider-Man. I think they're trying to do damage control in a Clone Saga, which apparently sold well but wasn't critically well received.
I think it turned a lot of people off,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I think it was just too far. And look, somebody yanked out my X-Files.
This is stupid.
This is a weird article. Has the superstar artist been replaced by the flavor of the month?
And
I don't know about flavor of the month, but has it been replaced by companies not wanting to push any artists that then go to Image?
They say it in here, man. There's a Joe Quesada quote, man. DC and Marvel both are gun-shy about creating stars who can be stolen away from them right now. And I'd say to this day, like, we know for a fact, man, we have a friend who we bumped into at a comic shop, and she wrote comics for Marvel, and she did not feel like she was allowed to even interact with the artist. She felt like the editor's supposed to be a liaison between that stuff, probably keeping emails away from one another so that you can't have those connections. Thankfully, there's still comic conventions, so you can connect with people at that level. But, like, they will not help you create a great pair so that you guys could go off and do an Image book and have real success that you own and shit like that. They're not going to be a part of that.
It made me think, who's a superstar artist that's been created since then? That has become a superstar artist since then? I don't know if there is one. A guy who, like, if you went, okay, this person's going to do a Spider-Man book and we're going to sell millions of.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that there is one since this era. And I don't know, I don't think publishers can completely control that. You know, I'm not sure exactly what causes that, but I don't know that there's been a superstar artist of the caliber of a Jim Lee, a McFarlane, a Liefeld, since those guys.
All
like,
those
that's
guys,
it.
yeah, all those guys, like, you know, I spoke to basically all of them individually at one point or another. And one of the things that they all hold in high esteem of importance is to have a run. And it's to have monthly consistency on the racks for a little while. And Marvel and DC kind of prevents that. Like, they don't let that happen. They let writers do it. And who are the superstars? It's the writers who are the superstars. You know, it's these Batman writers who break off and then have these 100,000 plus Image books and stuff. So it's not the artist. They're not going to make that mistake again.
Do you think do you think it's completely in the control of the publishers that they're... It doesn't...
I think they have lots of control. Can you go back one real quick, man? Because, like, this is... where is it? It's this piece with, like, established superstar artists talking about the sort of ethereal, you know, what do you call it, man? The fleeting nature of their artistic fame and things.
Yeah, it's a pretty strange article.
Especially to have 5 or 6 pages devoted to it. It's really stupid.
And here's like some upcoming guys.
Some odds.
And, you know, Joe Madureira and J. Scott Campbell, both guys who I think of as like, they were pretty hot, but also they leave comics pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think it shows like their interest in comics. Like, they're going to go where the loot goes.
Well, further, you know, I mean, to me, that's further examples of, like, you're just not able to do a superstar, say, in the latter half of the 90s because sales aren't there. You know what I mean? Nobody was able to go, hey, let's recover from this collapse. It didn't happen. So, you know, that's a chicken or egg maybe. But I think the guys who were positioned to maybe be that next generation of superstar left.
Yeah, and Joe Matt has always said that, like, you know, comics is a means, like it's not his primary interest or anything like that. That might be it.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be the fast forward
Right.
through all this. The 95 rundown, it's kind of interesting. I don't know if you went through this super fine print, but there'd be a couple of pop-ups that would stand out to me, like Kabuki debuts in January of 95. David Mack goes on to have quite a career. So it's kind of neat that that's his debut. Ghost in the Shell in March. Ghost in the Shell #1. I feel like that's a pretty big book.
Yeah, it's so funny because this is such a big year for me when it comes to comics. Like on the next page, Jimmy.
Oh, these are the Big 10 stories from this year. Comics Go Hollywood, kind of interesting in where we have come in the 21st century in terms of that. Probably the biggest story in a weird way. The price crunch, paper pushes cover prices up. This is my, let's say this again every 5 minutes because we've been talking about this forever. Literally, like the history of comics is the prices going up. Let's blame the paper prices. Same deal today. The clone story, it's interesting what this story represents, which is like the mega crossover that everybody seems to push against, but it feels like these continue to go on to this day.
Yeah, because what people say and what they do with their buying dollar is completely divorced.
Yeah, for sure. Comics Go Online. Obviously, this is a big story. Maybe this is your number one story when you think of like everything's online at this point.
Yeah, and they're bolstering a 10-year-old comic server that's like on news groups, Prodigy or whatever, and there's 45,000 members. So that lets you know, like, we got almost 80,000.
It does make you wonder though, like how many people from that era have sort of profited or shaped comics. You know what I mean? Like you're in the very early, potentially influential platform here.
Yeah.
The people that jump on there in that 45,000. Magic Show. This is interesting to me because we've had Gilbert Shelton talked about this. Using some of these cards as a way to. Shelton Drum has talked about this as something that helped keep store doors open.
Yeah.
In kind of the dark days of the late 90s. So. Kind of interesting to see that story here because that again is the subtext of this issue. Like they talk about it in a lot of different ways from different perspectives, but that's a piece.
Yeah, how do you keep going?
Yeah, and how do we survive like these collapsing distributors and sales plunging?
It's a Mark Miller comic. He would have been in the 8 to the 4 of the previous New Year stuff.
Yeah, incredible when you think of like scratching and clawing your way to be Mark Miller. People don't think about this as part of his journey, but that is really taking whatever you can get and trying to make lemonade.
Totally. Like it's so funny when we got to that issue because I was reading Fantastic Four, and when the Skrulls are introduced, the way they end that story is they get transformed into cows. And like this picks up after that, like the cows get their memory back or something like this. This is a great sentence, man. A small press is strongest and best growing part of the comic book industry. This is the sort of chink in the armor that makes the Fantagraphics and all that stuff become just more viable publishers of comics.
Yeah, and I think that you could credit Image to some degree of this gaining traction.
Yeah,
because
sure.
It's a chance to look beyond Marvel and DC at what's coming out. And, very formidable. This is SPX, I think, is mentioned here as like maybe the first SPX was this June. So... yeah, those are big moments, I think, in American comics history.
Yeah, and it's fascinating, though, because it's a push-pull, because when the distribution goes away, it becomes way tougher for these small press guys to keep a foothold, because with the old distribution models, you could keep every month, you could have the whole catalog of books in there, orderable, but like Diamond just wants the latest, greatest.
Yeah. The Penthouse Comics editor commits suicide July 20th. Michael Jordan's retirement is listed in here, which is funny.
I gotta go play baseball for a minute.
Manga migration. So obviously manga, everybody watching this, I hope, understands manga is huge. The biggest, if you call it a genre, the biggest one in American comics. But they see the transition here as graphic novels. Very telling.
Yeah.
1995, 96, and they're already kind of seeing the future, because to me, it's about 2005 whenever that really becomes like, okay, this is the footprint now for comics going forward. They're talking about it 10 years before it really takes over the bookstores and everything.
Makes so much sense, man. And on the strength, they mention it here too, man. Oh My Goddess. Like when I started going into the comic shops, I wasn't into the big eye kind of mangas and shit. And Oh My Goddess is one of those. But in that back section of Phantom, on that the little foreign section, it would have like the Hergés, the Asterix. There'd be about 10 volumes of Oh My Goddess trades, which is like insurmountable, because like that's the problem with the American system, is that there's just never enough volume to bring those prices down. So they're $20 books, and there's 10 of them. So it's like, what do you expect me to do? It's the same prices as American comic book collections and shit. And then it really takes like the Viz, where you step down the production a bit. Like, you realize that part doesn't matter so much if you got like a good quality thing. Scale it down. The tankobon size is much smaller, and they could squeak $10 out of that, man, which is still more expensive than the Japanese tankobons and shit. But it's not $20.
Yeah.
In 1995.
Distributor exclusives. This is Marvel and DC choosing Diamond, and Marvel going on their own house distributor, Heroes World, for a minute. And the speculation is like, I suspect more stores will not carry kitchen sink books distributed by Capital, which goes under pretty quickly after this, because they won't want to deal with yet another distributor. That's Brian Hibbs weighing in there, a comics retailer, talking about what these different distribution exclusives mean. And like, we've heard people, I think Eric Reynolds has talked on our show about, like, whenever they make that announcement of exclusivity, it's over. Like, it totally changes the comics landscape, and the publishers all knew it. And, I think retailers probably knew it. So pretty wild stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a pivotal year, man. Like in every kind of sense of the word.
Shy Girl I added to my list. This is Joel Orbetta,
yeah,
the artist, graffiti artist, right? Didn't he go on to become a graffiti artist?
Yeah. I follow him, man.
I have he did a couple Zen Intergalactic Ninjas, and I have those, and the art's really cool. Apparently, this was a character that kind of came out of that.
Give me just the quickest second, man, because I don't follow many people, man, and his name is. Let me get it. It's a cool name. It's a kayfabe name. Where are you? I feel like it's vaguely biblical. The second I see it, I'll know it. I'm sorry, the internet just ain't working. All right, cut all that shit, man. My bad.
Are you familiar with Koichi Ohata?
No.
Yeah, I wasn't either. Kind of a neat interview talking about his path through anime and manga, and also referencing some American comics that he picks up when he's in LA. Bisley and Todd McFarlane are the two names he cites.
My dudes, when I go out to Japan, I bring Bisley comics to my guys, man. They really dig that stuff. The guys who dig American comics, they really do get ghettoized a little bit out there.
Yeah,
man.
I can see that.
When I went to Tokyo, like, okay, for instance, you heard of Full Metal Alchemist as a thing? Like, that guy was at the Tokyo Comic Con, and that's a superhero convention and shit, and he got no love. And it's like, this is a popular manga. It's very popular in the States, but nobody was going up to him. Nobody cared. Like, they like what they like, and that's all.
I was sad because I think last issue they talked about American manga was going to be kind of covered this issue, and it doesn't really happen. Nice Palmer's picks, again, reflecting on where the industry is. So you get like Paul Pope, THB being one of the big breakout comics of 95, and some rundowns of what various indie publishers have plans for.
Yeah.
There's talk of graphic novels here too. So, maybe outside of the big two, you've got companies trying to figure this out and thinking like there's some opportunity here, especially with so many of these indie books would run multiple issue storylines.
Yeah.
So you'd start to get collections, and now you could sell those in bookstores, or you could sell them to people who aren't necessarily going to Wednesday comic shops.
Yeah, if you can figure out how to get the bookstores receptive, and there has to be outliers.
Yeah.
And we see names in here, Chris Ware, Al Columbia's Biologic Show. Like, I think Chris Ware did a whole lot.
Jimmy Corrigan, I think, sold like 100,000 in book collection. It got that literary McSweeney's crowd behind it, and I think that to sell at that number, bookstores take notice, booksellers take notice,
right? And it's bougie New York. Like, you have to get the coastal cities on board, because they're the tastemakers. They're the people writing in your magazines. Like they're putting out McSweeney's. You know what I'm saying? So like, you need to get them on board, and then that created that little bubble that we were a part of and took some advantage of, but it wasn't an image type bubble. It was like more opportunity type bubble, because like they still had to figure that shit out, man. Because like with the way advances work, that had to be ironed out. You know, the stuff I did with Harv for Villard, which is Random House, they give you that third. The first third, Harvey took all of that. So I had lived on savings for like 14 months making that comic and fucking ate ramen noodles. When we first hung out, we'd go to the coffee shop. I wouldn't even buy a coffee. I would like have some bottles of water and sneak in with you guys and just kind of chill out because I just couldn't spend $1.
Great names. The people who were active at this time, amazing. Julie Doucette, Seth, Chris Ware, you mentioned already, Terry Moore, Chester Brown, Jim Woodring, Harvey Picar, Don Simpson, Jay Stevens, Steve Bissett, Dave Lapham.
What you're looking at on these pages is the stuff that we're starting to buy because superhero comics suck a dick. You know, like I'm not reading alcoholic Reed Richards is coming back to Fantastic Four. I could give a fuck.
Yeah, it's really interesting because this is like right before comics kind of go mainstream. But these are the names, some of them that will be there when it happens. And it's almost like we got to build the products and then, you know, we can push together.
Here's that one thing, man. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride type shit, man. Spider Baby Graphics. Tyrant will be back on track in 96. Creator Steve Bissett hopes to release 4 to 5 issues this year. That will not happen.
No.
There are 4 issues in total, and that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. Jeff Smith being published by Image at that time, which we kind of talked about before. Trailer Park, I got nothing here.
No, never. Though that the Generation X movie.
Oh yeah.
Saw it, loved it.
Was that on Fox?
It was. Doesn't hold up.
No, I'm sure. Top 10 comics. I don't think too much has changed since we last looked. I don't know what X-Men Prime is.
Yeah, I do.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I have that. It's a. I think it's old Brian Hitch is like one of the main dudes in that thing. But yeah, I got it in the box. It's real ugly. Like when the art started to look like this, I was fully off. It's the superhero. It's the British superhero guys. So it's like Paul Neary, Brian Hitch. Like there's like a wonkiness to their aesthetic that I just never really gravitated. My top dude is like Liam Sharp of that style that I can get down with.
Double Impact is number 14. I see this book in every dollar box I look at, and it is awful. It's so bad.
We did a video on this one.
Sweet cover. So good.
Got a reprint of that top New Mutants graphic novel.
I like the Tom Coker art in Gen 13 Max number 1.
I do too, man. I got 1 issue of that. I think there were 2.
It's pretty stylized, and I like it.
Shouts to Jean-Paul Leon.
Yeah.
Like, that was such a striking cover. And I think I remember seeing a black and white version of that.
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Cover.
Akira finishes up its run.
That has been solicited for years in here, I feel like.
They say a 3-year delay.
Yeah, it always shows up whenever it's like close.
We talked before about G.I. Joe number 1 coming through Dark Horse.
Bought it.
There's your cover.
Bought
for
it
that
off
one,
the
Frank
fucking
Miller.
racks, man. Had this in my pull list. These are the things I had in my pull list. I've got that issue 1. This Madman was on my pull list with that's Alex Ross on top of him. And if I remember right, the back cover is from the Frazetta Madman.
Wow, boy, that is a cover power pack.
Yeah.
That's great. Kane number 12. I'm a huge Paul Grist Kane mark. Cool to see that here as a self-published, crime story. Max 21, written by Alan Moore. Mm-hmm. I have this issue. Might be a future episode in there.
Yeah.
About all I got there.
We squeaked out a full real episode, Jimmy.
Somehow. Don't know if there's anything else.
No. The one other piece for Wizard is that Inquest Magazine is going to be a thing now. That's the collectible card game shit. So I don't know if they had the article. I don't know that the their toy magazine, Toy Fair, is a thing yet. I'm sure we would see stuff in here. So they're going to collectible card games before toys, which is a interesting move. Let you know it's really before McFarlane starts cooking and bringing sexiness back to action figures.
our profiles are Adam West and Burt Ward. I have nothing to say here, but this does speak to the move towards screen anything.
I'll say this, man. This video game list about CD-based video game consoles is the most sound piece of the entire magazine, man. All the grades are exactly spot on, with TurboGrafx CD having the worst, and PlayStation, even though there's just a very small amount of games out right then, getting the A. There are some real solid.
I had a PlayStation in college. That would have been probably my last game system.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I like the this art. It's like a real knockoff of Glenn Fabry, Simon Bisley kind of paintings.
Totally.
Wow, we did it. I'm shocked.
Right.
Not a great issue as far as I'm concerned, but it is a little atypical that it's that year-end spectacular. And there, like I say several times already, that subtext of like the market is collapsing, it just feels like it permeates most of the content of this issue, even though nobody comes outright and says how bleak things are.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's going to get worse. You know, we could do an episode of just Mac's letter pages, because Sam Keith is very honest in those. And he goes for another, I don't know, 20 issues. What does Mac's run? I think close to 40 issues.
Right.
So at issue 21, like, it's going to keep going down, but you can kind of sense everybody's scared to death of the collapsing sales.
It's true, man. Ready to go. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell, we'll notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers are watching us stream this video live, but the vids are brought to you by the books that we make, man. Jimmy, what do you have out there?
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next release from Image Comics. It'll be out in a couple of months. You can pre-order it now. 20th anniversary of Street Angel, collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, including a story that has not seen print before and a lot of unpublished artwork in that one. I also have Hulk Grand Design. You can't miss the giant oversized fluorescent green cover, Plain Jane's first young adult graphic novel, and you can read my latest comics on patreon.com/JimRugg.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming out in 2023, collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there, plus 140 pages of additional art and content that not in the originals, man. 504 pages we're clocking in at towards the end of this year, man, for the holidays. Scoop it up. Put in your pre-orders right now today so we know how many of these things to print. There are 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks out there. We are putting out the 3rd and final installment starting in May. Red Room Crypto Killers 1. That's the cover you're looking at there. That's the cover for issue 2 of Red Room. Going to come out on a monthly basis. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG. Support our books. Keep these vids coming to you on a regular basis. But there are other ways to support the channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the link below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Given those marching orders, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Let me try to catch my grass guy and give him his money.
I'm going to tuck the Wizard extras into Wizard.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yep.
You don't by any chance got 2 5s on you, do you?
I have a 10.
Yeah, I got a 10 too.
Oh, I do.
My man.
It's like a comic convention.
With an unprepared first time fucking attendee.
Yeah, man, if you're selling a $5 item, you need a stack of 5s. You'll be making change all day. How'd we do on the Wizard today, guys? That was a tough issue. I'm not going to lie to you. They're getting to that point, too. I think Ed's talked about this in the past, where the text, some of it is like 9-point text. I'm such an old man, like, reading that stuff, and also cringing when I turn the page, and it looks like you're looking at 14,000 words per page on a 6-page Spider-Man clone saga article. That's some tough sledding.
That was the next door neighbor grass guy. Because I told my dude not to come on Thursdays. I was going to give him a piece, man.
Deduct some. That's what you got to do. You got to fine them. It's like Cowboy Bill Watts.
My guy's so Lynchian. Like, if you saw him, you know what I mean. And also, he's so cheap. Like, he does Serena's joint, and it's just like a little patch out front, $10 at her spot. But she's got these like lights that you put along your walkway, you know, into the dirt.
I bet they get
Yeah,
shit kicked out of them.
yeah. He fucking hits it with the whacker all the time. And like, my mom said that, oh yeah, that Larry, he destroyed 2 sets of my lights. But like, everybody still uses them and like just puts up with it. And, you know, maybe they said something once and we're like, yeah, you know, don't do that. And he's like, okay, just still destroys them. And they're just like, okay, you know, price is right, whatever.
Yeah, it's you're not gonna stop anybody. Look, I'd be banging into my own lights. It's just an impossible task. This is gonna be a
I'll just follow your lead, man.
yeah. I have these in chronological order.
Nice.
We're going to kind of go through quick because there's a bunch there. But it should be interesting, I think. It's very weird as an art.
Scott Strong represented. Hooked us up with that big Chandler and triplicate.
Yeah, amazing. Ready when you are. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon now available. 3 different levels will get you access to our videos ahead of time so you can beat the Kayfabe effect. And if you're a King Kayfaber, you'll get all the videos early as well as sitting in on the recording session, which I enjoy. So thanks to all the King Kayfabers out there. We are also working Cartoonist. Best way to support Cartoonist Kayfabe is to buy our books. You see our bibliography in front of you right now. We got some big books coming out this year. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus from Ed Piscor will be out later this year. You can pre-order it now. Collects all of the Hip Hop Family Tree material plus 140 new pages. 3rd season of Red Room is starting up very, very soon. Crypto Killers, here is the cover for issue 1 and the cover for issue 2. There are 3 volumes in total. The first 2 are collected in trade paperback. You can pick those up wherever you subscribe to Crypto Killers. You can also pick up X-Men Grand Design, 3 volumes plus an omnibus. And if you're lucky, look for WYSIWYG. Still available at finer shops everywhere. My next book is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This is the cover. Coming out from Image. It should be out in July. You can pre-order that one now. 20th anniversary of Street Angel. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Get both books. They'll look nice as a set, and you'll have the complete Street Angel comics in your possession. I also have Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes. So, Ed, we've been talking about this episode for a while.
Yes.
What we're looking at, comic books that are reproduced from the pencils, not an inker.
That are so good, they don't need an inker.
That is right. I'm going to run through these in chronological order. We're going to start here with Steranko's Chandler. There's also a small edition of this many people may know. That's what I knew until Scott Strong hooked us up with this full-size, oversized edition.
In triplicate.
1976, you see a date here, so that's going to be the beginning. I was shocked to learn these are pencil reproductions.
Yeah, when you learn about the other leads, you know, you get your Prang art set, and there's all these different pencils, and we're all familiar with the 2B or whatever it is. When you get those softer ones that can produce almost a black line, you know, like they're very, very dark. And I think in order to get this kind of precision that Steranko had to have a heavy hand in getting the blacks.
Wouldn't surprise me if this is done light table, you know, to be super clean with it. Where you see a little pencil indicator are on some of the edges of stuff, like on the edges of shadows, sometimes you'll see that noise that a pencil or charcoal would produce.
You can see it on some of that line work and stuff.
Very interesting, very strange. And look, I looked at this book a lot before I learned it was done in pencil and had no clue.
No.
You know, but again, just on the edges, sometimes you can see it. And I don't know exactly how they make like the flat blacks. It's got to be like overexposing the film or something to get that flat of a black.
Totally. Like it's so close. Like you could, if you took that kind of pencil on a Xerox machine, it would probably show up as like very close to black.
And FYI, we have a video looking at Chandler, so you can kind of go through the whole book in that video, but I just wanted to kind of show off. It's tight, man. Even at this oversize, it's very tight, these marks and the lines that he's able to pull out with pencil.
I should say that like, probably almost every comic we look at is video worthy on their own.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to kind of breeze through these, but I just think it's pretty interesting. And it makes me wonder, like, as we go through time, we're going to see more people doing experiments with pencil and reproduction. And you wonder, like, do they see this and go, hey, maybe we can do pencil reproduction, you know? Maybe we blow up the levels when we expose it and you can get flat blacks.
We'll see it. And there have been, like, deadline crunch issues that are that way, and that might be a reason. But we'll see pencil where it's not hidden, where we're allowed to see the pencil on the page. It's built to be seen that way. This is another one that's like, it's kind of inked with pencil.
Yeah, this is a kind of a strange book. Frank Miller here on the cover, but inside it's John Byrne is your artist, and this is all pencil. No idea why, but I
think it's a deadliner.
In the editorial, they mention, you know, that this is all drawn in pencil for whatever reason, except for the very last page. So, you know, you can see sometimes you can tell the edges are a little bit soft.
Yeah.
But other times it looks like it's just inked.
I wasn't thinking, man. There's a Barry Windsor Smith Conan that has couple pencil pages, and they are absolutely deadline crunchers, and the reproduction isn't even that good.
Where you often can tell with this stuff is like some of the effects, some of the lines that are like the starburst lines or, you know, smoke and rubble.
Yeah.
You can see a little bit there. Like these lines, the reflection on the floor to me is where you can see the grains.
Because Byrne is used to doing that side of the pencil. If you've ever seen his pencils for indicators to the inker, he will hit the side of the paper. So he has to go against nature to like draw actual leaves, because he's not getting.
It's funny too. Strokes. Like you look at this guy and go, "Oh, the pencil was pretty dull there."
Yeah.
Because like there are other places where like some of the cross hatching on that cheek are such thin lines. You know, it's got to be like a brand new sharpened pencil for some of that stuff.
It's not a good idea to use the wood pencil for this kind of thing, and probably not even the lead holder, the blue lead holder. It's probably like get like a 0.5 technical pencil. And do your feathers that way. Do everything that way. Get your thick and thins that way, and it'll be tight.
I feel like you're stepping on some Quitely technique that we're going to get to in some subsequent issues. But I did want to just hit this last page to kind of like show, you know, pause the screen and compare what the an inked page looks like, you know, versus all of these pencil pages.
Beautiful.
Yeah, pretty interesting. And like I say, they do mention it in the letters page a little bit. Several of these comics will call out that this is done in in pencil. Doesn't say why. We're printing the art for this issue directly from John Byrne's pencils as an extra special celebration of this anniversary issue.
That sounds like what you can't fix, you feature.
So here is John Byrne. This is 1981. Here's a John Byrne from decades later, 2009, and this is reproduced from pencils. We also look at his X-Men.
That's beautiful.
And interesting because like he kind of ends up going this direction with his own work, you know, as he retires from comics and starts to do 40 issues of X-Men. He's doing pencil. This has a little bit of color, and not just the red, but like you can see here, you know, even though it's pencil, a little bit of color on some of these pages. And I mean, again, is this light boxed? Because I don't know how you wouldn't smudge all this stuff or have some like construction lines visible otherwise. You know, it feels
you actually saw some. Go back real quick.
Very deliberate.
You could see a little there.
Yeah, and that's your side of your pencil head.
Because what he does is, you could see it, he grids off, when there's perspectives, he grids off his panels and stuff to make sure the character's rooted properly. Yeah, this is great, man. This is a comic to have, for sure.
Yeah, super random. You know, this is one of those where I was looking through dollar bins, found John Byrne, thought I'd flip it open, see here's, you know, it's just red, but you can see color on top of that pencil. And doesn't look like the levels are adjusted all that much. A lot of grays on this page compared to like the previous examples where like they're blowing that out to be a black line. A lot of pencil clearly on these pages.
Where did we go wrong in comics that John Byrne has to draw a fucking Angel comic?
How's about Gene Colan?
Now this is the most popular of the olden days of like pencil comics.
This
is the one that
fascinating.
Everybody mentioned, and in the fan press, that would be an opportunity where you get to see pencils of people, and you could see Tomb of Dracula pencils where there is no discernible hatch lines. Like Tom Palmer Sr. had work to do.
Yes,
and we had Clowes on the channel. Clowes is like, I never cracked the code. I never inked a great Gene Colan issue because the guy didn't pencil for inkers. He didn't pencil for what they call black line reproduction.
How great is this? Is this a board game,
It is.
video game ad? Wow. I do want to flip through a few of these because there's a huge discrepancy in the level of grays or the level of black in these grays. Like you'll see here, this is pretty gray and the color very much overpowers it.
This is bleeding edge comics because it doesn't work. Like for as popular as it is, it doesn't work. It should not have been colored. If you just lean into what it is, a beautifully drawn comic in pencil, then we're all good. Like it would probably be pretty great. You would have to photograph. It would be a more expensive comic. You would photograph the pencils and do separations that way. But like this, especially this Baxter paper,
You can see how light these are. You know, like from one page to the next, the levels are way different.
it's a trash. Yeah, it's a trash production. But I think this could have been saved. It just never was.
So same creative team here. You know, everybody was chasing those Colin pencils because if you saw them, you were in love with them.
Yeah.
But then it was a matter of like, we may not have the tech. And you can see a little different approach to color. It's a little bit softer in this stuff.
Blue line.
So this is a year later. It's Eclipse, so maybe they're, you know, leaning in more. But again, you see like this is almost a black line that it's been pushed to as opposed to other pages where it's just very gray. You know, I mean, like that's almost photocopies
Right.
of pencils. It's so black. So kind of that's, I think, the most experimental of those. This is where I first encounter this. Early in my reading, I come across a comic scene and they're talking about this Black Panther series. Dwayne Turner is your artist. And the kind of the gimmick is, at least for me as an aspiring artist, is his pencils are so good in value, we don't want to ink them. So now it's the same deal. Like, how do you make this work with color? And they're airbrush. Like, this has to be blue line as well, because like you're painting these colors on here. It's a cool idea. Some pages work much better than others. Look how great that is for an illustration. That's got to be separated out as like a separate, you know, like a color hold for the drawings. Some of this stuff, though, I think like muscles and some of the veins and blood vessels that are like on backs, I think work better than other things. One of the things that's tough is doing this kind of flat black, I think is really tough. But I ate this up because this was one of my first comics and it was just like weird and different.
Yeah.
I would follow Dwayne Turner as he started getting like monthly assignments and things. And now once an inker shows up, it's such a different, like, how do you interpret this? Like you were saying about Gene Colan, you know, if he's penciling in this value system, the inker's got to decide, do I hatch that? Do I screen tone that? Do I make it solid black?
I don't know this comic. I've never seen it. And it's an amazing document. Like, look at this, man, just like fully going for it. But I can't, and it's not the subject matter of just Black Panther, but like Billy Graham has to be in Dwayne Turner's thoughts.
Yeah, it feels like
because it looks like you got to aspire to work up to a Billy Graham status, and he's giving himself that challenge because, like, look at that kind of stuff, man. Like, it's.
Yeah, I wonder how involved Don McGregor is, because he would have been the guy writing the Black Panther stuff back in the day with Billy Graham. So who knows? You know, like there's so many panels and everything throughout this. But again, like this stuff all feels very experimental to me. We have a video where we look at this one. This is now jumping. I think Black Panther is 91. So here's Thor Ryan, and this is one of the odder ones, 1997. Inexplicable that this is reproduced from pencil. Very blown out, though. You see it, and it's a black line.
That's that era that they call digital inking, where you pencil tight and the digital inker was in charge of the scan and making it black line and maybe filling in a little bit of weird areas and shit.
Right. These flat blacks almost certainly added. Digital Chameleon is doing inks and seps.
Kandersky.
So, you know, I think he's probably adding the flat black. But otherwise, like you can see the edge of the side of the pencils, you know, in some of these areas that are not filled in black but are like heavy lines, you know, like the quads there.
We also asked JR about this, man. Like, what was that like? He was like, dude, I was scared to death, man. I couldn't hide.
It's real interesting.
Couldn't be saved by Dan Green or Al Williamson.
Yeah, I don't understand what the impetus is behind that. But
he wasn't clear either. Like we asked him and it just didn't connect. Rob
Liefeld gets in on it. So cutting ahead again just slightly, this is 1998, so maybe a year after Thor Ryan, and Rob Liefeld doing straight to pencils and notes that in the back, kind of talks about that. You know, nothing against inkers, but I think he's trying out some stuff. and you get a chance to see very tight Rob Liefeld pencils, probably levels adjusted because this again feels like a black
That
at the
digital ink and
at the
shit.
top, and I think that works pretty well compared to like those Gene Colan or the Dwayne
Yeah.
Turner where we see gray. Gray is tough to pull off in a comic book.
In color, like we're at a point now where you could just do comics in pencil and it would be beautiful. Mm-hmm. But oh man, that's so odd. Like I feel like he builds his human figures as action figures, and that's like a great illustration.
And I think they're also doing let's fill in the blacks with solid black. But you can see clearly,
Lots of
like,
pencil in this.
look at the pencil, like here, where it almost looks like you're going back and forth, like on these lines, going over them a couple of times.
Yeah.
You can really see that quality there. So, kind of interesting. And then Stephen Platt,
No.
one of the final Platt Liefeld collaborations, just credited as artwork. It doesn't say straight from pencils, but this is one where you can totally see the blacks being filled in as flat black.
Yeah.
And it's interesting whenever it butts up against like a pencil crosshatch, but like here you can see the pencils very well. And 3 issues you get of this technique.
And it's this Dogs of War miniseries?
Yeah, 3 issues of Dogs of War.
Because I have the original, and that would be worth looking at.
Is the original McGinnis?
Stephen Platt.
Okay.
Where he's like the Slim Pickens, Dr. Strangelove gimmick, and it is so homoerotic, man.
Yes.
It's Captain America with this giant fucking dingus.
That one really shows off, I think, the pencil quality. Because here, it's kind of gray. It looks like they haven't bumped those levels up to the max black.
Totally. And there's no 3D. Like, this doesn't separate from the background, which would be the skin and stuff. That's just odd.
You wonder, like, because these bullet casings are a little underdrawn, if he knew from the beginning that this is going to be reproduced as pencils. And then, look at the contrast. Like, these pencil lines are all black. So
I wonder if there's controversy, man, because in our own comment section, there will be people like Joe Weems and shit talking about ink and Platt and weird controversies with people taking too much artwork and yada yada.
uncoated paper, so you
Yeah.
get to see the pencils uncoated and
Dark.
I think the coloring has changed a little bit to try to accentuate what he's doing in pencil. And who knows, maybe he's checked out too. I really don't know. But like, look at how apparent the penciling is here.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you would ink some of that. Like that doesn't look like Platt inked marks that I've seen in his other work.
Yeah, that's Platt in a nutshell, man. Like, you look at any of his pencils and you wonder how he does it. And when he would do it himself, he's using those .01 rapidographs and taking 3 weeks to do a piece.
All right, so I mentioned Frank Quitely. He's done a bunch of stuff in pencil. I think if you watch that video on his drawing, you can see him doing like really tight penciling. I don't know if We 3 is the first of his straight to pencil or not, but it's that digital inking. Like, it's even credited as digital inking by Jamie Grant. I was going to pull out All-Star Superman. It was in a different box because it's the same deal, same team too. Jamie Grant on there for colors and digital inking. And you can see pretty consistent, I think, in how they're turning the pencil line into a black line. But it's very fine line. You look closely and you can kind of see the artist's hand in doing that pencil a little bit less smooth than the typical ink line. And it comes across. And for a guy like Quitely, who's very thoughtful in the line that he chooses to put down, you can see the thumb pressing down here, that kind of mark. I think the pencil works pretty well.
Yeah.
It's very weird with like the mech, the
He figured
solid
out-
metal stuff. This is a much more recent. So this is like a 2013, 2014 book. And you can almost see another one of the finger
a trope.
pressing down. Yeah, it is. But a very developed line. Like, that's a black line, even though it's drawn by a pencil. I kind of love this.
We posed the question in like probably our Flex Metallo video, where I said something like, does he use several tech pens and get in there with like those like .03 leads and things? He says no. I think he just uses like the .5 and can still get a lot of movement out of that, get some thicks in there.
And I linger here because you can kind of see the powers that this guy has is switching reality or whatever. So they did the gimmick of like, let's show some of that penciled page as he's like building a fake world around this character. what it allows is for us to see some of his loose pencil lines as they then become tighter in this cube, and then like full on rendering when you get to the very center of that.
Yeah, I think some of that is actually shown in that documentary.
Yeah, definitely the young character in here. I don't know if it's this issue.
Jumping through the,
might be a second issue, but like him flying is one that I remember being in that documentary. Brought a couple of Adam Warren Empowered. Might know him from Dirty Pair, one of the early Ameri manga artists. Decided, I guess, to have his own character. Makes sense to me. And that's Empowered. And so he was doing these straight from pencil, although there is a black quality on some of this, and I wonder if that's something that's added later. You know, like that's flat black on your sound effect.
That one definitely is, but the stuff on the character, it could be those darker leads.
I do think it is for a lot of it.
I think maybe the first place that I saw him do this kind of thing was when he takes over after Greg Capullo and Wizard for like drawing tutorials, and that is Adam Warren in a nutshell. A heck of a drawer. Like if you go to his Instagram, it's all you recognize all this lettering. And it's just him doing character studies and muscles and stuff like that in the same exact... You'll see all these same marks, the same darknesses and value in all of it.
Yeah, this one's a little different because it's all black and white. So, you know, it's like the color with the pencil is more of what I'm interested in, but I do think this works so strong, and I love that he's lettering in pencil as well.
Yeah.
It makes for it feels very polished overall.
Yeah, like this kind of thing inspires me the most out of all the stuff we're looking at, because it's illustrating that you can simply... just use the inking is an affectation of old print 100%. Technology. We don't need to do it, but we do it for tradition. And he's showing you really don't have to.
Yeah, and these are this is a 2015. So again, kind of going through chronologically. These are more recent than the other stuff that I was showing, but interesting stuff. And there's several trade paperbacks of that. So here's friend of Cartoonist Kayfabe, Tom Scioli, frequent guest on here. Pretty interesting stuff here because Tom goes to pencil.
Yeah.
And with issue number 1, I talked to Tom this week just to get my facts straight on this.
Yeah.
So, you can see from the get-go here, this is Tom playing with pencil. And it's pretty interesting because as he becomes more digital, he kind of retains a lot of the stuff that he develops here in pencil form.
I will say he drew these pages about 4 feet that way in this exact room. He was trying his damnedest to make this a monthly comic. So 20 pages every month, and he was doing figuring out ways to accomplish that, taking the inking step out of it, added to the speed of
I also think like the Jack Kirby collector and the seeing so much Jack Kirby pencils, I don't know if that's something that inspired Tom, but it's something that inspired me. But I also brought the Transformers versus G.I. Joe Zero that Tom did, the lead into the series, because this is inked. And you can almost see, I was looking at a few of these and being like, yeah, I guess that's really tight. Maybe he blew out levels, maybe not. But it's kind of neat to see him go from the ink to the same kind of mark making, but in pencil only.
Yeah.
But also you get a little bit of you can add some texture in that penciling. So I also brought my Street Angel series from Image because I did half of this pencil only. And Tom and I would talk about this idea because I thought that the color played nicer with the pencil line than the flat black ink line. And, it was a matter of trying to figure out some of those elements. But it's something that I would look at Tom's pencils and think, yeah, it brings the line art and the color closer together. Yeah, they fit together, I think, more seamlessly.
Yeah, it's so hard to communicate because so much of the audience is more just readers. And so this is black to them.
Yeah.
So when we talk about the black line is no good when you have big black, when you have bells and whistles in the coloring, it doesn't work, but it works for his. This is all invisible stuff to 60 to 80% of our audience, man.
Right. But there's a lot of people that do this. I'm mad that I forgot the Barry Windsor Smith example. And I invite everybody, leave some comments below because I know a lot of people have experimented with pencil over the last 20 years. And I'm sure I've forgotten a few, and I'm sure there's a lot that I don't know about. But I do find it pretty interesting for a variety of reasons. Mostly the end result. Like you say, you don't have to do the ink line anymore. So what can you do with pencil?
Right.
So kind of neat to think that this has probably at least 40 years of history going back to the Gene Colins and people of that nature who were so good in pencil, and it was a matter of how can we make that get to the finished piece?
Right.
and retain those qualities.
So happy to get this video on the record. It's something we've been talking about for a long time, and here it is, man. We're good to go. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so we can notify you when new vids are available. And we have a Patreon. The King Kayfabers on our Patreon are able to check us out while we're recording these videos live, and they get all the videos before anybody else after we edit them. Completely takes the kayfabe effect out of their concerns, but the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, what do you got?
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next release, coming out from Image Comics this summer. You can pre-order it now. 20th anniversary of Street Angel. This collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, also available from Image, back in print after almost a year out of print. So pick up Deadliest Girl Alive, Princess of Poverty. You'll have a complete set of the Street Angel collection. Hulk Grand Design, oversized fluorescent green cover. You can't miss it while supplies last. Plain Jane's first young adult graphic novel. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read my latest comics every Tuesday. I update pages there.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you at the end of this year, 2023, in time for the holidays. It's going to collect the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury editions that are out there. It's going to have 140 pages of art and content that is not in those 4 volumes. So regardless of having those 4 volumes, you got to get the omnibus. And we have to know how many of these things to print, so put in your pre-orders sooner than later. There are 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks out there. Working on the 3rd right now. This is Red Room Crypto Killers 1 cover. Here's the cover for Red Room Crypto Killers 2. Going to come out on a monthly basis starting in May. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. There are 3 big volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there. And WYSIWYG, support the books. Keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. What else do we have out there, Jim?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
That's your thumb right there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Where's the red one? I don't see the red joint.
Yeah, it's here.
It's on the red guy.
Can't put that on Hellboy.
Yeah. Let's get your arm out of there.
Yeah, give me 3-second delay. Give me a 3 Mississippi to move that.
Right. Good to go?
Yeah, hit it. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we begin, I want to remind everybody that we do have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon now. 3 different levels there will get you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you get all the videos and you get to sit in on the recording session, which I appreciate. It'll give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. Check out that Patreon and see what level fits you.
I'll say this too, man. Everybody in the chat room is so stoked that we're doing this episode right this minute, man. They're all popping in the chat.
Me too. It's part of why I get along with them. The other way to support Cartoonist Kayfabe is to buy our books. You see our bibliography on the screen in front of you right now. We have some big books coming out later this year, starting with Ed Piscor's Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. You can pre-order that one now. Collects all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comics along with 140 extra pages. So reserve your copy today. The 3rd season of Red Room is starting up very shortly. These are the covers for Crypto Killers #1 and #2. There are also some variant covers. I will be doing my set of variants along the way. Issue #1 is Rob Liefeld's Youngblood, so reserve that one at your local comic shop before it's too late. My next book is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. This will be out later this summer. You can pre-order it now. It celebrates the 20th anniversary of Street Angel and reprints all the comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, along with a comic or 2 that has never been printed elsewhere. So reserve that one today. Pick up Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, Hulk Grand Design, and the Plain Janes. All right. Everybody at home, excited to see us dive into Hellboy, the Crooked Man. This is Mike Mignola and Richard Corbin telling what I have seen described as the most twisted Hellboy comic.
A bunch of wussies out there, man.
I've also seen this listed as being the basis for the next Hellboy movie. Have no idea if that's true or not. I am here for the Mignola and Corbin team up and set in Appalachia. So love that. Close to home. I am a fan of Appalachian kind of lore. So yeah, man, without further ado, I'm just going to dive into this thing.
Doesn't Corbin just have that kind of style that makes you just want to draw?
Yes, he does. Yeah, my favorite artists have that quality, and Corbin is right there on the top of that list.
It's all such clearly drawn stuff, you know, like he might use some ref for his sculptures and things like that, but it's just clear hand lines. He's got that blunt ink line.
It's really beautiful. Solid. Great spotting of blacks throughout, and you know we're going right into the forest and the mountains. 1958 is your set. Virginia. I thought it might have been West Virginia, but it's in Virginia. And start out with creepy stuff. This lady's just passed out stiff on the floor, and Hellboy's trying to figure out what's up. Why didn't you take her to a doctor?
You ever hear of Manly Wade Wellman?
No.
Novelist, man. In the 80s, had this character called John, who's basically like the dude who will show up with the little bone. Yeah, like that's basically him. Big influence.
Fascinating.
On Richard Corbin. I mean, big influence on Mignola. It was in his thoughts when he was constructing this idea of like Appalachian folklore mythology with this
Remind me of that before I leave, because I've been reading more, and I'd like to check that out.
Yeah,
that sounds up my alley, especially right now.
And if you Google the books, like it's this kind of guy. He's a musician, and travels the world, handles stuff. The almighty Bezor or Bezor, right? Like the human hairball gimmicks that show up in like Calliope, the Neil Gaiman Sandman issue.
Interesting. Yeah. Wow. Wonder if there are other comics. There must be a few others.
Well, these things just like they have they have power, like in folklore and shit.
Right.
It's a natural occurring phenomenon. It's a weird thing, but it does happen. And
look at the Corbin character designs. It really adds to. There's a family in Appalachia that has sort of become a video favorite, and it's like this backwoods, I guess, inbred people.
You guess right.
And there's a quality here, and I wonder if that's something that's played up or if that's just Corbin drawing, because he does draw people weird.
He's built for it, and like with that long panel, like that's that classic, like Barry Windsor Smith, Todd McFarlane, like squeeze that face into the panel.
I love the cartooniness of the humans next to Hellboy. In a weird way, it kind of makes this world feel like a consistent world.
It is interesting that like Corbin, for all of his own stylistic ticks, was he instructed by Mignola to like carry Mignola-isms into the work on this one?
This is early. I think they've collaborated 4, 5, 6 times, and I think this is pretty early on, and it does make me wonder because it feels like there's a little more Mignola in the art here than some of the other Corbin stuff.
Could be some chilling effect where it's just like, well, you're getting this opportunity, you don't want to rock the boat too much. So
I like the coloring in this. Shouts to longtime colorist Dave Stewart is on board here, and I think it's pretty complimentary to the Corbin art for the most part.
Yeah, he does what he can with it. Like it's my thought. Like I could take the raw materials of this comic and take away all the glitz. Like there's still a polish to the computer color. There's a polish to the lettering. And if you take all that stuff out of it, if this was published like a Fantagore comic, it would feel like a Lovecraft story from the pulps. Like a totem of black magic or something.
I would love to see the Fantagore version of this on like newsprint in black and white.
Yeah. And age it for 20, 30 years and just find this thing. It would feel like a relic of black magic that just would have ultimate power, because this is the Hollywood version with the computer bells and whistles.
How do you think a panel like this happens? Is Mignola doing layouts?
Right, it feels like
so
that a little bit. Right?
Mignola-esque storytelling. Is it just in the script that kind of thing indicated? It's really a nice marriage, but also things like Tom Farrell's face and Hellboy being lit from this fireplace. People just don't do lighting sources anymore.
No, it's true, and just like the construction of that, it all makes sense. We've seen this kind of stuff with the growth, the one rocking chair. Like as soon as you go past a certain part of the Mason-Dixon, the rocking chair on the porch, no matter where you're at, that's super important. The potbelly stove, chimney.
I had a great grandmother that we would go visit when I was little. You know, like can barely remember it.
Yeah.
And you know, she chewed tobacco, smoked a pipe, and lived in the woods. And it was like this. You know, it'd be like a 2-room house. You know, there'd be a bedroom, and then there'd be like the big room of like, this is the stove is over here. It's right out of this. Like, it looks exactly like this kind of thing. Tom Farrell, this other character, so he's coming back to this area after 20 years on the run, running from the devil, and he's kind of the exposition guy. You know, like he allows us to understand what's going on by talking Hellboy through some of this area and its background and a little bit of the witchcraft involved. That's a pretty strong image, you know, like a desecrated Bible with this witch's name in it.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine seeing that in newsprint, published in 1970 or something. It would be too much. So much great imagery.
Oh yeah,
throughout this thing, man. Great chosen moments to linger on. And
he's pulling this Bible out of like the little trap door area there, and it's just covered in like cobwebs and shit that he's pulling away from it. I wouldn't want to have to draw cobwebs being pulled off.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Especially like these. Corbin knows something because like
these are great.
In my parents, the old house that we grew up in, there was stuff in that basement for generations, and it would be like beyond cobwebs. It would be this thick stuff that's exactly this crap. You know, I haven't thought about that shit until I saw that.
Yeah, and as he's getting like further down this path, he's afraid the devil lives in these woods, and that he owes the devil something because he had done some witchcraft early on and then ran from it. And as he's getting deeper in, it just feels like a horror movie. And that skin on the bed,
yeah,
it's good stuff. It's great stuff.
This calls to mind some of the Warren, Richard Corbin stories where I think it's the one with where the characters like manifest inside the devil's pinball machine, and there's an image of like a little boy with all these candles and shit around inside of a pentagram.
It's so disturbing. These naked little kids with like bones and just evil symbols.
And she's like the Daisy May of the thing, or the Ellie Mae for that matter, man, of just like super beautiful, never ages. You know, she's the devil.
She's a siren, just like pulling him in, and one day he finds a squashed black cat.
Yeah.
Boy, witches know what to do with it, right? Boils it up till it went to pieces, and he's got the bones. And cut back to the present because he's wearing one of the bones. That's his lucky bone, according to the devil.
Yeah, let me read this piece, man. And this is all Mignola cobbling together like so many little bits of Appalachian folklore into like one story, make it something. Curiously, this is Mignola from the library edition. Volume 4 is where this story takes place. Curiously, while I was writing this story, my daughter discovered a cat leg bone in our backyard. No other bones, just that one leg bone. Funny, I used it for reference while drawing the title of this story.
Nice.
That's that freaky stuff. It's like when I had to draw Alan Moore once for Harvey Pekar comic, and then the garage. I was still at my parents', 21 years old. The garage got infested by flies. So many flies. And I remember that Halo of Flies comic from Swamp Thing, and I knew that he was a magician and shit. And I'm like, fucking Alan Moore curses you. If you draw him, you're gonna get a bunch of flies showing up at your house.
That's funny. There's also Mignola never totally abandons the humor. You know, just the casual sort of Hellboy interactions I always think are really rich.
Go back just one real quick, man. That image of the crooked man. That sticks with you for life.
Same with the silhouette. Just that broken looking neck.
Totally.
So good.
The two discolored eyes, the accurate jaw and teeth, where the teeth are and stuff. The color on it helps sell it a lot. Like that, it feels realistic.
I was looking at like the hanged man part. You don't put a stool underneath this guy and kick it out from under him whenever he's 40 feet up. You're pulling him up by the neck.
Right.
And we see Farrell getting through, you know, I guess World War II. Guy's head being just exploded with gunfire, I guess. And credits that bone, you know, being kept safe through the war in the Pacific. And they're kind of reminiscent. This is sitting on the boat in Jaws, telling stories about how they got there. waiting for the inevitable storm to come. And then how does this woman become, the skin become reanimated? A raccoon crawls through the mouth.
This is one of my favorite little pieces, man. Like if this is in fact an inspiration for the next movie, like this scene will be amazing.
If you're an effects guy, you have to look at this page and be like, oh yeah, just licking your chops. As she's becoming like animated and volume is returning to her, she's still like twisted up like not a bone in that body.
Yeah,
yet,
you don't know what
the
that
leg.
is. You don't know exactly what you're looking at there.
Great stuff. And I like how even she as a witch is sort of uncomfortable with everything that's happening. It's like they've all gotten in over their heads. Like they joined this thing whenever they were way too young to know better. And now it's like they're just ruined. Their lives are ruined. Their souls are forfeit. This is a nice moment for me for color. That little bit of orange against a blue night.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here comes our horse. Again, all twisted up, bony. Like when you're drawing horror, there are certain elements, that kind of like anorexic and ribs sticking out. It's sick. It looks like this is a very sick animal.
Yeah,
and it is.
And the color palette is anemic. And but still she's
her
beautiful.
Smiling is like an attractive person. Somehow it makes it all worse.
Yeah.
It'd be better if she had the pointy nose and green skin and pointy hat. But no, it's just a beautiful woman in the middle of the woods sitting on the back of this destroyed animal. Feels like Sam Raimi could be directing this.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she flies away. There's that scene in Evil Dead 2 when the dead girlfriend comes to life. She does the dance number and then kind of like skitters off just like that, laughing.
It's great. It's great. It's almost a reference to superhero comics, but just made evil. And whenever he goes up, Tom Farrell, to this horse and starts to take off the harness, and what's left is his dad, who's been tortured for the last 20 years since Tom Farrell ran away.
Still alive. Little bit.
These are torturous moments. There's that great one in History of Violence, the Vince Locke graphic novel, where like he and his friend rip off the mob, and he takes off, and his friend gets caught, and his friend's tortured for 20 years. And it's an ugly scene whenever we realize that's what's been happening back home. So, pretty good, man. Pretty good setup. Like, what are you going to do now? We know there's somebody with powers in those woods, and he's after certainly Tom, probably this witch, and maybe Hellboy. So, good setup. Off we go. This feels very Mignola-esque to me, that cover.
Totally.
It's a Corbin drawing, but boy, it feels... And even this one kind of feels like that composition that Mignola would do.
Yeah, maybe he's doing some finishes over top or something.
It does make me wonder, like, what the collaboration's like at this stage. How close they're working. And also, like, it kills me what a perfect pairing these guys are.
Really good. Really good.
Whenever we often talk about creator-owned books, and it's like, James O'Barr is why I want to, do more Crow, or do whatever he does, I'm following him. I don't want more Crow by itself. I want more James O'Barr Crow.
Exactly.
Mignola's done really well at finding artists like a Corbin or a Kevin Nowlan, where like whenever they step in and do a story with Hellboy, it's somehow still really amazing.
Yeah, I think he considers the artist like for the subject matter of like what that story will be. Maybe not all of these Hellboy comics would be good Richard Corbin Hellboy comics, but this one certainly is.
It could be. His drawings of like the forest and the trees and stuff, man, I love them. I look, if you grow up in this kind of area, like you see the woods at night, you see these things where like those trees that look fine during the day are nightmares when you're walking through them at 4 a.m.
I just always wonder what he inks with, man. Like it's such a unique line that you don't see anything else like it. You see, it's the line that Kevin Eastman fetishizes about Richard Corbin that he tries to get,
It's a good question. I mean, some of that info I imagine is out there. Like, people must know some of it. And if you look close, like, there's a really fine bit where, like, he'll sort of scratch out these little tiny marks.
Yeah.
And then there's, like, a big heavy one that a lot of these backgrounds will have kind of dabbed in.
Yeah, like, look at the hat. That's one line, but it's got so much noodle to it. It's got so much bleed or something.
I mean, look, he's doing, like, pointillism on the side of that face.
Yeah.
It's really putting a lot in here.
And
that'd be something, if people know about these tools, like, put these in the comments.
Yeah. And Stewart is not being shy about taking that line art and receding it and things, too.
Ties in like a Croatoa reference.
Right? Yeah. We've seen that in the Batman comic. Batman Spawn, DC Comics. Yeah, and that's like the Roanoke people who disappeared from that like little colony.
Exactly. Like that was one of those early like unsolved mystery kind of things that captured my attention as a kid reading about that. What happened to those people?
Yeah,
Where'd they go?
So fascinating.
Stuff was carved on the trees.
Yeah.
This kind of like outlandish imagery, very effective. Even just like the silhouette, the dark face with the extra eyeball on it. Love all that stuff. That feels like something I imagine you let Corbin just like run with this, Richard.
Let the man cook.
There's going to be some disgusting, deformed creatures. Let your imagination run wild.
Yeah, flip that page, and that's straight out of Mutant World.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the two heads almost like they could be co-joined twins or something up top. Yeah, and this is what you don't want to happen when you're now walking through the woods with the witch who's screaming about the devil, having her soul, and then this comes out. No good.
Yeah, that's a Steve Bissette cameo right there. like that Spider Baby stuff that he would draw would be that type of gimmick.
Boy, Bissette must be a huge Corbin fan, right? I'd imagine he must love Corbin.
Yeah,
feels like the monster stuff would be right up his alley. Certainly up mine. All of this stuff, like things like these frogs and then like these worms and things, they're very primal.
Yeah.
A little bit of Lovecraftian in that kind of primacy.
Absolutely. And yeah, crustaceans. Remember the word batrachian that Lovecraft loves so much, man. It just means frog.
They get into some of like the idea of Hellboy and the church and his origins, and that the devil can't get into the church, and it's like that's not true. Very reassuring. Not what you want to hear. Kind of neat though to see like almost shades of the origin of Hellboy, through Corbin's
creating that mythology. Like this very much feels like a 70s Corbin piece of art right there. Something that could show up in heavy metal.
Mm-hmm. Doing things like throwing Hellboy in shadow in the background, just little details that make for a nice reading experience. And then this figure pops so much because of it's just solid black around her.
Right. Yeah, and Stewart's going in there because this is a very modeled computer colored thing, so it would be odd to just leave that a singular color, so he does some things.
I was looking at a Corbin collection of basically a career retrospective of his. Mm-hmm. And he's doing digital coloring in 91, 92. He must have been one of the first guys to start doing digital coloring. A guy who's pretty advanced in tool selection if he's going that far in. Love this old church. These things dot the landscape where I grew up. You can find churches that are, I hate to say abandoned, but that's what they are.
Right.
And so you see them in this kind of state of decay. And even the fence around it feels like a really well-considered piece.
Totally.
This is the sacred ground, the fence is just a marker to show you where we're at. And this old preacher, man.
Straight out of Central Casting.
100%. 100%. Those white eyes that just suggest blindness.
Yeah.
We've seen him in 100 B movies. He even has a little bit of that tilt to his head. A little bit of crookedness
crooked man shits.
To his being. Ghost spirits being drawn in.
Now the hillbillies are showing up.
Oh man, it's so good.
It's
like the hills have eyes or something.
Totally, all that stuff, man. Where the city slickers go off into the wilderness, they talk that shit on the way to wilderness, and it all comes back on them. Look at them, dude. See, it's this shit that imagine just the artwork. Super yellowed on a piece of newsprint.
Yeah, it's great. It's great stuff.
It would really feel like it's some shit that Aleister Crowley would jerk off to or something.
I love the gnarliness of the trees. You're really showing suggesting torment through just the tree shapes and stuff outside. And also being surrounded in this decrepit church.
Central Casting hillbillies, man. I see.
Get some locals for the extras.
I see Mammy Yoakum from Lil Abner in there. I see a lot of stuff. The Sea Hag.
Yeah, and you see how much our good-looking witch stands out in this setting.
Yeah. Got the natural fucking big juggies that Richard Corbin is known for. Right next to goddamn the sea hag.
Incredible.
And there's our crooked man, well lit.
And we're going to end our issue with a shot of that just demented crooked man.
Yeah, well lit. Nose hairs. The Bobby Brown. He has the Bobby Brown jaw.
Just disgusting. Perfect. This is funny. A little one pager on Witch Ball. I don't know if it's in. Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. And they kind of reference in the letters page about how this would have been like right out of a Warren mag, like one of those one pagers.
1,000%. You know, just there's another horror host right there.
Awesome.
I was wondering how that would fit in. I thought it was going to introduce the next issue. See, that's so interesting because like you end the issue with that, and then it becomes like whatever. If you started it with that, then it would change the tone of everything. See, on mine the end is not in there, but it would change the tone of the whole thing to make the comic be a Warren nod.
It's very strange to have this in the middle of the story, like in the collected edition, like this one pager. It's a one-off.
Totally, and I'm sure it's just dashed in there. I'm sure it's just
keeps
like
your left and rights, I guess, correct. All right, man, so here we go into our conclusion. The big showdown, right? Crooked Man's outside the church. Our heroes are inside the church. We're going to sort this out.
Look at these daubs, you know, like those marks. I just don't understand. You know, I don't know how you get those marks. It's like Sharpie marker or something.
It does make me wonder if he's doing something with markers and he's got like 2 or 3 sizes of them.
Always been a mystery. Always been something I've been trying to unpack with the man.
Yeah, and I think he changes tools. You know, you know, it's hard to look at a bunch of like a body of his work and think, oh, he uses this or that. I think he's very malleable in the tools that he uses.
Yeah, but there will be like den pieces that will have like a black line of just like this, but then it will be that like painted shit. So awesome. I ain't questioning nothing. I'm just curious.
This is, I feel like, a great moment of the devil.
Yeah, the seduction.
Yeah. Like, this feels like something that would be biblical or maybe cinematic. I don't even know, but it feels like the devil where it's like, oh, old preacher man, let's see what the price is. Let's make you young. Let's restore your vision. Let's give you gold. Yeah, let's build this church back up.
Yeah, we'll hook you up with the church, man. We'll make you young again. You know, I've seen something online. It's kind of been a meme floating around where it's like, you would pay any price to feel the way you feel right now 20 years from now. And that just has been in my mind. And it's like, yeah, like he would actually could have gotten that just for the, you know, this is the Faustian bargain part of the comic.
It's super out of the Bible, you know, it's Job being tested and tempted and stuff. You know, I feel like that's over and over again in the Bible. You find those stories and that's, man. And it's devastating, you know, like, you're going to restore him to youth, and there's his young bride.
Right, yeah. They're talking about his old habits, man. Like all the chicks he laid the dick down to, man. Abigail Riley, isn't that the most perfect kind of Appalachian name?
Yeah, pretty strong.
And there she is now, dude.
And look at Hellboy stepping in between and let me save you.
That's an indicator, man, because that's pointillism, and those are like that's a big red rapidographs.
Yeah, you know what? This could easily be rapidographs. That would give you 2 or 3 of them would give you those different weights and get in there with archival ink.
Yeah, man. There goes the church. while like the deliverance folk are just watching.
Yeah, they're closing in. Hellboy being overcome by these zombie-like apparitions. The preacher just praying his ass off.
Great folded hands.
Mm-hmm.
We often cheat that these days because you could find that hand or you could just snap a pic and fucking trace it off. But these are drawn and lit and inked and
even big gnarly knuckles like old arthritic fingers.
Totally.
And believe me, I've seen plenty of those around Appalachia.
Yeah,
that's a working, at least where I grew up.
Oh yeah.
He never takes off a panel on that crooked man either. Every time you see him, he looks terrible.
Yeah. And like you see dudes with that exact mouth, man, like the teeth that are that like where it's like receding gums that where it makes each tooth this big and skinny, you know.
There's your young Hellboy too, like the flashback to the origin story.
Yeah, look at it close with the rapidograph hatching in there. Very subtle palette. You know, very gray.
Yeah, and the big story is he's after that bone.
Yeah.
That cat bone that has whatever power is in there.
And the dude who he used some black magic in the past and feels like he almost deserves whatever's coming to him. So there's like a guilt involved here.
That feels pretty true to me in terms of like human psychology.
Totally.
You know, sometimes we'll say Catholic guilt,
Yeah.
but I mean, like, I don't know that it's a religious thing only. You know, I feel like people I know that have grown up, you know, if they leave the area and they find success, it's almost like they've betrayed their people.
Sure, yeah. And also, I mean, just like as a kid, like if what do you say the first time you get drunk too much, man? I deserve this. I'll never do it again. I
Right.
swear I'll never do it. I deserve that. I'm so stupid. And it's like that kind of when you do something bad and you're being hard on yourself.
Right.
That's very human.
I love this stuff of mixing in things like his rod and his staff, they comfort me. You know, like you're mixing all these kind of mythologies,
Yeah.
like some are religious, and you combine that with something that's like witchcraft that maybe isn't quite as hardwired into, at least into me. It really adds something to it. You know, like it really sort of adds this, almost like this, you know, like tapestry of different belief
good work.
systems
Good work.
all meeting here. And it's very unsettling.
Mignola does the work.
He turned out to be a really good writer.
Yeah.
You know, so many of these cartoonists show up and maybe they're adequate with their own, you know, action fight scenes or something like that. And I feel like he's a really legit good writer.
Yeah, totally. And he stays doing research, man. Usually I have some vague plot idea before I start doing research for a story. Not this time. Other than locations, I had no idea what I was going for. Fortunately, over the years, I picked up a couple collections of Appalachian folktales, knowing this day would eventually come. Sat down, started reading, circling bits. I wanted to use witch balls, cat bones. Before I got halfway through the book, all those bits cobbled themselves together into the story that you read before you. The goal was to do something that had the feel, the authenticity of those folktales without being an adaptation of any one of them specifically. Throw in that manly Wade Wellman's John character who wandered the Appalachian Mountains with his guitar fighting monsters.
Amazing. I can't wait to track some of that stuff down. Wow. It's cool to see folk tales is what he calls this, because this is an area that's rich these days in conspiracy lore of the history of like weird phenomena. I don't know if that's conspiracy is the right, but you know, like the language changes how we describe these things.
Right.
But folk tales would be one, you know, throughout the past, and just that the oddness of certain areas, you know, and I feel like the mountains and the valleys in those mountains hold a lot of secrets. A lot of unexplained stuff has happened over the years in these places. Man, I used to go coon hunting, you know, at night, and it'd be like certain areas where it's like you just don't go hunting there.
My dad got shot in the leg messing around in areas he's not supposed to be.
Again, going back to that Lovecraftian kind of finality.
Can you go back one real quick, man? Like, I'm in the headspace of no longer taping down my paper and doing perspective stuff. Like, do you think he eyeballs that? Because it feels so natural, you know. It doesn't feel like it's gridded off in things. And,
It does feel like you could eyeball that pretty easily. You know, you just draw a couple of, not parallel lines, but, you know, almost like a freehand grid for your perspective and get after it.
And with that same thought, when you flip the page, same deal here. You have kind of a 3-point perspective, but you could just fudge that.
Yeah, I don't know the answer, but I love that you get to see two versions of that, like this, you know, in its prime versus in its current state of decay.
Yeah. Another example of just like that great stuff I love about comics.
This is a very weird choice, the whoosh. It's such a cartoon in the middle of this story.
Yeah.
Graphically, it feels like that's the least fit.
Yeah, because like we have so much of this. It's the same moment as this, but we don't have none of that. You don't need a whoosh to tell us that what has happened. So it's an odd affectation with like Alex Tothian. Alex Toth comes in stage left to letter a panel of Hellboy for some reason.
This is a great single page in my mind.
This
is the last dangling thread of this story is Effie Cobb, right? She's finally aged, and then you finish the cycle of this story with that harness.
Yeah.
And her transformation into a horse.
Yeah, like this bit, that gutter, like that is the magic of comics to me so much, man. It's thinking about this disparate image, one piece of connective tissue between the two, and your brain just does the work. It's my absolute favorite thing about this medium that we enjoy.
Yeah, super cool story, and again, love that setting. Love Mignola's notes.
Yeah,
that's really cool to have. One of the Appalachian writers I like a lot is Chris Offutt, and I would recommend his short story collection if people are interested in kind of the history of Appalachia, at least in fiction. He's done some cool stuff, but Kentucky Straight is his short story collection that got me hooked on his writing. And if you do go down the Chris Offutt rabbit hole, his father is a very interesting guy, and he wrote a kind of a memoir biography of his father that I'd recommend to comics fans as well, but it's a little bit different.
Here, let's leave things on a Mike Mignola drawn Crooked Man.
Oh, cool.
Pretty cool, huh?
If you showed me just that, I don't know if I would say that was... Oh, no, these are Richard Corbin sketches.
Oh, shit.
I was going to say I wouldn't know that was a Mike Mignola drawing. Cool to see his pencils.
Yeah.
Corbin's, I mean, there.
Yeah.
That's really neat. Yeah, nice. These library editions are sweet.
Great comic. Super fun to chat about this. And for those playing at home, it's Volume 4.
Yeah, I was so excited to get to read this finally.
Took
me a while to find it. I was missing issue 2.
I got a lot of Corbin pulled when the Dark Horse books come out. Like, I'm getting all of those. So we should just fucking nail his body of work. We have a Richard Corbin playlist. One of the most visually exciting independent comics creators of all time.
He's been really fun for me because as I've been getting little pieces here and there, hard guy to track down. Hopefully the Dark Horse reprints make it easier for people to find his work.
Yeah.
But as a result, I've been reading it in piecemeal because it is kind of hard to find. A lot of it's out of print. And it's been great. Like every piece feels like a revelation.
So fun, man. Good to go?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. The videos can be supported by you, the Kayfaber, by joining the Patreon. Become a King Kayfaber. You get all the videos before anybody else, and you're hanging out with us in the chat right now as we record these videos. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is coming out this summer from Image Comics. It's celebrating 20 years of Street Angel, and it collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, also available from Image Comics. You can also pick up Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes, and you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I am serializing my latest comics every Tuesday.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming out later this year, 2023, celebrating the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture. 504 pages, going to be collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury Edition books out there. 140 pages plus of new artwork and material that is not in those 4 volumes. So it's like a whole book and a half extra of content. Red Room is starting up again. There are 2 trade paperbacks of it out there in the wild, and Red Room Crypto Killers issue number 1 is coming out in May. It's going to start coming out on a monthly basis. There's your cover for issue number 2. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design comics that I have made, and WYSIWYG is out there. Support the bibliography, keeps these videos going. Name a couple of other ways, man, that the Kayfabers can support the channel, Jimmy.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
Great ways to keep the channel going. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
All right, man. Now the moment you've been waiting for.
I'm excited. We're going to end strong here, Ed.
Yes, sir. We can pull this up. Yep. Yeah, I don't think I realized that Corbin did so much Hellboy stuff.
Yeah, I didn't either. That's the thing. Like, the more I start digging into Corbin, the more Corbin I find, which is... It's like the gift that keeps on giving.
he's one of my big regrets when it comes to shoot interviews. But the more I learn, it just never would have happened anyhow.
Probably not, no.
But you still got to try, you know? All right.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember us trying to get Corbin.
Yes.
Trying to get a sighting with Corbin when we were in Kansas City.
Yeah, like in his town.
Yeah, that's another one, man. You look back on that moment, and it's like, yeah, that wasn't happening.
Well, it's how they tease us to get us to go out to that fucking bump fuck.
Do you just want to run it?
Yeah, we can do
mine?
that. We can do that.
Let's see what we've got. Battery power, 31%. That ought to work.
Yeah. All right. So this came after we recorded last week, man. This is the Kevin Nowlan Marvel Heroes Artist Edition. You can see by the what do you call it, man? By looking at the paper that way, how big the Man-Thing story is. Comprises probably a third of this book. Didn't really do all that much Marvel shit. I think of him more as a DC guy when it comes down to it. So they padded out with commissions and things.
Also didn't do a ton of stuff where he's the sole hand on the page.
That's true.
A lot of finishing
in his
resume.
I think we get a lot of that in here. Might have to.
And I'm putting these wizards on this long bar.
Okay. Let's see if we can get away with it. Yeah.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom while you raise that.
I'm sorry if I'm bumping the mic too much.
Those end pages are sweet.
Pretty good, right? With that lettering.
I like them a lot. Yeah, I picked up a Draw issue that had a big feature on him. 2003, 2004, around then. And about that time, he was probably my favorite dude.
So do you want to have you put that on a chair or something? Let me run to the bathroom real fast, and we'll try to breeze through this one, man. Not make it a giant one, because I actually don't think it needs to be.
Man, I've become spoiled, you guys, with these artist editions. Like, it's great to see the artwork at scale, but I've actually come to I want to see the blown up artwork now. It's not good enough just to see the actual artwork. Like, I love these end pages where they just, man, I don't know how big this is blown up. That lettering looks like it's about 4 times the original art size, maybe. It always blows my mind, too, how good this stuff looks blown up. Because a lot of my stuff, I feel like it doesn't even look that good at original art size, let alone if you blew it up to this degree. Like, these marks, I can't even believe those are marks. They can't be anything whenever they're printed.
Right? Just black.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is that this part is still tied into your phone, so it makes me real nervous. But we're good. All right, man. This shadow. Okay, move this up a little bit at the same kind of angle as this one. Yeah, much better.
I wonder if that one back and to your left is giving us anything.
I don't think.
I don't even think it's aimed this way.
It's like not even giving us shit.
That looks good.
Yeah. It was just so severe. Whenever I do my animations, like I tape down the pegboard right here.
I like this.
And I push the lights like right down on it.
Man, I like that inclusion a lot.
There's some shit, man. There's some shit. All right, man. Good to go?
Yeah.
Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book. What do we say?
Channel.
Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Before you see it. We're going to be looking at that Kevin Nowlan Marvel Heroes Artist Edition. It came 10 minutes after you left our last recording session, Jim. We could have had the scoop.
It can't go any other way, Ed.
But we got to let you guys know that we have a Patreon where you could support the channel, man, because we need your support to keep the videos rocking. It's a symbiotic relationship that we have. King Kayfabers on our Patreon get to watch us live stream these recording sessions. They get the videos before anybody else, completely taking the kayfabe effect out of the equation for themselves. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. It's going to be a big year, 2023, for the Kings of Cartoonist Kayfabe. Forthcoming in 2023 is the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. 504 pages, comprising of the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there. 140 pages of additional material. Red Room Crypto Killers 1 is going to start hitting the stands in May of this year, just a couple of weeks from now, actually. It's going to be coming out on a monthly basis. There's the cover for issue number 2. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there, 3 trade paperbacks of X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG. Before you, big video, get to actually see the full poster of Street Angel Princess of Poverty. Don't look at this May. It's coming out in July, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't order this book early so that Jimmy knows how many of these things to print through Image Comics. It's a great companion piece for that. It's a great companion piece to go along with Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. You have both books that comprises all of the existing Street Angel comics that Jimmy has drawn. He's done Hulk Grand Design to go along in the great Grand Design tradition. And the artist behind Plain Jane's shoujo manga at its finest. Like I said, Jimmy, this thing came just a couple of minutes after you left.
I'm super excited to dig into it. You know, I've said it before. I have different artists that are my favorites at times.
Yeah.
And Kevin Nowlan occupied that top spot in my life for a bit. So
the interesting thing about Nowlan is that, like, I don't associate him with Marvel too much, but when I do associate him with Marvel, by and large, it's early Kevin Nowlan. It's like the Kevin Nowlan right after doing fan art Comics Journal covers Kevin Nowlan, you know? So it's very early. How about this forearm? I was looking at that on this thing.
Wild.
Isn't that wild looking muscles?
Super wild. This figure alone could almost be a Jim Lee with a weird anchor on it. But I look at some of this stuff like that rendering on a shoulder. Just a unique style.
Yeah.
And we'll see lots of it as we go through, but it's very interesting to me, his line work.
He understands construction, man.
Yeah,
like,
I'll
look
say.
at what's going on right there.
Folds of skin and stuff being
Yeah.
rendered. I love these end pages.
Yeah.
I like when they blow up the art. I'm shocked at how well this stuff holds together, because this is blown up, I don't know, 4 or 5 times the original art size.
You can see probably lettered it in black and then did the take it to the Xerox photostat machine, get the inversion so that you have it as white.
Does a lot of lettering, you know, like he's
Great
really
letterer.
this a very tight craftsman, which is why it's interesting to me when you see some of the hatching or something that's a little bit free.
Yeah, I think we did a video on this one.
Indeed.
No, check this shit out, dude. a lot of commissions in here. I think that this is a bit of an evolution of the artist edition format, whereby it's not just all published works that is in here. Scott Dunbier is like relaxing the thing because you need to. This isn't an artist that does a million pages of comics in his
doubt.
career, and certainly, you cut that in half or whatever the fraction is of Marvel work he did. It's a very small amount of stuff.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Seeing like the Hulk 362 and these Wolverine 12 and 16 covers, I mean those things,
Imprinted.
they had an impact on my life. And not good at the time. When I first
Sure.
saw Kevin Nolan's work, I was like, it's cold. It's, often one line determining everything. And it's like, it was not what I was used to in the time of like the rise of the Image guys.
Right.
But boy, if I come to appreciate it, over the years. He has the mechanical quality that I associate with guys like Charles Burns, where I think
Right.
like extremely precise.
Yeah. Totally. Such unique face construction. You can't mistake it.
No, his eyes are his eyes.
Yeah. Nice comparison piece.
I do like seeing that.
Little side of the pencil gimmick. We see how it turns out in pure ink.
Look at the pointillism stuff. Not a mark I associate with him, but looks really good there. He's a fun follow online because he'll often show process, sketches, pencils, stuff like that.
When he posts stuff. Kevin, get on it, man. These are the pieces that I saw when I was young and was just like, I just don't know.
Go back one. What is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that a pen name?
I think it is. Yeah. Larry Mondello. That's funny.
It is, because it looks like him.
Mignola had a weird pen name too at some point. I remember saying
Another pencil versus finished ink piece. I like seeing those. There are some nice choices here in terms of being an artist edition and having some stuff I don't usually see in artist editions.
one of the guys I would compare him to would be this dude that people who were really fucking with comics in this era really dig. A guy named Sandy Plunkett.
Yeah.
Who drew very few, like maybe less than 50 pages of comics. But
Unknown
it would be
Soldier,
of this,
something I know him from.
that
In a
would be,
miniseries.
Would that be Killian Plunkett?
Oh,
who
it is
a different
Killian
person?
Plunkett. You're
this
right.
dude, Sandy Plunkett, did stuff in like Marvel Comics Presents or like Solo Adventures, like 10-page
Interesting.
stories.
This is kind of neat. This is a very dry brush technique, and again, not one I associate with Nolan.
Yeah.
He does a lot of distortion, too. His figures are very distorted, and it's like, we've said it before, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that kind of exaggeration and unique style of every element, and he does it. Even though the stuff looks very tight, he plays with figures in a way that's unique to him.
Great weight, right?
Oh.
Like that's a solid figure standing firmly on the ground.
Does it amazing. Like, his Doctor Strange is phenomenal. Good Hulk, too. Look at those giant mitts on the Hulk.
And you could tell he's one of those guys that knows what's underneath that skin.
Yeah, it's great to see those lines. We often think about like wrapping,
Yeah.
rendering around, but in a case of like this where you're just doing dashed lines, it's still following that form.
Right. Yeah, communicating that 3D, man.
I like the Hulk logo better in the pencils than I do on this this finished version.
We'll let him know.
This is it, dude. This was probably one of my first couple of Nolan pieces. I was reading the Hulk regularly, loving it. Not loving that. That did not look like the inside. I was like, what is this? This is in Hulk Grand Design, by the way. The sketch is on the letters page piece.
Known for his color, so like this piece is not complete until you see the colors. Too bad that
So
like
true.
the guides aren't with it because he's making decisions here.
Wild color lighting on stuff like this double light. Look at that background.
Straight
It's
up
a cartoon.
Tex Avery, Chuck Jones, fucking Wile E. Coyote shit right
Amazing. Wow. I don't even know what to look at. Going back and forth here.
there. Wow, the precision here. You can't even tell that pen lines were put down on there, even there.
Yeah, it's funny. I love that stuff so much, and yet like it's not what I aspire to.
No, yeah.
It's hard to do that and not have it be flat, cold, wrong. There's so many ways this cannot work.
Yeah. And then little bits, right? Like what is that right here?
The organic, this kind of like organic hatching was something that I stole from him. I still use that. I love it. And you can see a version of it that's chaotic and like an Eddie Campbell.
Yeah. Must have been Mark Chiarello who's doing editing at the time, right? Like getting no recognizing Nowlan as like a good cover guy, because these are like dying titles that have nothing going on. So is he the guy who's doing the sexy? See, this is the one. Like I had this as a kid. Fuck, 5 years old. How is that possible?
I see little bits of Sam Keith, which I would never think of those guys as being somehow connected. But some of these images remind me. Look, little Barry Windsor Smith in the hair and the. It's fun. Like you can see him working through stuff.
I got that and have it pulled and been having it pulled for a long time. That Jan Stranad, like Grimwood, whatever the fuck, that was in the back of like Delgado.
That's
or
exactly right. Yeah,
one
that's
of
where
those
I saw it. Yeah,
and it's a lot of this kind of imagery.
Love the knuckle shading. Hands are tough to draw, man. There's a cloak and dagger, huh?
Yeah. Just solid figures.
Look at how great this character is. That could be in anything. You know, like that could be a creator-owned book and it would just be super cool-looking design. Here's the other one. I was reading Wolverine. I mean, this is probably within the first 3 months of me reading was picking up this Wolverine series. And again, being really confused by these covers. I love seeing them here. This might have been one I got at Bill and Walt's Hobby Shop in Century 3 Mall.
Please send to me for coloring, motherfuckers.
You got that right.
Lots of magenta. You know, a pink Wolverine.
Oh, man, it's amazing.
And also, this is the cover that Glenn Danzig is looking at on the VHS to Lucifuge 2 when they're like, hey, Glenn, what you doing? I'm reading. What you reading? Comic.
The single line and the very light line weight on, like, all the details on that car, nobody else was doing that.
Yeah. And you see the construction stuff there, man, so he knows the angles, where to cut it in. No hard right angles on that car.
That's another one from that series. That Gehenna Stone, don't know how you say it, but it was like 6 issues bi-weekly, and inside Buscema with inks by Sienkiewicz or finishes by Sienkiewicz. But like this kind of thing where it's like one uniform light line, and then look at the rendering, like that big heavy line on Wolverine's arm. Mind-blowing.
We're going to see a lot of this with the man thing.
I feel like Jason Pearson may have taken some notes from an image like that.
Yeah.
Thor looks cool there. It's kind of pissed. All those thugs down below look great. Feels like taking notes from Toth. This is fun. This is it looks almost like a sketch.
Yeah, this is probably commission territory.
Oh boy. Hints of, shades of things to come here on the left.
Just beautiful, huh?
These are his layouts, huh?
Yeah.
Wonder if they're actual size.
That's
you probably draw them a little bit small, and I mean, that's the conceit of an artist edition, right?
Right.
Wouldn't surprise me. You know what this is? This is a swimsuit, like an Amazing Heroes swimsuit.
You know, it might not be. In the earliest Marvel fanfares. There it is. He would have like these galleries, and it would be just cheesecakey Marvel chicks.
It's so neat to see it on the monitor of like how the blacks and the lines kind of go together. How he's creating like value there.
Yeah, like the planes of that back muscle. This feels like Quesada. Quesada. Like, there's no way that Quesada didn't have a hand in this. The busyness of it.
That bums me out because it's almost like a photocopy.
You're right.
You know, you're not getting too much out of that, unfortunately.
There's a little padding to this book. Gotta admit it. A little bit of padding when you get stuff like that.
And he would do stuff when you're talking about not doing a lot of Marvel stuff. He would do this stuff like this Doctor Strange, where like maybe he does a couple pages in an issue.
Yeah.
I like this spread a lot.
He ain't gonna be confused for being a fast artist.
Dude, look at this. It's just like demoing technique. This is what you would see in those books of how to draw, and it'd be like cross hatch this way,
90-degree angle.
Beautiful.
Which the cock of that figure that you got to pose that out.
Very good weight. Yeah,
you got to pose that out.
Hips being out to the side, and it's still stylized.
Yeah, still him.
One of those great illustration techniques where you are referencing but also making it your own.
And another trope of these artist editions is just like the hodgepodge where you don't put something super early up front. You just squeeze it in somewhere.
Look at how neat that is like cutting from the black, and now we're going to screen tone over here as we go into the black shadows on the house. This is early stuff in that, like after Sienkiewicz leaves the Moon Knight series is what this is from, I think.
This is fun, man, because that's like page 1 of X-Men, Giant Size X-Men, except done through Kevin Nowlan. I'd like to see that tribute issue, but this might be a commission. There are those guys that like are commissioning all of Dark Knight Returns from different artists. All that
it's
stuff.
so interesting because there are those, and then there are like the official published versions where they had people recreate like one page each from, I don't know which books, but like a Fantastic Four or Giant Size X-Men.
See, I like this loose early period, man.
I do too.
It lets you know that he's human.
Feels like he's trying to figure out like could he do a monthly book and what that would look like, and like hasn't stylized the things like his hatching totally yet. Wow.
This could be a back cover. A lot of this kind of thing would be on the back.
I'm amazed by that. That some weird marks on here.
Is this our issue? Yeah, it is. We have a video on this one, and the title of the video is "The Worst Artist Ever," and the reason for that is because of the letters page that came in 3 issues after this comic came out, where everybody was talking about how lousy the artist was. Look at that, still vestiges of Sienkiewicz in there.
Yeah, I mean, artists like artists. I'm sure Nowlan was up to speed on Sienkiewicz, following him on Moon Knight, and then like that New Mutants Sienkiewicz stuff. They probably got a lot of bad letters for that too. But talk about like something anybody interested in art was looking at.
There was literally letters in that famous letter column where they were like, now you've been screwing up since that other guy, like issue 18. I've been reading because I like Claremont and blah, blah, blah. And they're literally, they don't even know Sienkiewicz's name.
Yeah. This stuff is much more rigorous than I thought looking at the printed comic.
He's choosing the right lines.
There's a lot there though.
Yeah, he's choosing the right stuff. I can't tell. Is it like a Rotring pen or something like it? Like, is it starting to fade a little bit? A little non-archival?
Yeah, I can't tell. A lot of variation too from whoever's collecting these things. Look at the great water effect.
Oh yeah,
good looking water in black and white. Storm looks super cool there.
Like super good dry brush, right? And getting a good value from dark to light, but choosing to like hatch that for the same effect.
Yeah, like this would be all lost in the print.
Yeah.
The hatching. Those marks are so fine.
Check that out, man. That's great cartooning.
I like most of these pages. I think are just wonderful. Going into super close-ups. It looks astounding at this size.
The bald head is harder to draw than you think.
Mm-hmm.
It just is, with this kind of flattish part.
Yeah, and the wild foreground face, the back 3/4.
We made mention of that in that episode.
What an abstract element.
Absolutely. This is from what I was talking about, dude. The one that he inked with the Mignola cover with the gas mask.
Yeah, and you don't remember who the underdrawer was.
No, I'm sure.
I have to track that down.
Yeah. Got his lettering on this.
Immortal Hulk 1, did he do all the art on that?
You have no idea.
Might have been I guess that's a page number, not necessarily the issue number. Yeah, this is new to me. But man, lettering it himself.
Uh-huh.
That's pretty great. Because you don't see a page from this era with lettering on it very often. Although super blown out contrast. Like this is one where I wish we would get to see kind of the busted up. Let's see some of those. Wow, that's a good Hulk. That's a nice composition to really show his size.
When you get all the lighting right and you create this face, I'm wondering from Kevin Nowlan's perspective, when this Hulk is like looking at him from the paper, how eerie is that? Because like that feels real to me.
I love that they're including the pencils for this page. Phenomenal to get to see how much he's rendering that face.
Yeah.
Like the intricate shadows, you got to work them out. Was there a chicken behind him? I got to find this issue now and track it down. Great page. Easy to take for granted some of this stuff, some of the compositional things. This is one of those like extreme foreground object.
Yeah.
Almost a tangent with his arm too, by the way. Yeah, look at the amount of rendering on for what's going to be all black.
Yeah.
Wonder if that was a little bit of drawing and then you just kept filling in until it's like, you know what? Just need his fingers lit up. Mm-hmm. That's another one. Man, the face renderings are really cool in pencil. I mean, they look good in ink too, but I like seeing him work out the shape.
There's your distortion.
Mm-hmm. Foreshortening Nowlan style. That's unusual. I feel like that's not lighting effect that you see in his work very often.
Yeah.
Although that black bar with the bird, shades of Mignola.
There's a few Mignola-isms that I've seen, you know, in these like that.
Yeah. We'll have to look at his Hellboy, that one issue of Hellboy that he did.
Here we are.
This is cool. So one of the early things I remember is a comic scene that had a Steve Gerber article, and they were talking about this in like early 90s, and it didn't come out until I think in the 2000s. Wow, it's neat to see. It's a cool book too. You know, having this kind of like flat color objects mixed in with, I don't know, more diverse painting behind it. Really great.
Total line clear.
Yeah, cartoon characters showing up. You know, like this is to go from this to like this character. What's that script look like?
Right.
That's bizarre. Like, I don't even know what media this is.
Yeah.
Because he's blending it, so I assume that's not a watercolor, even though it's very light.
Yeah, it could be gouache, which is like a chalkier. Like, you can see the chalk in there.
I wonder if it's markers. Reminds me a little bit of, like, Liberatory. Makes me mad when we look at it at this level and I can't tell you the medium.
Kevin, come on, man. We've been hounding you, dude.
And then to come into like these flat concentrated colors. Wow. It looks nice. This is a really nice reproduction of this story. You know, like this hand, doesn't that look like Liberatory?
Sure, yeah. Well modeled.
No wonder it took like 20 years. I love the juxtaposition of the cartoon cell animation look next to painting.
Totally.
Also love whenever like he's lettering like in the art and it's clearly like, yeah, this dude's professional letterer making this journal entry.
Yeah, I would hope that he did the lettering even using a computer for the final, because it's just part of his style.
Yeah,
you know?
it is.
Like his style of pages. Now we're getting like backsheet cartoons almost.
I might like this story better without the words on it.
Totally, you don't need them.
There have been a few of these artist editions that I've seen like this where you strip the words out and I go, you know, a better version of the story here. I mean, that's just peculiar. Maybe that is a 420.
Look at this shit.
Jeez, look at that saw.
Going out Columbia.
You might have needed to hit him up for a Red Room cover.
I know, right?
Oh, and then like the black. The flat colors and using black as a flat color. These pages are stunning. I can see why they thought this is the stuff to put in an artist edition. It really is the best version of this story.
Right.
I wish I would have brought an issue just to compare color. Wow.
You said Steve Gerber wrote this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Beautiful. I don't know what you take away from it, though. Like, it feels like this is a singular book. I don't even know what... If you love this story... Well, buy 2 copies.
Right.
Because I can't point you at something else.
Right.
You know, it reminds me a little bit of Small Killings in that it feels like this is a regular guy having this
right
graphic novel experience.
Yeah, I mean, Al Columbia is coming to mind.
Wow. This was, I think, layouts for this page are up front there whenever they had the layouts. Do you think some of this is airbrush? Some of the blending.
Yeah, like this?
Yeah.
Kind of thing? Yeah, like, that's airbrush for sure.
So that cartoon character has come to life as, you know, seen through the rendering of it.
When you have these organic shapes, it gives you that opportunity to compose just these great kind of framed sequences and stuff.
By the way, it's a Man-Thing story.
Yeah.
I think we saw him in a panel. What is this? Looking on fire. Have to paint fire.
Just the craziest looking Man-Thing ever, too.
That's a nice... now I want more color artist editions.
Yeah.
Is that labeled?
X-Men First Class.
See, that's what I mean. Like, he does these little dips into projects where, like, he just does a few pages.
Just too rigorous, man. He can't do the full thing. You know, do 5-page Jack Be Quick every couple of months.
We need to start the petition for the DC Kevin Nowlan.
Yeah, that'll be the shit.
Because that would be the ABC books as well as the DC stuff. We could have that Batman Outsiders annual. Like, it'd be a really nice bookend. Oh, and there you get a nice close-up from that Man-Thing story.
Beautiful.
Really like it. I'm much more impressed by it than I expected to be. Because, you know, this story does not... The print edition does not do it justice.
No. Like with the amount of work that this guy's putting into this
colors
thing,
are so rich.
Like, it should... At the very least, it should have been like a Treasury edition kind of gimmick so that you could still do justice. See, that's airbrush for sure.
What a wild line, right? Like, just that flat, like, barely a line, and then everything's rendered.
Yeah.
That's a style that I always thought would catch on, but really hasn't. And it's probably because, like, you have to color it yourself if you're going to do it that way. You can't hand this to a colorist and be like, yeah, render that forearm muscle. You know, even if they did, they're not doing, like, a second light source. And
yeah, I mean, we've seen in comics where it's left up to the colorist to do that stuff. And, you know, sometimes those colorists are artists themselves.
I'm trying to think if Steve Gerber died after this story was done. I hope he got to see this.
Right.
Because I feel like, how exciting would it be if you wrote this story and then this is what it looked like?
Yeah. It's like Fantastic Voyage or Fantastic Planet or whatever.
Yeah, it's something.
Jodorowsky-ish type shit.
We need to talk to him. I need him to come on and talk to us about craft.
And, you know, like, it's great to have this stuff for posterity and to have on the record. But when we bump into him at a Heroes and stuff, there's always great conversation. Just too shy to get it on the record, man.
I mean, that one year I remember going through that Hellboy comic. He had the entire thing, hadn't sold any pages yet. And it was like one of the great pleasures of my life was watching each page turn over as we were looking at it and talking about it. Yeah, phenomenal artist. And kind of one of those dudes, like, I bet if he comes up now, you might not see a Marvel DC project out of his pen.
Sure, yeah.
You know, it's very different than what everybody was doing at the time.
There it is, man. It's the Marvel Heroes Artist Edition by
Thank you, Scott.
By Kevin Nowlan, man. These videos are brought to you by the books that we make. That's a given. But we also have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers are watching us stream this right now. I bet you we sold a couple copies of the this artist edition just through this conversation, and certainly when this video goes live, more are going to disappear off the shelves. The King Kayfabers are watching us record and get the videos before anybody else. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, please tell the people what they should be expecting from you in 2023.
You guys are looking at it. Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next book from Image Comics. It'll be out this summer. Collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, which is also back in print. Get both of those. You have 500 pages of all the Street Angel comics I've made so far. You can also pick up the oversized fluorescent green Hulk Grand Design. You can't miss it as long as your store still has it in stock. And the first young adult graphic novel, The Plain Jane's, also available. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see my latest comics going up new pages every Tuesday.
It's the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. It's the 50th anniversary of Hip Hop as a Culture. We're putting out the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus at the end of this year for the holidays. 504 pages. Collects all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, as well as 140 plus pages of additional content, artwork, and extra supplementals. Put in your pre-order on this so that we know how many of those things to print up. Red Room is starting up again. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there. We're starting the final 3rd piece of Red Room called Crypto Killers. This is the cover for issue number 1. It's coming out in May. Cover for issue number 2, coming out the following month. Coming out on a monthly basis, Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design comics that I've made that are out there in the wild right now. And WYSIWYG. Jimmy, tell the people how else they can support the channel.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
And that, boys and girls, is this latest recording session.
That's how you do it.
Yeah. It's always it always kind of like is a more relaxed situation when we don't have to squeak in the vids before a forthcoming guest and stuff like that. Because it's just, we would do it if we had to, but like moving back and forth a couple of times, it's just inefficient. So we got to get those vids done before our pre-planned guests. And on these times when we don't have that, we could just kind of do our thing and allow the day to make itself. The Patreon is going to start filling up again. And want to let you guys know that we are going to, like, I'm going to Japan next weekend. So we're going to put a bunch of vids on the Patreon that we have in the queue. But there's not going to be too much new stuff for 3 weeks. Maybe when I get back, we'll try to record once. It would be like, I land on like the 14th, I think. Give me a powder day.
It'll be a challenge
to read, and then 16th, and then do you leave the 17th? Is that possible? Can your wife do like pull some live in, man? Pull some pack in for you or something?
I'll do the planning this week.
Yeah.
And,
it would be great
tight.
It would be great if we could do that, because like I'll get Tom to come in for sure. But if we had a fresh setup, like that'll be a week of videos, you know? That'll be 7 vids, and then wouldn't have to record too much with Tom or whatever. Something to think about.
How does that work when you come back? Are you waking up early or waking up late? What's the jet lag on that?
It's going to be a 20...
Because we have to record early.
Yeah, it's going to be a 24-hour travel day. Like, it's going to be a 19-hour travel day. And I get home at night pretty late. So I'll go right to bed and fucking wake up my usual time, I think, man.
All right, we'll work that out, figure out those details. And, yeah, man, everybody have a good week.
Cheers.